Goku's otherworldly journey starting from Naruto. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 351, Fierce Battle. GT Goku's terrifying normal strength? Right. That's it. This is how we'll force that guy out, Kampa exclaimed excitedly as he watched Bottom, relying on his immune body, advance towards GT Goku. He couldn't wait to see Beerus's amusing, eaten shit expression after Bottom eliminated GT Goku. However, before he could indulge in his excitement for long, the situation took a turn for the worse. It could even be described as a complete collapse. Bottom, who should have had the upper hand, was tossed to the ground like a toy in the blink of an eye, then swung back up. And then, within 2 seconds, he was flung out of the ring with a whoosh. But Bottom was too fast, and even with all his might, he couldn't stop his friend from flying out of the ring. So, as Bottom flew out of the ring and plummeted, he was instantly transported to Universe 6's viewing platform, where he was deemed eliminated. With a thud, he saw stars crackling. When he regained consciousness, he saw Kampa standing over him, his face dark and his teeth grinding. "You useless fellow. You were defeated so easily." Kampa was furious. He hadn't expected someone from Universe 6 to be eliminated so quickly. And just then, the voice he least wanted to hear rang out from the side. "Ho ha ho ha. Kampa. Is this what you call training? I don't think it's that great." Beerus smirked at him, his chin twitching. "With this level of skill, if he met Goku from our universe, I think he'd be defeated even faster." At that moment, he felt as refreshed as a summer drink. What's that saying? When one person's smile disappears, it doesn't disappear completely from the world, it transfers to another person. This, then, is the law of conservation of smiles. Ho ha, damn it, Kampa tried to retaliate, but couldn't find a way, so he could only rage helplessly. Just then, Bartus suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Lord Kampa, look! Universe 7's Goku has gone after that Goku." Kampa quickly turned to look. The next second, his smile returned. "Ho ha. Beerus, don't get so cocky. I think your days are over." He placed one hand on his hip, pointing at the ring with the other, a malicious grin on his face. "Look! Your universe's Goku has also gone after that guy. I bet he'll be eliminated soon. When that happens, Beerus, don't burst into tears." Ha. At that moment, Beerus was too busy to pay attention to his taunts. He was furiously yelling at Super Goku in the ring, "Goku! Son Goku! You bastard! Who told you to go after him so quickly? Get out of there." He'd given him so much warning before the match began, but this guy had repeatedly disobeyed him. First, he'd left a team to fight alone, and now he'd gone after GT Goku. He was so angry he wanted to go up on the stage and beat him up. In the ring, Super Goku and GT Goku both looked over at the distant voice and blinked in confusion. Lord Beerus, what are you talking about? Is he calling me?" Due to the intense fighting in the ring, the roar of energy explosions was everywhere, so the two couldn't hear the voice clearly, only vaguely hearing their names. "Well, it's probably Beerus-sama telling me to cheer him up." Super Goku paused for a few seconds, then waved to Beerus in the distance, acknowledging his encouragement. Then, he turned back and explained to GT Goku. "Beerus-sama? Is he a god of destruction or an angel?" GT Goku turned back and asked curiously. He had previously noticed other unfamiliar figures in the stands besides King Kai. He had asked Shenlong about these figures, and Shenlong had told him they were unique to this universe. With the match approaching, he hadn't questioned them further. Only now, upon hearing Super Goku address Beerus, did he ask again. "He's the god of destruction," Super Goku answered, then curiously asked, "Haven't you seen Beerus-sama in your universe?" He had always believed GT Goku to be a parallel version of himself, so he was a little surprised that he hadn't seen Beerus. "No, there are no gods of destruction or angels in my universe, only King Kai," GT Goku replied with a smile. "Is that so?" Super Goku said, his tone slightly surprised. He then pinched his chin and said, "So, you haven't transformed into Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue yet, have you?" After all, he was only able to transform into these two forms thanks to Beerus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even heard of them, let alone transforming. Sure enough, GT Goku blinked in confusion. Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan Blue? What kind of transformation is that? Super Goku chuckled and didn't answer, instead assuming a battle stance. Explaining it verbally is too much trouble. Let's have a fight first. You'll know afterward. GT Goku raised an eyebrow and nodded without hesitation. Come on, let me see for myself. He then assumed a battle stance as well. Battling this version of himself was one of the battles he was most looking forward to. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This guy is going to piss me off to death. Super Goku's wave of his hand made Beerus's eyes twitch wildly, and the subsequent battle preparations between the two made him so angry that he felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his chest, threatening to burst out. Why doesn't he understand? Why is he so ignorant of the overall situation? There's no point in fighting that guy now. Whis covered his mouth and smiled, looking relaxed and content. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus, isn't this Goku's nature? Didn't you predict this before he even entered the battle? Swish. Beerus's expression instantly changed from exasperated to expressionless. HMPH. I expected it, but that doesn't mean I hope it actually happens. His calm eyes fixed on the two Gakus on the ring, and he sighed softly. I hope Goku, no, I hope the Goku of our universe can easily defeat his opponent. You know, there are tougher opponents in this ring. As he spoke, his gaze casually swept over Jiren, who had been protected by his teammates and sat in quiet meditation on the ground. To him, this bald, big-eyed fellow was like a volcano ready to erupt, harboring a terrifying power capable of overturning the world. Super Goku's greatest rival in this ring might not be GT Goku, but this guy named Jiren. On the ring, two Gakus, seemingly cut from the same mold, stared at each other, striking different opening stances. Boom! Explosions echoed around them, but they didn't distract them in the slightest. Swoosh! In a flash, it happened. Super Goku led the charge, appearing in front of GT Goku in a flash, his punches raining down like raindrops. Ah-da-da-da-da. Ah-da-da-da. His eyes were fierce, and he attacked without mercy. Unlike his usual shouts in battle, GT Goku remained silent. With a calm expression, he raised his hands, accurately blocking each incoming punch. The two exchanged blows, their forearms intertwining in a blur, making their movements completely invisible. After a moment, as if realizing the futility of this attack, Super Goku suddenly changed his stance, stepping back and launching a lightning-fast sweeping kick towards GT Goku's lower body. But GT Goku had anticipated his move and would not do as he intended. With a simple leap backward, he easily avoided the kick. But at that moment, Super Goku suddenly vanished from sight. At the same moment, a sharp, piercing sound reached his ears from behind. A whip kick, packed with surging power, swept towards his head. Bang! A thunderous thud echoed, and a figure, like an arrow from a bow, instantly broke free from the battle circle and slammed into the rubble not far away. Looking closely, it wasn't GT Goku, but Super Goku. Hiss, it hurts. Super Goku climbed from the rubble, touched his chest, and gasped. Just now, he had intended to attack GT Goku from behind, but just as his whip kick was about to reach his head, the opponent suddenly kicked back, striking him squarely in the chest with even greater speed, sending him flying backwards. And the opponent hadn't even turned his body. Sure enough, he's very strong. Super Goku's expression grew more serious, his blood boiling. Seeing this other version of himself so powerful only fueled his fighting spirit. Thinking this, he transformed into Super Saiyan 1 without hesitation and charged at GT Goku again. Crack! In the stands, Beerus unwittingly crushed a handrail into smithereens. He watched the battle between Super Saiyan Goku and GT Goku intently, a foreboding feeling welling up within him. Bang! Boom! Crack! Crack! Encased in golden flames, Super Saiyan Goku, like a shining warrior emerging from the sun, launched a raging, tidal wave of attacks at GT Goku, wielding a force powerful enough to annihilate the heavens. But even under this ferocious onslaught, GT Goku remained like a pillar towering above the vast ocean, a mountain towering amidst a raging storm. He never showed a sign of weakness, simply taking every blow with ease and composure. After his punches and kicks proved ineffective, Super Goku suddenly retreated a distance, then unleashed a wave of energy from his palms, blasting directly at GT Goku. Immediately following, He unleashed a barrage of energy bombardments, showering him with explosives. Suddenly, explosions echoed, and the area surrounding GT Goku was enveloped in a cloud of dust. This was Super Goku's goal. He wanted to obscure his opponent's view so he could launch his true attack. After completing this, he leaped to his feet, a familiar blue light emanating from his palms. Kamehameha, boom. Almost instantly, a blue wall of light, brimming with surging energy, plummeted down, slamming fiercely into the dust. Instantly, a deafening explosion echoed from the area, and invisible waves of energy spread outward like ocean waves, stirring up a cloud of sand and gravel that shot off into the distance. Snap! After dropping from the sky, Super Goku stared intently ahead, fixated on the billowing smoke. A moment later, his pupils suddenly constricted. As the smoke cleared, a figure, unharmed, not even his clothes torn, appeared before him. It was none other than GT Goku, who had taken so many of his attacks head-on. Well, your attacks are pretty good, but they're still a little lacking in quality. GT Goku dusted himself off and, smiling, repeated the same words he had previously addressed the three Bergamo wolves. Super Goku, too, recovered from his shock at this moment. His lips curled upward, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. You're truly strong. You've taken so many of my attacks before even reaching Super Saiyan. Although he had a vague feeling this alter ego would be powerful, he hadn't expected it to be this strong. A curiosity welled up in him. He wanted to see just how powerful this alter ego truly was in his normal state. Boom. With this thought in mind, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 without hesitation, his body ablaze with countless flashes of electricity. Then, he attacked GT Goku once again. Boom. Half a minute later, a golden figure flew backwards from the battle circle, like a cannonball, slamming fiercely into a shattered wall on the ring. Rising from the rubble, Super Saiyan Goku clenched his fists and roared, "Ha!" As his energy surged, his golden hair grew in the blink of an eye, quickly reaching his waist. This marked the moment he entered Super Saiyan 3. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, carrying a force far greater than before, he struck again like a bolt of golden lightning at the unharmed GT Goku. At this moment, GT Goku finally gathered his might, his entire body radiating a blazing white aura, and charged towards Super Saiyan Goku. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the two sides clashed fiercely on the ground countless times. From afar, it looked like a golden lightning bolt and a white lightning bolt clashing frantically. Wherever they passed, winds and rocks swirled, and energy surged, forcing many nearby competitors to halt their fight. Wow, these two are so strong, a competitor, ranked lower in the competition, exclaimed in shock. That energy. It's Kakarot. On the other side of the ring, Vegeta, battling competitors from other universes, finally noticed a movement. His face fell, and he cursed, "Damn Kakarot. He found that guy before I did." Then, his face changed again. This time, it wasn't Super Goku, but GT Goku. That aura? Could it be him? He sensed GT Goku's aura, lacking the ferocity that only a Super Saiyan possessed, but rather his normal calm. So, the opponent was actually fighting Super Saiyan Goku in his normal state. Chapter 352 Super Saiyan 4 makes a shocking appearance. Dad? That's Dad's aura. After repelling his opponent with a blast of energy, Gohan stood back to back with Piccolo, his face aghast. Yes, that's the aura of old Son Goku and the other Son Goku. Looks like they've already started fighting, Piccolo said, his two tentacles swaying in the surging wind, his face solemn. With Jiren still to strike, and with powerful warriors like Toppo, Hit, and Vegeta conserving their energy and not going all out, the two most powerful auras on the ring were undoubtedly Super Goku and GT Goku, engaged in a fierce battle. Therefore, any competitor who could sense auras could sense these two powerful auras, and their expressions shifted. That's Goku's aura. This guy has found another Goku again. Krillin, who was currently battling an opponent, twitched his lips before sighing silently. Sigh, I hope Goku wins. Wait, I hope our universe as Goku wins, he quickly added. Elsewhere, after using his death ray to scare a competitor into submission and leaping off the stage, Frieza turned back toward the direction the two Gyakus presents had come from, a smile of amusement plastered across his face. Oh wow. Two Gyakus fighting? This is truly fascinating, a sight like this is truly unique, he muttered to himself before rushing off. Frieza had to witness this rare spectacle. Over where some of the Universe 11 competitors were, Toppo tossed a weaker competitor out of the ring with a flick of his finger, a glint of insight in his stern eyes. Those two have started fighting? That's just right. Once they've expended some of their energy, we'll have an easier time winning this match, he muttered to himself, glancing at Jiren, who was still meditating on the ground. He remained motionless, his eyes closed, his expression impassive. It was as if the two powerful auras within the ring were completely oblivious to him. I knew it, Beerus gritted his teeth in the stands, crouching on the edge, staring intently at the battle between the two Gakas. He knew this bad feeling wouldn't come for no reason. And now, it had come true. That Son Goku, who had appeared out of nowhere, was just maintaining his normal state while engaging in a back-and-forth battle with the Super Saiyan 3 form of Goku from his own universe. How could this be fair? How could this be allowed to continue? Whis, who was sitting next to him, looked at him with a smile, then said slowly, Lord Beerus, you don't need to be too nervous. Beerus turned his head and scolded, of course you are not nervous. You will not die if the universe is destroyed. Whis covered his mouth and smiled, then said lightly, I said you don't have to be nervous, because I heard their conversation before, let's call him Goku from another universe. That Goku from another universe said that he himself had never heard of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. Beerus, who had a face full of anger, his eyes suddenly lit up after hearing this, and he excitedly grabbed Whis's shoulders. Are you serious? Whis smiled, of course, how could I lie to you, Lord Beerus? Beerus let go of his hand, clapped his fists, and paced continuously. I've never heard of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue, which means he can't transform into those two forms. In other words, at best, he can only transform into Super Saiyan 3, he muttered to himself. He then stood still, breathed a sigh of relief, and sat back in his chair, a look of relief on his face. In that case, there shouldn't be any problem. Even if he's currently capable of matching Goku's Super Saiyan 3, once Goku transforms into Super Saiyan Blue, even if he can transform into Super Saiyan 3, he'll definitely not be able to defeat Goku. The heavy weight hanging in his heart finally fell. When tension dissipates, people's minds often become clearer than usual. Whis, why didn't you tell me this sooner? You must have been laughing at me, right? Whis covered her mouth with a smile. Oh my god, Lord Beerus has caught on. Whis, an embarrassed Beerus huffed for a moment, then slumped back in his chair, continuing to watch the two Gakas fight. HMPH, I'll settle with you later. He watched the battle intently. After all, only by seeing Super Goku truly defeat GT Goku would he truly be at peace. But soon, his eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed in disbelief, what? This guy's still hiding his true strength? On the ring, two figures, one gold and one white, collided like comets, unleashing a thunderous roar. They clashed countless times at speeds inconceivable to the naked eye, their explosive energy raging, leaving massive craters on the arena. Suddenly, Super Goku, after a collision, unexpectedly unleashed a ki wave, aimed directly at GT Goku's abdomen. But GT Goku simply surged with energy, and with a lightning-fast slash of his left hand, he deflected the ki wave. Meanwhile, Super Goku didn't stop. After unleashing that energy wave, he instantly reached GT Goku's head, his right foot raised high, and like a divine axe sundering the heavens, he slashed down at him fiercely. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and Goku's pupils suddenly constricted, a silent thought in his heart. Only to see GT Goku below, remarkably steady, met his blow. Furthermore, he grabbed his ankle. As the thought of something unsettling dawned on him, his arm muscles tensed, and with a burst of force, he grabbed him and swung him up. Swoosh! 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 Golden flames streaked through the air, resembling the outline of a small sun from above. After several circles, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, his silhouette vanished, and Super Goku was instantly flung away by GT Goku. Like Gong Gong striking Mount Bashao, the bulge in the ground caused by the battle, the pili clap steel known as the hardest substance in the universe, was shattered to pieces. Clang! Amidst the debris, Super Goku quickly stood up, his eyes sharp, his hands placed at his waist in the shape of a calyx. The next second, a blue ball of light, trailing a meteor's tail, shot out. Kamehameha! Seeing the familiar blue ball of light approaching, GT Goku instinctively placed his hands at his waist in the shape of a calyx. Then, with a push, a blue ball of light flew straight up to meet it. In the blink of an eye, It collided with Super Goku's blue ball. Boom! In an instant, the two Kamehameha waves clashed fiercely, like generals in battle, fiercely battling with unstoppable momentum. An invisible shockwave erupted from the collision point, sweeping in all directions with immense force. The two Gaku's hair flew, their clothes rustling in the wind. Their eyes were piercing, and energy flowed continuously from their palms, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, GT Goku curled his lips. "Is this all your strength?" Super Goku's face darkened. Before he could say anything, GT Goku's powerful aura intensified again. Simultaneously, the torrent of energy in his hands suddenly became even more immense. What? Super Goku's face changed as he saw the Kamehameha wave, which had been stalemating just moments before, now advancing towards him at a visible speed. In less than 2 seconds, it was directly in front of him. Bang! A deafening roar erupted, causing many competitors to stop and look. From the ring, black smoke billowed into the sky, like a demon baring its fangs and claws, then dissipated after announcing its presence. Ahem! Choking on the black smoke, Super Saiyan Goku emerged from a short distance from the explosion center. He patted his chest with lingering fear. That was a close call. If he hadn't escaped, the smoke would have choked him even more. After a few coughs, he returned his gaze to GT Goku and said with admiration, "I never imagined you could be this powerful without transforming. Could it be that, like Gohan, you've also been nurtured by old Kai?" He hadn't imagined that even at Super Saiyan 3, he'd still be no match for his normal self. Hearing his question, GT Goku shook his head. "No, I haven't been nurtured by him. My current strength is due to continuous, step-by-step training. Throughout his years in the other world, he hadn't slacked off on his training. Instead, he remained steadfast in his unwavering faith, steadily improving his strength. It was precisely because of this that his basic strength had risen to its current level, enabling him to defeat Super Saiyan 3 Goku in the previous battle." Upon hearing his answer, Super Saiyan Goku's eyes lit up, his expression growing in admiration. "I see, then you're truly remarkable." Having achieved this level of basic strength, he knew full well that once basic strength reached a certain point, further improvement was extremely difficult, as he was. Therefore, he deeply admired GT Goku, who had achieved a basic strength far exceeding his own. "It seems this alone won't be enough to defeat you. Next, I'll show you the power of Super Saiyan God." Super Saiyan Goku curled his lips, and, having long since returned to his normal self, he suddenly clenched his fists. Immediately afterwards, a fiery red divine aura enveloped his natural aura, turning his eyebrows and pupils crimson, and radiating a sun-like aura. Compared to his previous Super Saiyan form, he now looked unremarkable, lacking even the slightest hint of power. Seeing this, GT Goku's brow furrowed. "I can't even sense your presence." In his perception, Super Goku seemed to have vanished from the map, no trace of his presence left. Yet, he was clearly before his very eyes. "This is because I now possess the aura of a god. Those who haven't attained divine power can't detect my presence," Super Goku explained. "God? I didn't expect Saiyans could transform like this." Upon receiving the answer, GT Goku smiled eagerly. He immediately took a stance and said to Super Goku, "Then let me see how strong you are now." With a flash of his hand, he was in front of him, slamming his fist into his face with a mighty force. At this moment, Super Goku remained calm and composed. He simply reached out and grabbed GT Goku's arm. Then, he stepped back with his left foot, slightly sideways, and threw GT Goku with an over-the-shoulder throw. This seemingly slow process actually took less than 0.001 seconds. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and GT Goku experienced his first intimate encounter with the rebel of the match. Lying in the rubble, he blinked in amazement, sighing, "Super Saiyan God? That's quite impressive indeed," he muttered to himself, then stood up, the rubble clattering to the ground. "You're strong. Now I'm going to get serious." His eyes lit up with fighting spirit, his fists clenched, and he prepared to transform into Super Saiyan 1. But at that moment, his brows furrowed, and he paused. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan Goku across from him, his expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the outside of the ring. They vanished 10 seconds ago. The unfortunate Universe 9 had become the first universe in the tournament to have all its competitors eliminated. A despairing Rocco slumped in his seat, the god of destruction Sakura sighed softly, and the eliminated contestants hung their heads in dejection. They all knew their universes were about to be wiped out, meaning they were doomed. In the Omni King's palace, one of the Omni Kings held a tablet-like object and, with a flick of his hand, dimmed the portraits of the 3 recently eliminated contestants from Universe 9. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, all the contestants from Universe 9 are eliminated?" "Yes, yes, they're all eliminated," echoed another Omni King. "Then it's time to wipe out Universe 9, two clear, innocent voices spoke with icy coldness. The next moment, after the Omni Kings had invoked their authority, Universe 9, nestled in the chaotic space, vanished like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. Simultaneously, on Universe 9's viewing platform, the god of destruction, the Kaishin, and the contestants vanished instantly, leaving only the angel Mojito, all alone. This phenomenon, naturally, was noticed by all the contestants in the arena. Universe 7, Vegeta repelled his opponent, staring intently at the nearly empty Universe 9 viewing platform. For the first time, he felt the awful weight of the universe's demise. Gohan, Piccolo, Master Roshi, and the other 5 members of the team's group stared solemnly. "This is the consequence of losing the match," Krillin swallowed. "You're wrong, Uncle Krillin. We won't lose," Gohan declared, his gaze as resolute as if a tidal wave couldn't shake it. "Right. You're right." Krillin realized the inappropriateness of his words and took a deep breath. The slight fear in his eyes vanished. They must win. They will win. Meanwhile, "Hey, do you think we can survive?" Number 17, Number 18 asked calmly, tucking her head behind her ear. "Of course, my animals are still waiting for me." Number 17 gazed at the Universe 9 viewing platform for a few seconds, then retracted his gaze and spoke softly. "Hey, you've really changed." Number 17, Number 18's lips curled as he looked at his brother, who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. "Aren't you the same?" Number 17 asked, then leaped off into the distance. "There are still many opponents. We'll take on as many as we can. Hurry." Universe 11, Jiren opened his eyes with a swish, watching the scene of Universe 9 being eliminated with an expressionless face. Toppo's face, grim and solemn, then shifted to resolute expression. "Our universe will not perish. The future of the universe is determined by us. Jiren, it's time for us to move around a bit." 7 or 8 minutes had passed since the match began, only 1/6 of the entire match duration. Yet, the number of competitors on the stage had dwindled from 81 to 50 or 60, nearly a third eliminated. Under these circumstances, he believed they could make appropriate moves to eliminate some of the lower-tier opponents, so that sweeping the stage would be less troublesome. Besides the contestants from these 2 universes, the contestants from the other universes also felt a sense of weight hanging over their hearts after witnessing the demise of Universe 9. At the same time, their resolve grew even stronger than before. They were determined to win the tournament. They would not let their universes perish. "You're saying that once all the contestants in each universe are eliminated, they will be eliminated by the Omni King, leaving only one universe standing, on the stage?" After hearing Super Goku's explanation, GT Goku frowned, his expression becoming more serious than ever. When the Omni King allowed him to participate in this tournament, he hadn't been told this, so he had never known about it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but mentally question Shenlong. Ultimately, he received a single answer: "Don't worry about this match. Even if you lose, there will be no penalty. As for the elimination of those universes, it's all at the Omni King's discretion. You and I have no right to interfere." Hearing this, his brows furrowed even deeper. After a long moment of thought, he asked another question. Only after Shenlong informed him of the answer did his furrowed brow finally relax. Meanwhile, across from him, Super Goku's expression grew grave. "While I'd like to battle you slowly, this match hinges on the survival of our universe. I can't afford to waste any more time and energy, so now, I'm going to defeat you as quickly as possible. Please use all your strength." Super Goku clenched his fists and bellowed, "Ha! Boom!" Suddenly, a surge of oppressive power, as deep and unfathomable as a black hole, surged from him. Instantly, this power spread with lightning speed to every corner of the arena, causing many to tense as if being gripped by an invisible hand. HMPH, Kakarot has finally used all his strength. Vegeta, having decisively defeated his opponent, cast a cold glance at the source of the aura. "I didn't expect that Kakarot, who showed up out of nowhere, to be so strong. Luckily, Kakarot and I trained with this and possess transformations like Super Saiyan Blue. Otherwise, Kakarot would have lost." Although he didn't hear the conversation between Super Saiyan Goku and GT Goku, He had carefully observed GT Goku before the match began and noticed that his gaze didn't waver at all as he scanned Beerus, Whis, and the others. This fact immediately led him to conclude that the opponent didn't recognize Beerus and the others. Then, Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, transformations that were only possible with the help of Beerus and Whis, were likely not possessed by the other party. His reasoning was correct, but he didn't know that while GT Goku couldn't transform into Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue, he possessed a transformation they had never heard of. GT Goku raised an eyebrow in surprise as he watched his eyebrows and pupils turn cyan, his body enveloped in a cyan aura. Is this the Super Saiyan Blue you mentioned? With a smile of absolute confidence on his face, Super Saiyan Goku nodded gently. Yes, this is Super Saiyan Blue, my strongest form yet. Next, I'll defeat you with this form. He looked confident, clearly confident in his own abilities. GT Goku stared at his form for a moment, then curled his lips in a smile of absolute confidence. That's not necessarily true. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fists, his aura soaring like a rocket. Huh? All that was left was, GT Goku's appearance had transformed dramatically. His bare upper body revealed a broad, powerful chest, and muscular arms covered in red hair, all of which exuded the demeanor of a powerful warrior. His long black hair draped over his shoulders, his red tail swung continuously behind him. His golden eyes, like the eyes of a god, exuded an immense majesty that made one dare not look directly at him. At the same time, a golden aura was blazing as the sun lingered around him, making him look like an invincible god of war from ancient times. This was Super Saiyan 4. It made its powerful debut in this world right now. Chapter 353. If you want to become stronger, watch my next battle carefully. What's with all this constant aura? On the other side of the ring, Caulifla's expression suddenly changed. She felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart, making it difficult to breathe. She couldn't understand what kind of strength could be so powerful that she could feel such terror through sheer aura, her body trembling with fear. Sister, I'm so scared. Beside her, Kale, looking timid, clutched her arm tightly, her face thick with fear. Kale, cheer up. If you can just transform into that form again, your strength will definitely be on par with them. Caulifla, though shaking, showed no fear on her face. Instead, she firmly grasped Kale's shoulders, trying to restore her confidence, to recapture the terrifying transformation she had displayed during training before the match. In her opinion, if Kale could just transform into that form again, no one in this ring could defeat them. What a terrifying aura. Is this the true power of the other Son Goku? I'm in trouble now. Piccolo's expression was utterly solemn. He had never imagined this other Goku could be so powerful. Dad will definitely not lose. Gohan, though also shocked by the aura emanating from GT Goku, still held in his eyes a firm trust in Super Goku. Whis. What's going on? What's with that transformation? Beerus, sitting leisurely in the stands, could no longer sit still. He darted over, his eyes wide with stare at GT Goku's Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Whis also stood up and walked over to him, observing the changes in GT Goku with a look of surprise on his face. Oh my. It seems like a transformation we've never heard of before. Never heard of it? You mean you don't know it either? Beerus turned his head and stared at him intently. Of course, Lord Beerus. As far as I know, no Saiyan in our universe has ever transformed into this form. In other words, it's a completely new form for the Saiyans of our universe, Whis explained calmly. Damn it. How could this be possible? Beerus turned back indignantly, continuing to stare at GT Goku. He had never dreamed that GT Goku wouldn't transform into Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue, but instead into a completely new form they had never even heard of. This unexpected and bizarre event left him feeling uneasy again. Goku, you must not lose. He turned his gaze to Super Saiyan Goku, feeling nervous and anxious. In the Omni King Palace, the two Omni Kings immediately noticed the changes in the two Gakas. Look, Goku. Goku's hair is blue again, the present Omni King said, pointing at Super Saiyan Goku. I see. Goku's become quite powerful now, the future Omni King nodded. Immediately afterwards, the present Omni King opened his eyes wide, pointed at GT Goku, and said, Look! The other Goku has transformed, too. It's a very impressive transformation. The future Omni King looked over and nodded emphatically. This transformation is so cool. I really like it. I wonder who will win. I'm so excited. On the stage, Over 100 meters away from the two Gokus, perched on a jagged boulder, Frieza folded his arms, watching the scene with great interest. Wow, I didn't expect Saiyans to have such transformations. It's truly eye-opening. Well, let's see who wins, the blue-haired Saiyan with the aura of a god, or the feral Saiyan with a newly grown tail. What kind of transformation is this? After a few seconds of shock, Super Goku regained his composure and asked curiously. Well, I'll call it Super Saiyan 4, GT Goku crossed his arms, his lips curled up in a wicked, arrogant smile. Super Saiyan 4, Super Goku paused, muttering to himself. I didn't expect there was a Super Saiyan 4 above Super Saiyan 3. It seems I haven't fully explored the Saiyan's potential. GT Goku nodded, a look of emotion on his face. Yes, I used to think Super Saiyan 3 was the limit, until I learned there was an even more powerful Super Saiyan 4. This form, I'll call it the ultimate form of our Saiyans. He clenched his fists, his arms seemingly filled with boundless power. The ultimate form, Super Goku pondered, his eyes blossoming with fighting spirit. In that case, let's have a full-on fight. Let's see which is stronger, your ultimate form or my Super Saiyan Blue. As he finished speaking, the azure aura around him suddenly erupted again, surging and blooming. GT Goku nodded slightly, his eyes also blazing with fighting spirit. That's what I was thinking. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures vanished from their original positions, and at the same time, a deafening roar erupted from the arena. Two iron fists capable of crushing planets collided fiercely, like a needle against a wheat spike. Instantly, the violent collision unleashed an unparalleled and terrifying wave of energy, sending debris flying in all directions. Feeling the incoming force, GT Goku raised his lips, and then swiftly changed his move, delivering a merciless knee strike that could shatter everything. But Super Goku was no pushover. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and almost simultaneously, he unleashed a knee strike, crashing head-on into the opponent. Bang! Invisible waves of energy surged from the point of impact like a tidal wave. In this head-to-head clash of formidable opponents, Super Goku was at a disadvantage, stumbling backward. Seeing this, GT Goku naturally wouldn't let go of this golden opportunity. He immediately charged forward, his fists like roaring red dragons, raining down on Super Goku with unparalleled dominance. Bang boom boom boom. Bang boom boom boom. Having missed the initial attack, Super Goku was forced to cross his arms in front of him, forced to take every punch from GT Goku. Finally, after withstanding hundreds of punches in just 2 seconds, his defense faltered. This slight flaw caught the eye of the battle-hardened GT Goku. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful punch, sending Super Goku flying. Boom. Instantly, Super Goku slammed through the rebel with the terrifying speed of a meteorite. The other competitors' faces dropped, horrified by the terrifying power contained within. Hey, what is this? Is this also a Saiyan transformation? Caulifla, who happened to witness the scene, felt her pupils shrink and her hair stand on end. But then, a fearless smile appeared on her face. So we Saiyans can transform into such powerful forms? If so, I want to transform into one too. What? Kakarot is being suppressed. Vegeta, who had leaped to his feet from a fierce battle with his opponent, caught sight of this scene, his eyes twitching, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. Could that Kakarot, who appeared out of nowhere, really be this powerful? Come on, Goku. We can't lose to that guy. On the viewing platform, Beerus, with no more handrails to hold on to, clutched the stone wall with both hands and shouted at the top of his lungs. Beside him, Krillin, who had just been eliminated, also shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come on, Goku." Behind them, Whis watched the scene with a smile and suddenly said, "You seem to have forgotten something. Goku's opponent is also Goku. Both of you can hear your cheers." Ugh. Their bodies froze, and their voices stopped abruptly. But Beerus, surprisingly quick thinking at this moment, immediately declared fiercely, "HMPH. Then add the keyword our universe." He then roared at the top of his lungs once more, "Come on, Goku from our universe." Krillin followed suit, shouting, "Come on, Goku from our universe." Super Goku suddenly leaped from the rubble, sending countless pieces of debris flying. Super Saiyan 4 is truly powerful. His eyes were filled with utmost seriousness and gravity. Although the exchange had only lasted a moment, he could sense the other's terrifying strength. Facing an opponent of that power, he couldn't defeat him in his current state, let alone quickly. In that case, I have to use that move. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his aura surged once more. Tenfold Kaioken, boom. In an instant, a fiery red aura emerged from the azure aura surrounding him, framing him like a berserker. After unleashing his tenfold Kaioken, he tapped his toes, transforming into a streak of red-blue lightning that pierced the heavens and earth. He instantly reached GT Goku and delivered a crushing blow. GT Goku, already prepared, embraced the blow, unleashing a powerful punch of his own. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clapping. In a flash, the two clashed hundreds of times on the ring, the sound of flesh colliding like a continuous thunderclap. With each collision, a terrifying surge of energy rippled through the surrounding rocks, hurling them into the air before being annihilated by the dissipating, powerful energy. The scene was truly breathtaking. Like two bolts of lightning, their speed was unfathomable, leaving only red, blue, and golden afterimages darting across the ring. Wherever they passed, the ground either collapsed, forming staggering craters, or split apart, forming unfathomable chasms. Faced with such terrifying power and such a crushing battle, all the competitors paused, their gazes fixed on the clash between these two formidable warriors. For a moment, the vast arena, housing the competitors from 8 universes, seemed to become a stage dedicated solely to the two Gokus. They were the sole protagonists on this stage. So strong. They're truly strong. Cab, the Saiyan from Universe 6, clenched his fists, his heart pounding. How he wished he could possess such strength. Not far away, Hit folded his arms, watching the battle expressionlessly. No one could know what he was thinking at that moment. Is this the power of Goku from another world? It seems that no matter which world, Goku possesses extraordinary abilities. Master Roshi, his hands clasped behind his back, though somewhat disheveled and unable to follow the battle between the two Gokus, remained composed, his imposing demeanor commanding awe. The next moment, he caught a glimpse of a tall, curvaceous figure, and his sunglasses tilted, revealing a lecherous gaze beneath. Beautiful. Beauty, here I come. I didn't expect these two to be so evenly matched. This is perfect. Once they're done and exhausted, the arena will be filled with formidable opponents. Toppo's expression was stern, his eyes fixed on the battle between the two Gokus. Beside him, Jiren watched silently, silent. For him, whether the two Gokus were exhausted or not was of no concern. Because, he never believed that any of the competitors here had the strength to defeat him. The reason he didn't strike now and eliminate the two Gokus outright was simply because he'd promised the god of destruction that he would only strike when he was told to. Boom boom boom. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the battle between the two Gokus continued. On the ring, a golden figure and a red and blue figure collided like comets, unleashing an unimaginably terrifying aftermath. Super Goku's body blazed with red and blue aura, like blazing stars in the universe. Every punch and kick unleashed an unparalleled, terrifying force. GT Goku stood tall and imposing, his golden flames blazing like the sun. With every movement, he unleashed the surging power of a supernova. With each clash, the air erupted in a roar of overwhelming force. The slightest energy dissipated was like a massive tsunami crashing across the continent, shaking the entire ring. After each exchange, Super Goku somersaulted backwards. Immediately, he tapped his toes and instantly appeared before GT Goku. He spun around, his right leg sweeping down like a whirlwind. At that moment, the air seemed to rip apart, a sharp shriek echoing through the air. GT Goku didn't dodge or evade the blow, but instead spun around, his long, iron whip-like leg charging forward with unstoppable momentum. Bang! The moment their legs collided, the radiant energy instantly eroded the ground beneath them, creating a massive crater beneath them. The sight was truly breathtaking. Kamehameha. After the two separated, they unexpectedly assumed the same stance. The next moment, two blue orbs of light, brimming with surging energy, erupted from their hands, colliding with a force that could swallow mountains and rivers. Just as the spectators expected the two to engage in a duel, Super Goku suddenly vanished. The next moment, Super Goku suddenly appeared behind GT Goku, delivering a fierce downward strike with his right elbow. Swish! GT Goku's reaction was astonishing, ducking instantly to avoid the lightning strike. Immediately afterwards, his body vanished into shadow, appearing behind Super Goku and delivering a whirlwind kick. In an instant, the two switched positions. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Super Goku, caught off guard, shot out like a meteor. A moment later, He rose from the rubble, his aura surging once more, 20 times Kaioken, boom. The crimson aura surrounding him intensified, seemingly suppressing the sign aura within. He pushed his strength to its limit and launched himself at GT Goku once more. In a flash. Bang! GT Goku flew backwards at an even faster speed, slamming into the ground with all his might, plowing a massive gully. Ha! With a low cry, rising golden flames shattered the falling rubble. GT Goku transformed into a stream of golden light, shooting straight up from the gully. In the blink of an eye, he and Super Goku were locked in a fierce battle once again. It was unknown how long passed. Bang! A cyan blue figure suddenly flew backwards from the battle circle, slamming heavily into the rubble. Immediately, the light around it vanished. Huff! 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 Super Goku, now black-haired, lay in the rubble, gasping for breath, looking exhausted. After transforming into Super Blue, one's stamina depletes rapidly. And with the addition of the Kaioken, the rate of depletion reaches a terrifying level. Therefore, after battling GT Goku for several minutes while maintaining Super Saiyan Blue and 20x Kaioken, his stamina was finally depleted, and he could no longer maintain the combined power of the two states. Without the Kaioken, his strength naturally plummeted, and he was easily defeated by Super Saiyan 4 GT Goku, whose stamina remained at full strength. With a thud, Super Saiyan Goku sat up, only to see GT Goku standing before him. It seems your transformation into this form takes a lot of stamina, GT Goku said thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. Huh? You caught me. Super Saiyan Goku scratched his face and smiled innocently. Actually, if it weren't for the Kaioken, this level of depletion would have been acceptable. But without the Kaioken, he wouldn't have been strong enough to continue the fierce battle with GT Goku, and would have been defeated even faster than he already was. So, no matter which choice he made, his defeat was inevitable. Realizing this, Super Goku's smile faded, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. I never thought I'd lose to you. Your Super Saiyan 4 looks like a perfect transformation. He could see that the energy consumption of GT Goku after transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was minimal, even negligible. Being able to unleash such unparalleled power while maintaining minimal energy consumption was undoubtedly a far superior transformation to his current Super Saiyan Blue. If he could master such a transformation, then, well, he thought, with his current base strength, he probably wouldn't be able to achieve the same power as GT Goku. The thought gave him a headache. He still had a long way to go to improve his own strength. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, GT Goku suddenly smiled. Then, with his back to him, he said, if you want to become even stronger, watch my next fight. Super Goku looked up in surprise, only to see GT Goku walk a distance forward and arrive at an open space. Then, he looked at a certain place and raised his index finger. Hey, big bald guy, how about fighting with me? Chapter 354, Ultimate Freedom? No, it's just unintentional. Upon seeing Super Goku's defeat, everyone in Universe 7 was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. No, impossible. Kakarot actually lost. Vegeta's pupils narrowed, revealing the depth of his shock and devastation. How could this be? How could Dad lose? Gohan clenched his fists, unable to believe his father's defeat. This is getting complicated. Number 17, previously expressionless, now wore a look of immense gravity. He knew clearly that Super Goku was the key to their universe's victory, and his defeat would significantly reduce their chances of victory. Crunch! In the stands, Beerus' teeth clattered, his expression shifting from gloom to gloom. Although he'd always had a bad feeling in his heart, he hadn't expected it to be this bad. It was so bad it threatened to overwhelm him. That guy, that transformation, he stared intently at GT Goku, muttering to himself. But then, his expression suddenly relaxed, and he lazily leaned back, crossing his legs again. Ah, Lord Beerus, aren't you nervous anymore? Whis, noticing this change, asked with a smile. Beerus clasped his hands behind his head, eyes closed, and looked nonchalant. What's there to be nervous about? There are many powerful individuals in this arena besides Goku. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. This other universe Goku is showing such formidable strength now, so he'll be the first to be targeted. You know, he's all alone. No matter how skilled he is, he wouldn't be able to withstand the constant barrage of so many powerful individuals in the arena, or even a gang fight. By then, Our Goku can just take advantage of the situation and the outcome is uncertain, not to mention, with Vegeta here too, if the two of them work together, they'll definitely win this match. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled. Ah, Lord Beerus, I'm so glad you thought of that. Beerus glanced at him and snorted. HMPH. You don't think I'm stupid, do you, Whis? Yahohaho no, Lord Beerus, you look so hard to believe, you bastard. Oh? It seems this duel has been decided. Universe 7's Son Goku, I didn't expect him to be defeated so quickly. On the viewing platform of Universe 11, King Kai said calmly. Beside him, the god of destruction's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. After Universe 7's Son Goku's defeat, there aren't any particularly formidable opponents left on the field, aside from the other Universe Son Goku who defeated him. In that case, let Jiren go all out. With this thought, he wanted to telepathically communicate with Jiren, telling him to defeat GT Goku, then sweep the entire ring and secure victory for Universe 11. But at that moment, his gaze paused, a look of surprise forming. Then, a playful smile curled his lips. Oh? I didn't expect that guy to come to us on his own. On the ring, most of the competitors watched GT Goku, who had defeated Super Goku, with mixed feelings. They had heard from their own Kaisen gods of destruction before the match began. Super Goku's strength was terrifying, reaching the divine realm, a foe they needed to be extremely cautious of. Yet, even this opponent, whom they had been wary of, was defeated by a player who had suddenly appeared and intervened before the match had even begun, with only a quarter of the match time remaining. Such an absurdity was hard not to leave them feeling mixed emotions. Hit, do you think we can defeat him? Even the mighty Goku was defeated. Cab swallowed, his face thick with worry. Hit didn't answer, merely staring silently at GT Goku, his mind lost. Elsewhere, Caulifla gazed at GT Goku with eyes filled with admiration and yearning, muttering, so handsome. Did we Saiyans transform into such a handsome form? She had fallen head over heels for Super Saiyan 4 the moment she first laid eyes on him. The wild red hair, the godlike, majestic, cold golden eyes, and the sturdy yet perfectly balanced physique captivated her. Witnessing the overwhelming power of Super Saiyan 4 that overwhelmed Super Saiyan Goku, she became even more determined to achieve this form herself. Just as she was about to approach GT Goku to inquire about the method, boom! A bolt of purple lightning suddenly shot out, sending her and Kale flying. Don't get distracted during the match. The purple lightning stopped, revealing a figure. It was none other than Universe 11's Tispo. At that moment, besides him, most of the Universe 11 players, like Quincy and Taba, were already scrambling to find their targets, intent on eliminating them. Although the match isn't even halfway through, it's time to enter the final stages. Toppo folded his arms, his eyes gleaming with calm wisdom. After witnessing GT Goku defeat Super Goku, he concluded that the time had come for Universe 11 to mobilize en masse and begin sweeping the players from the other universes. And since Super Goku had defeated GT Goku, it would be his turn to defeat him. Just as he made his decision and prepared to confront GT Goku, he saw him approach the clearing, glance in his direction, and then beckon him with a finger. Hey, big bald guy, how about a fight with me, huh? Toppo's gaze froze. He glanced at Jiren beside him, realizing that GT Goku was referring to Jiren, not him. Thinking Jiren could still hide a hidden weapon, he said in a deep voice, Jiren, let me fight him. He prepared to advance. But just as he took a step, Jiren's arm blocked his path. I'll do it, Jiren said calmly, his expression unperturbed as he gazed at GT Goku, who had challenged him. But, just as Toppo was about to say something, Jiren interrupted him, continuing, Vemide said I can go all out. Toppo froze for a moment, his gaze instinctively glancing toward the viewing platform. Seeing Vemide nod with a smile, Toppo seemed to understand. He pulled back and said to Jiren, I understand. I'll leave this guy to you. Jiren nodded slightly, then stepped closer to GT Goku. Meanwhile, his long dormant aura surged with each step. Buzz! The arena began to tremble, and the gravel on the ground bounced like little tap-dancing figures. What's this energy? As Jiren's aura erupted, sweeping across the surroundings with overwhelming force, the competitors stared in shock. Vegeta, still recovering from his defeat by Super Goku, felt this terrifying aura, his expression suddenly changing. Is this guy really this strong? Although he had noticed this master, who had a subtle sense of oppression, even before the match began, and had held him in high regard. He had never imagined that this man's strength would surpass his imagination. "This is our chance, Uncle Piccolo." Meanwhile, Gohan's face darkened as he sensed this oppressive aura. But then, a thought struck him, and he said to Piccolo, "This person is going to fight the one who defeated Dad. They're both incredibly powerful, so this battle is sure to be intense. We might not be their match. But after they battle it out, the winner's condition will undoubtedly decline. That's when we'll have our chance." His thoughts echoed Beerus's. This match wasn't a fair one-on-one, it could be one versus many, or even many versus one. In such a situation, even if they were to lose to one opponent individually, it wouldn't guarantee their defeat. For example, right now, GT Goku was incredibly powerful, and Jiren, who hadn't yet made his move, also exuded a terrifying aura. After these two battled, whoever emerged victorious would be weakened. Their only task was to wait for the battle to conclude, then employ various strategies and favorable circumstances to secure victory and secure the future of Universe 7. You're right, Gohan. What we need to do now is avoid elimination and maintain a certain level of strength. As long as we do that, we still have a chance of winning this match. Piccolo nodded solemnly. While they were conversing, Jiren, having already built up his aura, approached GT Goku, gazing at him sternly. GT Goku smiled faintly at the towering figure, even more muscular than he, and said, "Hey, my name is Son Goku." "I didn't know yours yet, Jiren," Jiren said succinctly and calmly. Although he had yet to fight GT Goku, judging by his previous encounter with Super Goku, he already had a deep respect for him. In his opinion, GT Goku was the only one in the arena who could earn his respect. "Jiren? I see." GT Goku nodded, then took a stance and chuckled, "I can see you're a formidable opponent. Let's have a fight." Jiren remained silent, but his actions spoke for him. Boom. Without warning, a powerful aura erupted from him. The instant it appeared, it unleashed a torrent of energy, surging towards everything in sight. The first to bear the brunt of it was GT Goku standing before him. What a terrifying aura! GT Goku shielded his eyes with one hand, shielding them from the gusts of wind. A fierce wind whipped past him, whipping his black hair into a flutter. 100 or 200 meters behind him, two contestants from Universe 2 poked their heads out from behind the boulder, preparing to observe the fight. Unexpectedly, the moment they emerged, they were struck by an overwhelming force of wind, instantly sweeping them and the boulder away. Wah! Suddenly, GT Goku struck first, dodging in front of Jiren and unleashing his fists like dragons, a torrential downpour. Bang! Boom! Boom! Bang! Boom! Boom! Jiren crossed his arms, his immensely powerful arms blocking every blow. The sound of flesh clashing echoed across the field like thunder. Meanwhile, the two figures flashed across the open field, their speed surpassing even lightning. Many competitors couldn't even discern their movements, let alone their clash. A few breaths later, GT Goku's eyes flickered, catching the slightest flaw in Jiren's defense. Without hesitation, he altered his stance, his right leg whipping through Jiren's waist with a whistling sound. At that moment, Jiren frowned, taking the blow without flinching. He took the blow head-on, acting like nothing had happened. Seizing the opportunity to strike GT Goku, he swung out with his right fist, sending Goku flying just as the blow impacted him. Boom! GT Goku, like an arrow from a bow, instantly slammed into the rubble. In the spectator booth of Universe 11, the God of Destruction smiled with a sense of triumph, and addressed the awestruck Aisin contestants around him, saying, "No matter who it is, they're no match for Jiren. Jiren himself is the untouchable, unassailable powerhouse in the ring. Jiren's strength was even greater than that of the God of Destruction. If Jiren wasn't the strongest in the ring, who else could be? He could be." Beside him, King Kai also wore a confident smile and declared, "Right now, besides the players from our universe, the strongest person on the stage is the guy who defeated Universe 7's Son Goku. As long as Jiren defeats him now, we'll definitely win this match." The two's words brought a solemn look to the faces of the gods of destruction and King Kais from the other universes. Could it be that this tournament of power will truly be won by Universe 11? GT Goku lay in the rubble, muttering to himself, "This guy's power is truly formidable." In the previous clash, the force of each of his punches was on par with his previous battle with Super Saiyan Blue Goku at his maximum power. Yet, even with this level of power, Jiren seemed unfazed. Meanwhile, the opponent's casual blows contained a force far exceeding that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku's attacks, The difference between the two was truly enormous. He, then, used that right away. I hope this world's me can be inspired, he smiled faintly, then dispelled Super Saiyan 4 and stood up. Watching this scene, Jiren asked expressionlessly, "Are you planning to give up?" Super Goku, watching from a distance, also had a puzzled expression. Why did he transform back? He should still have plenty of strength. Not only him, but everyone watching the battle was baffled. Everyone had witnessed Jiren's strength. In this situation, if GT Goku didn't fight in Super Saiyan 4, instead using his normal form, wouldn't it mean he'd lost his mind? And if he wasn't, the only possible reason was, as Jiren suggested, that GT Goku was planning to give up the match. Amidst everyone's bewilderment, GT Goku smiled faintly and turned to Super Goku. "Look, we Saiyans improve our strength not just by seeking more powerful transformations, but also by reaching higher levels of martial arts, which can also lead to rapid advancements." He turned back, exhaled softly, and his eyes became as calm as the moon reflected in a cold pond. At the same time, boom! The air around him seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, rapidly trembling. The tremor immediately reached Jiren, causing him to frown and instinctively summon strength to protect himself. The surrounding debris wasn't so lucky. Crushed to dust by the tremor, quickly dissolving into the air with the surging wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What is this? Super Goku threw his hands in front of him, desperately resisting the terrifying force emanating from the air. Hearing what GT Goku had said earlier, he gritted his teeth and persevered, staring intently at the changes in GT Goku's form, refusing to retreat. Ultimately, his strength was exhausted, and he was powerless to resist the surge. An invisible shockwave struck him, and he collapsed, being flung backward. HMPH. Are you an idiot? Kakarot. At that moment, a Saiyan figure suddenly appeared behind him and caught him. Vegeta's eyes throbbed, furious at Super Goku's pointless resistance. Ha, ha, thank you, Vegeta. Super Goku, who was in his arms, smiled awkwardly. Then his face straightened. Vegeta, Before he could finish, Vegeta interrupted him abruptly. I know. I heard those words too. He also heard what GT Goku said to Super Goku at the end. He also wanted to know what the higher level of martial arts realm GT Goku was talking about. So he glanced around, and after seeing an undamaged cliff, he jumped up with Super Goku in his arms. Let's watch here, Kakarot. He put Super Goku down roughly, causing Super Goku to stumble and almost fall. Be gentle, Vegeta. Is this how you usually hold Bulma? Super Goku couldn't help but complain. Vegeta's lips twitched, but he couldn't help but curse. You know it's Bulma. Bulma is my wife. Who are you? Do you need my gentleness? Here Super Goku scratched his head and chuckled, then both he and Vegeta's expressions changed, and they looked in the direction of GT Goku. Who's that? An indescribable fear swept through the hearts of the competitors in the ring. The closer they got to GT Goku, the stronger the feeling became. What the hell is going on? Toppo, not far from GT Goku, felt as if an invisible hand had grasped his heart, choking him. Hit, also not far from GT Goku, felt the same way, a look of shock on his face for the first time. And Cab, beside him, was even more horrified. Oh, how terrifying! Cab was half kneeling on the ground, his clothes soaked with sweat. His pupils kept shrinking, and his body trembled slightly, revealing the shock he was experiencing. After catching a glimpse of this scene, Hit immediately picked him up and retreated into the distance without a second thought. In this situation, if Gabe were left here, he would probably pass out. What are you doing? At this moment, Jiren, the closest person to GT Goku, was ablaze with a fiery red aura. This meant he had unleashed all his energy, entering a state of total devotion. But who could have imagined that he was entering this state simply to counter the terrifying aura emanating from GT Goku? Before him, GT Goku had transformed. His jet black hair had suddenly turned a moonlit silver. His eyebrows had also changed. His pupils remained a pure black, like a black hole in the universe, devoid of any emotion. Meanwhile, a silver aura enveloped him. It wasn't calm, but rather a living thing, constantly surging and swirling, rippling the air. Upon witnessing the scene, the pupils of all the Kaisen gods of destruction constricted. Even the usually calm and composed angels, seemingly otherworldly, showed a wave of emotion. What could this be? A god of destruction pointed at GT Goku, a look of disbelief on his face. Beerus took over, his tone incredulous, and asked, Could it be Ultra Instinct? He turned quickly, wanting to confirm with Whis. Although he had also mastered this state, Whis, whose mastery was far superior, clearly had the final word. Whis stared intently at GT Goku, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he slowly nodded. Although there may be some differences, it can indeed be called Ultra Instinct. Boom. The moment these words were spoken, the audience erupted in excitement. How is this possible? How could a mortal master this divine state? Universe 4's god of destruction, Quatella, swiftly dismissed Whis' view. It must only look like it. This is definitely not Ultra Instinct. He absolutely did not believe a mortal could comprehend and master this state, reserved only for the gods. In the ring, GT Goku heard their clamor and tilted his head slightly to look in their direction. Then, in a cold voice, he said, Ultra Instinct? No, this is the instinct. Chapter 355, The Gods Are Shocked, Jiren's Fury. Boom. After sending Caulifla, bruised and covered in dirt, completely unable to withstand his attack, flying back again, Tiz whipped his head around, staring intently in a certain direction. What's that? Why does it give me such a terrifying feeling? If he remembered correctly, that was where Jiren was. He'd sensed the powerful aura Jiren was emitting, but who was emitting this other, terrifying feeling? Amidst his shock, he failed to notice that, after Caulifla had been blasted away, Kale had risen from the rubble not far away, her face etched with self-blame, pain, and resentment. Why am I so weak? Why can't I protect my sister? Why? As she muttered to herself, her aura rose at a terrifying rate. Her muscles expanded rapidly, transforming from a petite, Lolly-like figure into a muscular Barbie figure. Her black hair, tied into a ponytail, broke free and gradually turned green. Simultaneously, the black pupils in her eyes, once a symbol of rationality, gradually faded, leaving only the ominous whites. Why? Boom. An incredibly powerful wave of energy erupted from her, instantly eroding the ground beneath her feet. A surging aura, a mixture of green and gold, enveloped her. Desp finally noticed a movement and looked over in astonishment. What the bang? Before he could finish his unconscious muttering, Kale, transformed into a runaway Super Saiyan, suddenly appeared in front of him, knocking him back before he could react. Kill you. Having sent despair flying, Kale, now completely bereft of sanity and acting on instinct, unhesitatingly launched dozens of light bullets into the rubble where despair had crashed. Kale, you finally succeeded. Elsewhere, Caulifla, dragging her battered body from the rubble, watched with excitement. Her Kale had finally regained this terrifyingly powerful form. Now, who in the ring could possibly defeat them? No state of mind? What is that? As GT Goku's voice reached them, the Kaisen gods of destruction froze for a moment, their faces tinged with confusion. Universe 4's god of destruction, Quitla, quickly reacted, his face displaying the expected playful smile. I told you, how could this be Ultra Instinct? Look, he says it's not. Now he's convinced, Ultra Instinct is a divine technique that even the gods find it difficult to master. He absolutely refused to believe any mortal could master it, so upon hearing GT Goku's answer, he looked smug. As he spoke, he glanced at Beerus with a mocking smile. I wonder what stupid cat got so sleepy it thought it was Ultra Instinct. It's hilarious. Whis, the angel, was someone he couldn't afford to offend, but Beerus, was his enemy. Being able to mock him right now was a real relief. Beerus's face was gloomy, but surprisingly, he didn't argue back. He simply stared at GT Goku in the ring and said calmly, just wait and see. Although GT Goku said it wasn't Ultra Instinct, but some kind of mental state, he trusted Whis' judgment. Perhaps their explanations were simply different. Furthermore, the phrase no intention in the heart sounded similar to Ultra Instinct. He absolutely refused to believe the two were unrelated. In the ring, Super Goku and Vegeta stared intently at GT Goku, their expressions filled with confusion. No intention in the heart? What is that? And what is this Ultra Instinct that Beerus-sama and the others are talking about? Super Goku scratched his head in confusion, while Vegeta frowned, pondering the matter. Just as they were puzzled, their expressions suddenly changed, and they both looked to the right. What's going on with this energy? Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. In their field of vision, a series of massive explosions suddenly erupted in a distant area to their right. Immediately afterwards, a figure shrouded in green aura appeared. What's that? Is that a Super Saiyan? Vegeta looked perplexed. The opponent looked remarkably like a Super Saiyan, but why was he glowing green, his aura filled with rage, bloodlust, and a sinister omen? Sigh, I didn't expect such a formidable competitor to appear in the arena. Who is he? Could it be Cab? Super Goku blinked, sighing. Don't you have eyes, Kakarot? How could that be Cab? Vegeta's lip curled speechlessly. I think it's one of those two female Saiyans. I never imagined such a being existed in Universe 6. His expression was sullen, as he sensed the person's aura surging with seemingly no limit, instantly overwhelming him with a sense of immense pressure. A female Saiyan? That's truly remarkable, Super Goku sighed, deeply curious about this person. If he hadn't been observing GT Goku's mindset, he would have wanted to go find that person and fight them. Fortunately, he didn't rush over. Otherwise, exhausted, he would have been pinned to the ground, unable to fight back. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Oh no, countless green blasts, emitting a destructive aura, suddenly erupted from the green figure, showering the entire arena like a shower of devastating meteors. Boom, 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 boom. Under this sudden, widespread bombardment, many of the remaining competitors dodged, fearing the powerful attack. However, some of the weaker or less fortunate were caught in the blasts, falling from the arena with screams of agony. Super Goku and Vegeta dodged, avoiding the blasts that fell towards them. As they dodged, they caught a glimpse of GT Goku and Jiren, still standing on the field. They hadn't moved a single step. Before those insignificant energy bombs could even reach the two, they were annihilated into tiny specks of light just a few meters away by the overwhelming aura emanating from them, vanishing into thin air. Looks like we need to deal with this guy first. GT Wukong's calm eyes flickered over to Gallier, who was frantically bombarding the arena and appeared to be losing control. While his opponent's attacks couldn't affect them in the slightest, in this state of disarray, he could easily kill another competitor or suffer a backlash from his own raging energy. Therefore, it was imperative that he restore this person to normalcy. He raised his hand, aiming it at Gallier, who had just appeared in his field of vision. The next second, boom! An invisible shockwave, invisible to the naked eye, as if endowed with the fastest speed in the world, erupted from his palm and struck Gallier. In an instant, Kale, who was frantically increasing her energy, was blasted back toward the target. Her green hair faded back to black in midair, and her burgeoning muscles quickly shrank, quickly returning to her original, delicate form. Kale, Caulifla sprinted over and caught the unconscious Kale, her eyes filled with disbelief. What had just happened? What had just happened? This question also lingered in the minds of Super Goku and Vegeta. They had only seen GT Goku casually raise his hand, and then Kale was blasted away. They hadn't even registered a single trace of what GT Goku had done. Was it aura? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. It was only something as intangible as aura that made it so difficult to discern anything. But then again, could a mere aura have crushed Kale, who had so oppressed him? Could GT Goku have truly become this powerful? He and Super Goku exchanged a glance, each seeing a look of deep disbelief in the other's eyes. Turning his gaze back to the battlefield between GT Goku and Jiren, GT Goku casually restored Kale, the unstable factor, to a stable one. Sorry to have kept you waiting, GT Goku said calmly to Jiren, saying nothing more. Jiren said nothing, his eyes suddenly turning red, like a demon from hell. Countless shockwaves suddenly erupted from his eyes, shooting towards GT Goku with lightning speed. And then, they pierced through Goku's body and blasted into the rubble behind him, erupting with a deafening roar. What? Jiren's attack missed. Toppo, fixed on the battle, his pupils constricted, his expression filled with disbelief. After all, that was one of Jiren's fastest attacks. At such close range, it was impossible for it to miss. At best, it could only be blocked. Yet, just now, GT Goku had somehow dodged those attacks. Seeing his attack miss, Jiren's gaze narrowed, the red aura radiating from his body intensifying. Suddenly, his ox-like arms launched with swift force, unleashing countless punches at a speed unseen by the naked eye, in just half a second. The powerful blasts of air from his fists, like shockwaves blasting planets, targeted every vulnerable spot on GT Goku's body and blasted him with pinpoint accuracy. But something unexpected happened. This same fierce attack, even faster than the last, whizzed through GT Goku's body once again, as if GT Goku wasn't there, a mere shadow. Hey, did you see that, Kakarot? Vegeta stared at the two men intently, his gaze never leaving their bodies. No, Super Goku's expression was utterly solemn, his gaze fixed on them as well. He didn't see either Jiren's punches or GT Goku's apparent evasion. While he could at least make out a faint trace of the former, he couldn't see a single trace of the latter. If he hadn't been able to sense the terrifying pressure emanating from GT Goku, he would have thought he had just vanished. Otherwise, how could Jiren's attacks have possibly penetrated him? And since he hadn't moved, he must have dodged, but the speed of his evasion was far beyond his imagination, rendering him unable to even grasp a single glimpse. Is this what he meant by no mind state of mind? He subconsciously recalled GT Goku's earlier words. Could this unpredictable speed be due to reaching this state of mind? Perhaps hearing his mumbling, GT Goku suddenly tilted his head slightly, glancing in their direction, and explained, "My other self, and Vegeta, you all saw this, right? This is no mind state of mind." What is no mind state of mind? It means forgetting your thoughts and letting your body act on instinct. His words reached not only Super Goku and Vegeta, but also the gods of destruction, King Kais, and angels in the viewing platform, all listening intently. In combat, our brains have limits on reaction speed, which in turn limits our body's reaction speed, and it's difficult to break through these limits, but if we allow our bodies to react and act on their own, we can easily break through these limits and reach unprecedented heights. At the same time, reaching this state can also maximize our potential, granting us unprecedented power. As his words continued, Super Goku and Vegeta's eyes widened. So that's how it is. So this is the state of mind. On the viewing platform, the gods' reactions were even more intense than their own. This isn't what he's describing, the ultra instinct. Kampa's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Beerus gave him an admiring look, suddenly liking this brother he had previously disliked. He folded his hands, raised his chin, and squinted at Universe 4's god of destruction, Quitla, mockingly saying, "Some damned rat doesn't know how he became a god of destruction. He can't even see ultra instinct. What a laugh, I think he needs some reading glasses. Maybe he can see things clearly." Quitla, furious, tried to argue, "Don't be so smug. Beerus." He himself said it wasn't ultra instinct, but some kind of mindless state of mind. "Are you deaf? Haha, tomato and tomato are two different names, but can you say they're not the same thing?" Beerus retorted nonchalantly, leaving Quitla speechless. Around them, the gods of destruction from other universes had begun to accept that mindless state of mind was ultra instinct, and their faces were filled with shock. How is this possible? How can a human like him do this? I haven't even mastered the basics of this divine control technique. A relatively ordinary god of destruction clutched his head, unable to accept that GT Goku had mastered a divine control technique. Because, judging by the current situation, GT Goku's mastery was even greater than his own, which made him, a god of destruction who had been a god of destruction for so many years, feel quite embarrassed. Ultra instinct, the mind state of mind, the god of destruction of Universe 11 muttered deliciously, his gaze fixed on GT Goku and Jiren. Even if this guy truly mastered it, Jiren wouldn't lose. He definitely wouldn't lose. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Jiren. There was no other option. In the ring, after explaining the mind state of mind to Super Goku and Vegeta, GT Goku paused, turned around, and said, "You didn't see my movements clearly just now, did you? I'll go a little slower from now on. You better keep your eyes open and watch carefully." Super Goku's eyes widened instantly, and he nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yak, yak." Vegeta crossed his arms, expressionless, and mentally cursed. As expected, no matter which universe Kakarot comes from, he always says these irritating things. However, even though he thought so in his heart, his body was very honest. His eyes widened and he stared at GT Goku without blinking. Unlike the other two people's reactions, as GT Goku's opponent, Jiren felt that he was being looked down upon, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Slow down? Did he think that his speed far exceeded his, so there was room for slowing down? As his anger grew, the red flames burning around him became even hotter, causing ripples in the air. He wanted to let GT Goku know that he was the only winner in the ring. No one could defeat him. Chapter 356. You all come together. At some point, the air grew incredibly hot. A stifling, oppressive feeling spread throughout everyone's heart. What a terrifying aura. Gohan, who was battling three players from Universe 3 alongside Piccolo, suddenly turned his head in the middle of the fierce battle and looked towards GT Goku and Jiren, his expression grave. Was that guy from Universe 11 finally going to clash with GT Goku? Haha, you two are two monstrous creatures. Hurry up and fight. Once you start, that's my chance. Frieza, who had been observing the situation from the shadows, clenched his fists, a sinister smile curling his lips. Ahem, victory will definitely belong to Jiren, to our Universe 11. After being blasted into the rubble by Kale, Tispo coughed a few times and then looked determinedly in Jiren's direction. Just wait and see. Our Jiren is the strongest. No one can defeat him, the god of destruction muttered to himself in the stands. This should be the ultimate battle of this tournament. Beerus stood with his hands behind his back, watching intently, his demeanor unfazed. But then, his composure crumbled. He leaped to his feet and exclaimed, "Damn it! Why isn't anyone from our universe in this kind of battle?" He turned his head and glared at Whis with a sinister look. "Whis, after this match, you must increase the intensity of Goku and Vegeta's training tenfold. No. 100-fold. He felt that it was Whis' inadequate training that prevented their universe from competing in this ultimate showdown. Therefore, he was going to train them hard. Whis covered his mouth with a smile and said, "Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus, of course I can do that, but only if Universe 7 still exists after this match." Beerus's lips twitched, and he said fiercely, "Of course. Universe 7 will definitely win this match." Without further ado, he continued to watch the clash unfold in the ring. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ultimate duel between GT Goku and Jiren finally began. Boom. Jiren struck first, a red-orange blast erupting from his palm, blasting towards GT Goku. As the blast whistled, shattering the rubble behind GT Goku, Jiren appeared before him, raining down punches. Each punch packed with unparalleled power, and the speed, far exceeding the speed of lightning, was unmatched. Anyone else, even Super Saiyan Blue Goku with his 20-fold Kaioken, would have been unable to block or dodge these attacks, being sent flying by Jiren. But now, GT Goku, under this impenetrable barrage of attacks, perfectly dodged each punch with perfectly timed movements, not even allowing Jiren to touch the edge of his clothes. "I see it." Super Goku, his eyes wide and unblinking, finally managed to capture some of GT Goku's movements, his face filled with joy. The more he watched, the wider his eyes widened, his expression growing in shock. He couldn't believe someone could dodge Jiren's attack so perfectly. Boom boom boom. The power emanating from his fist shook the air, wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment. Huge cracks suddenly appeared across the already devastated ground, forming a web that sliced the ground into even greater fragments. The high cliffs crumbled and collapsed amidst the rumbling sound, sending up clouds of dust. Whoosh! Seeing that his attacks hadn't yet reached GT Goku, Jiren's eyes flashed, and he leaped high. Then, raising his hands, he condensed a massive ball of orange-red energy in a flash. Immediately, he hurled it towards GT Goku below. Since attacks with a small area of damage were easily dodged, he decided to switch to one with a larger area. He simply refused to believe GT Goku could dodge it. Swoosh! The energy ball instantly reached GT Goku, its scorching heat emanating from it creating a massive crater in the ground before even touching it. Within the crater, GT Goku gazed calmly at the terrifying energy ball as it descended. He stepped back with his right leg. Then, clenching his right fist, he punched the energy ball. Boom! A column of invisible shockwaves erupted from his fist. Though invisible, it seemed to possess substance, instantly piercing the entire energy ball and, with lightning speed, slamming into Jiren's body. Ugh! Pong! As Jiren's eyes bulged and saliva gushed from his mouth, the ripped energy ball exploded with a thunderous roar. Crash! At that moment, the remaining debris surrounding them could no longer withstand the terrifying energy sweeping over them, vanishing in the raging energy, leaving a vast void. Super Goku and Vegeta pressed their hands tightly against their bodies, desperately trying to resist the massive impact. At the same time, they retreated backwards. Such a terrifying attack, and that guy actually defeated it with a single punch. Vegeta, his eyes half closed by the raging wind, sat in disbelief. On the spectator stand, seeing Jiren's attack not only miss, but also get injured by GT Goku's punch, Wimryu suddenly stood up, grasped the armrests with both hands, and crushed him to pieces. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Jiren will not lose. His face took on a sinister look. Elsewhere, Beerus watched the scene with a solemn expression. Whis, this guy is truly extraordinary. Whis nodded slightly, a hint of seriousness on his face. Indeed, Lord Beerus, on the ring, as the noise caused by the explosion gradually subsided, a terrifying crater appeared at the side of the explosion, nearly a quarter the size of the ring. Within the crater, a slender pillar stood tall, like a single, towering tree in a forest after a natural disaster, destined to remain untouched. Atop it, GT Goku stood quietly, his expression unperturbed, as if the explosion had been a mere breeze, unaffected by him. At the edge of the crater, Jiren clutched his stomach, his eyes twitching in a look of disbelief. But in an instant, his gaze hardened, a raging fire that seemed capable of consuming everything in the world. I will never lose, boom. His red aura flared up again, shaking the entire ring. With a low roar, his figure suddenly vanished. The next moment, he appeared before GT Goku, his fists raging like thunder, thundering down upon him like a torrential downpour. But his attacks, faster and more powerful than before, still had no effect. Furthermore, 2 seconds later, GT Goku, who had been dodging his punches, suddenly charged forward and delivered a vicious uppercut to his abdomen. Ugh, his pupils constricted, and spit streamed from his mouth again. But that wasn't the end. GT Goku reached out and grabbed his arm, swung it like an asteroid, and after 2 spins, flung him hard to the ground. Swoosh! A resounding, unbearable explosion echoed through the air. To the spectators, Jiren flashed like a falling star, piercing the air before slamming into the ground, vanishing. Jiren, Wimmerya cried out instinctively, his expression filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could Jiren lose? He could see that Jiren had used all his might, holding nothing back. Yet, even then, he still couldn't defeat him with a single move from GT Goku. Such an absurd thought. This Goku is so strong. I didn't even see how he threw him. Krillin, sitting in the spectator booth, was filled with shock. He couldn't imagine how this otherworldly Goku had trained to such strength. I couldn't see any of his moves either. Haha, I never thought someone could be this powerful. Tien Shinhan, who had also been eliminated, smiled wryly and shook his head. Compared to their universe's Goku, he was already significantly weaker, but he hadn't expected the gap to be even greater when compared to the Goku from another universe. Not far from the battle between GT Goku and Jiren, Toppo clenched his fists, his heart in his throat. Jiren, like many spectators, he was utterly shocked. How could such a powerful Jiren fall so quickly, unable to even withstand a single blow? We can't just sit there and wait for death. He quickly recovered, his gaze fierce. Since Jiren couldn't defeat GT Goku alone, there was no point in watching any longer. After all, this match was never a fair one-on-one. Having made up his mind, he immediately leaped onto the field and shouted at GT Goku, "Let me meet you." Justice flash, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A barrage of finger bullets blasted out from his right hand, hurtling towards GT Goku. But Jiren's attacks couldn't even reach the hem of GT Goku's clothes, so how could his attacks be effective? The finger bullets swiftly pierced GT Goku's body, landing behind him in a continuous, massive explosion. HMPH. So good at dodging? So what? Toppo said with a stern expression, his palm suddenly bursting with energy bullets. But the energy bullets didn't strike Goku. Instead, they flew into the air, surrounding him like a spherical sky. Then, with a sharp clench of his 5 fingers, he directed the energy bullets simultaneously towards Goku, who was in the center. Instantly, an impenetrable attack, leaving no room for evasion, descended upon Goku. At this moment, Goku remained unmoved. When the energy bullets were within 2 meters of him, they paused as if colliding with the hardest substance in the world. Then, boom 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 boom. Without exception, they all exploded, not a single one reaching Goku. What? Seeing this, Toppo's pupils constricted. Just as he gathered his composure and prepared to continue his attack, boom. The ground shook violently. Then, the already enormous crater collapsed again, cracks spreading like a web. At the same moment, a crimson flame shot up from the pit, illuminating the upper half of the ring with a vibrant crimson glow. A searing aura followed, sending not only the competitors on the stage into a fiery inferno, but also the spectators in the stands feeling the horrific heat. I will never lose. Never, haha, a furious roar echoed through the crowd. Jiren, his muscles bulging to such an immense size that his upper clothes ripped apart, appeared before their eyes, shrouded in a dazzling crimson glow. A powerful aura emanated from him, sweeping across the surroundings with overwhelming force. The air trembled violently, the ground shook violently, and the shattered landscape seemed poised to shatter completely at any moment, plummeting into the abyss below. Is this guy a monster? How could he have become so powerful? Vegeta gritted his teeth, resisting the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiren. This is truly terrifying. His aura is even stronger than before. Super Goku also gritted his teeth, his expression grave. Jiren has surpassed himself once again and become even stronger. Kai, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11, exclaimed excitedly from the stands. Yes, it seems his opponent's strength has awakened his latent potential. While the god of destruction, Wimei, didn't share Kai's excitement, the joy on his face was palpable. There's hope, we still have hope. This time, Jiren will definitely win. In the ring, Toppo's eyes flashed with joy. Jiren's breakthrough and rise to prominence was a perfect opportunity for him. Now, if the two of them joined forces, they would surely have a chance of defeating GT Goku. Thinking of this, he shouted to Jiren, "Jiren, let's go together." To his surprise, Jiren remained unmoved. Jiren stared intently at GT Goku, his eyes unable to see anything other than his opponent. As his aura reached its peak, the ground beneath his feet shattered, and he vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he was 10 meters in front of GT Goku, his hands emitting a terrifying aura of energy, blasting him with ki bullets as if they were free. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Amidst this barrage of attacks, Goku's figure flashed and darted closer and closer to Jiren. The explosions behind him seemed to serve as a backdrop for him. Jiren's eyes twitched, his face grim. Suddenly, he leaped up, concentrating a vast mass of searing energy in his palms. In the next instant, this scorching energy, hotter than magma, transformed into a massive energy beam, which, with unstoppable momentum, blasted towards GT Goku below. This attack was his most powerful super explosive thermal electromagnetic attack. GT Goku raised his head and, at a speed unimaginable to the naked eye, placed his hands at his waist. As the energy beam descended upon his head, a blue ball of light, trailing a meteor's tail, burst forth from his hands and instantly collided with him. Boom! The blue and orange-red energies instantly collided fiercely, unleashing an unparalleled wave of terrifying aftermath. Jiren's face was horrified as he frantically unleashed his energy, determined to suppress GT Goku. GT Goku remained impassive, staring at Jiren silently. The next second, the blue ball of light in his hand suddenly expanded, breaking free from its previous stagnation and instantly rising into the air, a torrent of orange-red energy. I will never lose. I will never lose. Jiren's eyes widened in anger, his muscles bulging again, and the torrent of energy in his hand expanded again, attempting to repel Goku's attack. But surprisingly, despite his efforts, the orange-red energy wave remained weak, constantly being pushed back by the blue ball of light. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Goku, extending its immensely powerful arms, ready to seize him. It was none other than Toppo. If we can control him and let him and I fall out of the ring together, we'll win. Toppo's eyes were fierce and resolute. At this point, he could no longer play it safe. The best way to defeat GT Goku was to control his body, preventing him from continuing to engage Jiren, and then perish together, both annihilated and blasted from the ring by Jiren's attack. This was his duty as the captain of Team Pride. Jiren, it's up to you now. Just as he was about to embrace Goku, he instinctively glanced at Jiren. But, the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. When he clasped his hands together, there was nothing in front of him. Bang! At that moment, a tremendous force suddenly surged from behind him, sending him flying. Simultaneously, a blue ball of light, accompanied by a torrent of orange-red energy, reached Jiren. Under immense pressure, Jiren was forced to abandon his attack and barely ducked out of the way. Two surges of immense energy soared into the sky, exploding above the realm of nothingness. Boom! An explosion, louder than ever before, echoed from the sky above. But Jiren and Toppo, rising from the rubble, had no intention of looking. Instead, they stared intently at GT Goku, who had put them at a disadvantage. Goku stared back at them. Then, he glanced at the many competitors watching the battle. Among them was Hit, a fearful face, a look of disbelief on his face, Frieza, lurking in a dark corner, eager to make a move, and the elite warriors from other universes. Then, he whispered, "You all, come on together." Chapter 357, Fierce Battle. Super Fierce Battle. A massive explosion, resembling a supernova, erupted above the realm of nowhere, sending a terrifying aftershock of energy ripples outwards, sweeping in all directions. This included the Omni Palace and the viewing platform. In the Omni Palace, the High Priest extended his right palm, and an invisible force instantly enveloped the Omni Palace, shielding it from the aftershocks. Behind him, the two Omni Kings gaped in amazement, exclaiming, "Wow, so amazing! Goku has become so powerful." On the viewing platform, the gods of destruction each took action, blocking the aftershocks of energy sweeping towards them, their faces filled with solemnity and fear. Just the aftershocks alone can be so powerful? Terrifying. After dissipating the aftershocks, Beerus withdrew his hand, his expression grave. Krillin, sitting behind him, swallowed, his eyes filled with fear. That was so terrifying. I almost thought I was going to die. The aftermath of the energy wave filled him with a strong sense of dread and terror. A voice in his heart told him that if Beerus hadn't blocked it just now, he would have most likely died when the aftermath of the energy wave hit him, becoming the unlucky person who died in the aftermath of someone else's battle. And this might also be one of the most ridiculous ways to die. Oh my, this Goku is really amazing. I, an old man, never thought I would see such a fierce battle in my lifetime. Master Roshi, who had been accidentally ambushed and thrown out of the ring, was now smiling like an old boy, admiring the battle between GT Goku and Jiren, as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Suddenly, beside them, Tien Shinhan, who had been closely watching the events on the ring, exclaimed, "What did he just say? Did I hear correctly?" Whis, who had also been watching the action, rubbed her chin, her expression expressionless. "You heard correctly. This is going to be interesting. Will those players actually unite and attack him?" Inside the pit on the ring, as GT Goku's words fell, silence fell. A few seconds later, Tispo and two members of the Pride Rangers took the lead, arriving on the ring and sneering, "Forget about the others. We, Universe 11, can take you down." They had already planned to join the battle, along with Jiren and Toppo, to attack GT Goku. They would have done so even without GT Goku's words. "Jiren, I know you prefer to fight alone, but this time, for our universe, for the goal you hold in mind, we must unite." Toppo looked at Jiren and said solemnly. Although Jiren was a member of their team, he was a loner and distrusted them, so he always fought alone, never working as a team. This was why his previous proposal to join forces had been silently rejected. But now, the situation could no longer allow him to continue fighting alone. They had to cooperate. Only then would they have a chance of defeating this formidable opponent. Jiren was breathing heavily. The previous battle had drained much of his strength and energy, so his breath was lower than before. After hearing Toppo's sincere words, he was silent for a moment, finally nodding slowly. Okay, although he had always held on to his unwavering belief that he would not lose, the strength of GT Goku had been deeply imprinted in his mind after several previous encounters. He knew that this time, he might not be able to defeat this formidable foe alone. Between being eliminated and letting go of his pride, he chose the latter. Because he had a reason to absolutely win the match. For this reason, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Hearing Jiren finally agree to teamwork, Toppo smiled with relief for the first time. But it quickly faded. He led his companions, Tispo, Quincy, and Zoe Ray, to Jiren's side. The five of them were the only five remaining Universe 11 fighters on the stage. We, the Pride Team, shoulder the mission of the entire universe. Everyone's eyes are on us. We must win this match. As Toppo finished speaking, the other members, except Jiren, joined him in striking poses, reminiscent of the Jinryu Force back in the day. "Victory belongs to us, Universe 11, everyone roared in unison, their faces determined. Immediately, Quincy exchanged glances with the others before swiftly moving to GT Goku's right. His hands unleashed a torrent of yellow energy, like ropes, that shot towards Goku, seemingly intent on tying him up. Boom. But who could have imagined that when the energy ropes came within 2 meters of Goku, they exploded like firecrackers, their fuses lit, sending a barrage of explosives blasting out, ending his attempt in vain. Witnessing this, Zoe Ray, with her horns, instantly transformed into a hyperspeed spinning tornado, slamming head-on into Goku at lightning speed. Simultaneously, a deep purple aura emanated from Tispo's body, as if he had entered top speed mode. Bang! As the tornado approached Goku, Goku reached out and precisely grasped Zoe Ray's horn, spinning at high speed. Instantly, the tornado vanished, revealing Zoe Ray's true form within. Before Zoe Ray could react, GT Goku flung it back, hurling it towards Quincy. In an instant, Quincy, also unable to react, was sent flying by the Zoe Ray's impact, slamming into the pit wall. At that moment, Toppo, already poised for attack, seized the opportunity, bursting forth at speeds faster than light, hurling himself towards Goku. Boom! With a deafening roar, Toppo crashed into the pit wall, his form engulfed by the cascading boulders. Goku glanced back, convinced of his opponent's speed. In his opinion, this guy might be the fastest competitor in the arena. Oh, assuming he was the only one. Just as flash, at that moment, Toppo, having seemingly leaped into the air, unleashed a barrage of finger bullets. However, these finger bullets weren't aimed at Goku, but instead blasted down towards the ground around him. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the ground exploded, sending up a thick cloud of dust that obscured the sky and engulfed Goku. Jiren, Toppo yelled. Jiren, aware of his intention, had already created a massive orange-red energy ball above his head. As Toppo finished his words, he hurled his energy ball into the dusty cloud. Meanwhile, Tispo, emerging from the deep cavern, Quincy and Zoe Ray, both battling through the pain, emerged from the pit, dusty and grimy, and Toppo, who had just issued the command, all gathered surges of energy in their hands. After Jiren's energy ball fell into the dusty cloud, they followed suit, firing a succession of energy balls into it from different directions. Boom! At that moment, the arena shook violently, and the ground around GT Goku and the others began to shatter, quickly disintegrating into giant boulders that collapsed into the abyss. Hurry! It's collapsing. Many of the spectators' faces paled, and they quickly exerted all their strength, leaping over the falling boulders to reach the unshattered arena. If they were eliminated for this reason, they would be utterly humiliated. Knock them all off the ring. After unleashing the energy ball, Toppo, already prepared, immediately leaped onto the unbroken ring, his aura surging and burning with energy. Immediately, along with Jiren, Desp, and the others who had also leaped onto the ring, they gathered a vast array of energy balls in their hands and rained down a barrage of energy on the still suspended boulders below. This was their battle plan this time. Even if they might not be able to defeat their opponents physically, as long as they knocked them off the ring, victory would be theirs. Moreover, this attack would not only eliminate the formidable GT Goku, but also take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate those from other universes who were watching the battle, hoping to reap the benefits. It was a two-pronged approach. Boom! Some of the other universe competitors, hiding in the shadows, hoping to reap the benefits, had just leaped onto a suspended boulder, about to leap onto the stage, when their feet were suddenly shattered. With eyes filled with resentment and roars of anger, they plummeted to the ground, instantly eliminated. That was a close call. I almost fell down. Super Goku, perched on the other side of the stage's cliff, patted his chest with lingering fear. He had a foreboding feeling the moment Toppo and Jiren launched energy balls into the ground, and he and Vegeta immediately moved away from the battlefield, avoiding falling in as the ground crumbled. Will the other me really fall down? He blinked, gazing at the flames erupting everywhere below. The sheer amount of energy that had just exploded, and the still exploding energies, had distorted the atmosphere below, as if someone were blasting pepper spray, vinegar, and muddy feces in his face. He was completely unable to sense GT Goku's presence. It's not very kind of you to say this, but you have to understand, Kakarot, if he falls and is eliminated, it will benefit both you and me. Beside him, Vegeta folded his arms, his face grim. He was grateful to GT Goku for showing them how to become stronger, but this was a match that would determine the survival of their universe, and he wouldn't show mercy just because of this small favor. He believed that if GT Goku were eliminated by the Universe 11 players, it would be a great blessing for them. Well, I understand your logic. Super Goku scratched his face. Then, his expression suddenly changed. What's that? Not only him, but also Vegeta, the Universe 11 players frantically bombarding the boulder, and the few nimble players who had managed to escape to the ring, all had their pupils constricted, their eyes fixed on a single spot below. Boom! A pillar of silver light shot up from the surrounding flames and billowing dust, its imposing aura sending shivers down their spines. A split second later, the beam vanished, and a figure radiating a silver aura appeared overhead. Jiren and Toppo were the first to react, halting their attacks and looking up. Their expressions suddenly changed as they took in the scene above. It wasn't because of anything else, but rather because a massive blue ball of light suddenly appeared before their eyes, barreling down towards them with overwhelming force. Let this strike be a response to your previous attack. Mid-air, GT Goku's expression remained calm. A surge of energy erupted from his palms, pouring continuously into the blue ball of light. Just as Jiren and Toppo reacted, the blue ball reached them. Boom! Red auras emanated from their bodies, and energy instantly gathered in their palms, blocking the blue ball. However, their combined energy was insufficient to withstand the blue ball's attack. Even with their combined strength, they were still steadily defeated. At this moment, Despo, Quincy, and Zoe Ray arrived from elsewhere and joined Toppo and Jiren, joining the resistance. "What are you doing here? Get out of here!" Toppo's face darkened, and he immediately scolded the three. GT Goku's attack only affected two people, while Despo and the other two were not affected due to their distance. Therefore, Toppo did not want them to get involved. If they failed to resist this time and were eliminated, Despo and the other two would be the last living force of their Universe 11, the miraculous force that could turn the tide of their universe. However, after hearing their captain's rebuke, Tispo and the other two remained unmoved. Instead, they smiled and said, "Captain, if you and Jiren are eliminated, we three have no chance of winning the tournament alone. Rather than conserving our strength, waiting for an opportunity that will never come, and watching the universe crumble, we should give it a try and turn things around with you. Besides, this is Jiren's first time trying to work as a team with us. How can we just run away?" The three men's eyes were filled with determination, and their voices were incredibly loud and resolute, causing Jiren, who had remained silent, to twitch his eyes. After hearing their response, Toppo's expression froze, and he gave them a deep look. "I understand. If that's the case, let's work together and turn defeat into victory." Haha! With a roar, his aura suddenly intensified, and the energy in his hands surged. Jiren, Despo, Quincy, and Zoe Ray weren't far behind, roaring in unison, unleashing all their energy. Haha! At this point, there's no point in saying all this. Toppo shook his head, then looked at Jiren, who was exhausted from the previous attack, and smiled slightly. "Jiren, thank you for choosing to believe in us at the last moment." Jiren remained silent. For some reason, his heart, wrapped in ice for thousands of years, seemed to have some cracks at this moment. At this moment, the High Priest also announced the elimination of Universe 11. At the moment when everyone was about to be wiped out, Jiren forced out an almost invisible smile. He said silently in his heart, "Thank you, Toppo. And everyone. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 358, The Sign of Ultimate Freedom. In the ring, GT Goku landed on the ground, his calm eyes gazing towards the viewing platform. He silently muttered, "Sorry, I'll have to ask you to disappear for a while. I'll resurrect you all later." Ever since he learned that the eliminated universes would be eliminated by the Omni King, he had immediately asked Shenlong if the best performer in the tournament could use the Super Dragon Balls he received as a reward to revive all the eliminated universes. After Shenlong's affirmative answer, he made up his mind. He would eliminate everyone in the ring. Only then would he be the only one to achieve the best performance. After all, everyone else had been eliminated by the Omni King along with him. He couldn't possibly designate that person as the best performer, right? Funny face. That's why he had just mercilessly sent everyone from Universe 11 off the ring. Even if Tispo, Quincy, and Zoe Ray hadn't joined the resistance, he would have eliminated them after Toppo and Jiren were eliminated. Universe 11 would ultimately be eliminated. As he glanced toward the viewing platform, swoosh! A purple-red beam, traveling at nearly the speed of light, shot from a perfectly hidden corner at an incredibly tricky angle, aiming straight for the right side of his back. At this critical moment, without a single movement, he shifted half a body length to the left, allowing the purple-red beam to instantly pass by his right arm. Though the distance between them was only 2 centimeters, that very gap felt like an insurmountable barrier, preventing the purple-red beam from harming him in the slightest. Oh wow, he dodged it. Frieza, the emitter of the purple-red beam, emerged from a shadowy corner, a sinister, evil smile plastered across his face. He had watched the entire battle between GT Goku and Universe 11. Like the other spectators, he hoped to wait for both sides to fight to the bitter end, depleting their numbers before reaping the benefits. So, after GT Goku eliminated Universe 11, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He thought he'd seized upon GT Goku's distraction and unleashed his fastest and most stealthy death beam, hoping to sneak up on him, inflict heavy damage, and secure victory. However, his plan ultimately failed. GT Goku's mind was filled with a state of mind beyond his wildest imagination. Even though he completely concealed his presence before launching the death beam, firing it from Goku's blind spot, Goku's body sensed it the instant it launched, allowing him to dodge it even faster than he could. Frieza, GT Goku turned, his calm eyes fixed on his long unseen opponent. Gazing at his opponent's yellow skin, and then recalling his familiar white skin from before the match, he felt a wave of wonder. Could this world's Frieza possess a more advanced form? That was truly remarkable. Oh wow, Son Goku from another universe. It seems I exist in your universe, too. Frieza's eyes flickered when GT Goku said his name. GT Goku nodded slightly, saying, "In my universe, you've been in hell ever since your death. That's truly sad." Upon hearing this news, Frieza's face seemed a touch sad. But a closer look revealed no pity for his other universe self, only indifference. GT Goku watched his performance silently, without responding. After a moment of feigned compassion, Frieza also put away his expression, a sinister smile curling his lips. "In this world, I was also tormented in hell, but thankfully, the tournament of power has given me a chance to escape." Note, in his view, heaven is hell, so, could you please jump down yourself? He gestured to the broken edge of the arena not far away. GT Goku continued to stare at him silently, his cold eyes twitching as he recalled unpleasant memories. HMPH, it seems I'll have to shoot you down myself. Frieza narrowed his eyes, then curled his sneer. You must have been quite exhausted after that fierce battle with those men, but I won't show any mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he had unknowingly moved 3 meters away from GT Goku. He suddenly raised his arm and, with a whirring movement of his index finger, unleashed a volley of death rays, as if to catch GT Goku off guard. To his surprise, these death rays simply sank into the rubble behind Goku, leaving him unharmed. Frieza's eyelids twitched, but without time to think, he charged forward, attacking GT Goku with fists and feet. However, each of his attacks missed, failing to even touch Goku's clothing. How is that possible? Shouldn't he have been exhausted? How could he still be so fast? Frieza's attack grew more and more alarmed, his expression gradually filled with disbelief. After fiercely battling monsters like Jiren and formidable figures like Toppo, how could this guy still retain so much strength? This was unrealistic. Bang! Suddenly, GT Goku reached out and caught his fist. Then, with a tug, he delivered a knee that slammed into his abdomen. Ugh! In an instant, Frieza's eyes bulged, bloodshot, and his expression became utterly grim. His body seemed to lose control under the knee strike, becoming incredibly stiff, unable to move. After delivering the blow, Goku swung his arm violently, flinging him out of the ring. No! Hiding in a corner, number 17 tried to step forward to rescue Frieza, but GT Goku's throw was too swift. By the time he reacted, Frieza had already been sent flying from the ring, beyond recovery. He retracted his right foot, cast a long glance at GT Goku's back, and then turned away without a backward glance. This guy wasn't someone he could afford to mess with right now. He had a feeling that this guy, and only this guy, would be their final opponent in Universe 7. At the same moment, Super Goku, who had already left GT Goku's battlefield, heard Frieza's frustrated roar and saw him appear in the viewing platform. Frieza's been eliminated? Now we've lost another powerful teammate, he said with a serious expression. Hey! Are you still going to fight? Across from him, Caulifla, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, shouted in frustration. He suddenly regained his composure, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He smiled at Caulifla and Kale beside her, saying, "Come on." Although his strength had recovered somewhat, it was still far from perfect. So, he planned to fight Caulifla while recovering, and at the same time, see if he could achieve the inner state of mind Goku had spoken of during the battle. After all, he knew full well that with his current strength, he could never defeat GT Goku. Unless he also achieved the inner state of mind, there was no chance of defeating him. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had approached Hit, also noticed this development but paid no attention. His eyes grew more determined. It's okay to fall behind Kakarot from another universe, but I won't lose to Kakarot from this universe. I must achieve the inner state of mind before him. He and Super Goku shared the same belief. Only by achieving the inner state of mind could they possibly defeat GT Goku. And hit before him was the sharpening stone that would help him reach that level. Looks like they were going to try to break through. After easily eliminating Frieza, GT Goku looked around and sensed that Super Goku and Vegeta had gone elsewhere to fight other opponents. He couldn't help but guess their intention. Then I'll proceed. He prepared to walk around the remaining arena, eliminating all the contestants except those from Universe 7. This would ensure that there would be no unforeseen circumstances in the final arena. So he began to move. He soon discovered the 3 remaining contestants from Universe 2 and, after a brief battle, eliminated them all. Since all the contestants from Universe 3 have been eliminated, Universe 3 must disappear. With the High Priest's words, Universe 3's gods of destruction, King Kais, and all the contestants vanished from the viewing platform. Damn it! Is he trying to eliminate us one by one? Universe 4's King Kai, gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I'll show him that sometimes great power is nothing. The god of destruction, Quitla, put his hands on his hips and smiled a sinister smile. On the ring, as GT Goku entered a complex maze of ruins, a hidden creature, invisible to the naked eye, gave a malicious smile. Tisk, 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 you're mighty, but what good is it if you can't see me or sense me? Let me, Gamiserus, end your reign. The invisible creature sneered inwardly. With the ability to both become invisible and conceal his presence, he was one of Universe 4's secret trump cards in this tournament. Everyone in their universe believed that Gamiserus would be able to surprise and eliminate the other contestants, making their universe the ultimate winner. Swoosh! Seeing GT Goku's back exposed to his view, Gamiserus suddenly moved, instantly transforming into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Goku's back. At that moment, Goku seemed to sense something. His brow furrowed slightly, and his body suddenly vanished from the spot. Gamisela crashed headfirst into the rubble, his attack failing. What? Though he dodged the attack, Goku remained unfazed, his expression tinged with confusion. He saw no one, nor sensed any presence. He had dodged because his body instinctively warned him, and he sensed an unusual turbulence in the air. Otherwise, he would have been unable to react, like a normal person. Damn it! He must have been lucky just now. Rubbing his head, Gamisela glared at Goku fiercely. Immediately, he launched another attack. Huh? Goku, sensing something was amiss again, dodged again. Gamisela's attack missed again. Damn it! How did he dodge again? Gamisela was furious, unable to understand why his attack had failed again. After these 2 attacks, Goku realized that someone must be attacking him. The reason he couldn't see them was most likely because the other party was invisible. He had seen this kind of invisibility before during his travels in the One Piece world. After realizing this, he closed his eyes and stood with his hands hanging down, appearing completely defenseless. This was naturally observed by Gamiselus. Haha, fool! How dare you act like that in front of me? This time, I'll show you how powerful I am. Gamiselus's eyes gleamed fiercely, determined to make Wukong suffer. With this thought, he kicked his legs and shot towards Wukong again like lightning. A barely perceptible sound echoed through the air, accompanied by a strange air current that brushed Wukong's body. Wukong's eyeballs, hidden beneath his eyelids, twitched, and he suddenly turned, his right hand reaching out to grab Gamisela, who had just shot right in front of him. Ah! Let me go! Gamisela screamed upon realizing he had been captured. He was filled with shock and anger. How could this be possible? How could they possibly catch him? At this moment, Goku finally opened his eyes and looked at his hand. But there was nothing there. If he hadn't felt something struggling desperately in his hand, he would have believed his eyes. Invisibility, indeed, he muttered. Then, ignoring Gamiserus' cries, he released a stream of energy from his hand, condensing it into a solid sphere, trapping Gamisera inside. Immediately, he leaped up, gently tossed the sphere, and with a fierce kick of his right foot, sent it flying out of the ring like a ball. Wah! As time ticked by, the tournament of power quickly passed, leaving only about 20 minutes remaining. Thanks to GT Goku's relentless attacks and the attacks of the Universe 7, the remaining players from Universes 4, 3, and 10 were eliminated one after another, effectively eliminating all 3 universes. This left only GT Goku, Universe 7, and Universe 6. Universe 7 still had Super Saiyan Goku, Vegeta, number 17, and Gohan. Universe 6 was in the worst shape, with only 3 remaining: Hit, Kale, and Caulifla. However, Universe 6 could be said to only have 2 members left, as Kale and Caulifla had already merged into Kefla through the Potara earrings. Ha ha ha. I'm the strongest now. No one can defeat me. Kefla, transformed into Super Saiyan 1, unleashed a torrent of red energy from her hands, unleashing a furious torrent of energy towards Super Saiyan Goku. At this moment, Super Saiyan Goku, having forcibly entered Super Saiyan Blue, struggled to maintain his form with Kamehameha, but was clearly at a disadvantage. What a headache. I was trying to recover my strength, but it's almost gone again. Zhao Wukong smiled bitterly. He had hoped to recover through less intense combat while attempting to enter the state of mind. Unexpectedly, neither his strength nor his state of mind were restored. It was a complete waste of effort. No. I can't lose here. I need to think carefully about what this other self's state of mind is like. The more difficult and anxious the situation, the calmer he became, striving to find a breakthrough. This was also the reason he was often able to break through and defeat an overwhelming opponent. Forget the thoughts in your mind. That means forgetting distractions and calming yourself. As he shielded himself from Kefla's immensely powerful attacks, his mind entered a moment of clarity. It was as if he had grasped a flash of inspiration, his pupils slightly vacant. At this moment, the energy output from his hands involuntarily weakened. Kefla, noticing this, assumed he had finally exhausted his strength and could no longer sustain it. She curled her lips and increased her power once more. Get down, boom. The overwhelming energy instantly overwhelmed the Kamehameha wave and engulfed Super Goku. At this moment, Gohan and number 17, having finally finished off their opponents, arrived belatedly. Seeing Super Goku in danger, they tried to rush over to his aid. Unexpectedly, a figure stopped them. Don't worry, he's fine. On the contrary, there might be something unexpected. The person who stopped them was none other than GT Goku, who had quietly observed the battle after defeating all the opponents he needed to. After stopping the two, he returned his gaze to the battlefield, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Ha ha ha. How is that? I'm the strongest now. On the battlefield, after watching Super Goku being engulfed by her attack, Kefla placed her hands on her hips and beamed with a smug smile. Then, she turned her gaze to GT Goku, her expression imperious. Hey. The other son Goku. It's your turn next. You'll fall to my hand just like him. She pointed at GT Goku defiantly. GT Goku smiled at her and shook his head. I don't think your battle is over yet. What do you mean it's not over? He's already, Kefla instinctively retorted. But before she could finish her sentence, she sensed something and turned around, looking behind her. Then, her pupils suddenly constricted. She saw that Super Goku, who should have been consumed and defeated by her energy, was still standing firmly on the ground, his clothes torn and his body covered in scars. Furthermore, a terrifying pressure erupted from him, shocking her. Dad, that's what happened. Gohan, who had been stopped earlier, was surprised by the changes in Super Goku. Super Goku's hair, while still black, had turned silver at the edges. Furthermore, his pupils had turned silver, and a bluish-white aura, unlike anything he had ever seen, emanated from him, sending a chill down his spine. HMPH. You're playing tricks. I'll defeat you completely. After a moment of shock, Kefla's expression darkened. She instantly unleashed a burst of power, condensing several red energy balls around her body. She then hurled them all at Goku. However, these red energy balls passed straight through Goku's body, exploding on the rubble behind him. What's going on? Kefla's pupils shrank, and she flung another energy ball in disbelief. But the result was the same as before. None of the energy bullets managed to hit Goku. So she abandoned her ranged attacks and instantly flashed in front of Goku, bringing down a powerful punch. The next moment, Goku dodged the blow with a simple sideways movement. At the same time, a left hook slammed into Kefla's body. Bang! With a resounding bang, Kefla plummeted into the rubble like lightning, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dad's move seemed different, Gohan muttered, eyes widening at the sight. Number 17 also frowned, as if contemplating something. Only GT Goku blinked and scratched his face in confusion. Huh? He looks a little different from me. Watching Super Goku on the field, he pinched his chin and muttered to himself, looking at his movements. He seems to have made the initial steps toward that realm, but his aura is a little different from mine. Suddenly, As if a thought struck him, he glanced back at the viewing platform. When I unleashed my inner state of mind earlier, those guys seemed to say something about Ultra Instinct. Could it be? At that moment, in the viewing platform of Universe 7, Beerus was staring intently at the changes in Super Goku. Hey, Whis, that's not Ultra Instinct, is it? His tone was filled with astonishment, surprise, and disbelief. Although he had desperately hoped Super Goku would also master this divine control technique after seeing GT Goku perform Ultra Instinct. He knew in his heart that such a difficult divine control technique would be impossible to master in such a short time. Even he had spent a long time to achieve it. So, even though he was shouting at Goku to quickly realize Ultra Instinct, he never really believed Goku could pull it off. Unexpectedly, a miracle happened at that moment. Whis nodded after observing carefully for a moment. Beerus-sama, Goku has indeed realized Ultra Instinct, the true Ultra Instinct, not just some random thought from the other universe Goku. However, he's only at the beginning of his realization and is far from mastering the power. He can't possibly rely on it to defeat the other universe Goku. Beerus knew this, but he still looked excited. What's the big deal? Goku can realize it in such a short time, so who says he can't master it in the near future? Wow, Beerus-sama, you have great faith in Goku, don't you? Whis covered her mouth with a smile. Huh? Of course I don't want to be eliminated, Beerus snorted, then shouted at the top of his lungs, Goku! Son Goku of Universe 7! Go for me! After sending Kefla flying, Super Goku looked down at his fist. Honestly, he had no idea how he'd reached this state. He'd caught a glimpse of spiritual energy before, but it hadn't immediately led him to this state. Instead, after being struck by Kefla's surging energy, his body had inexplicably entered a state of emptiness, and then he'd found himself in this state. Perhaps thanks to that brief flash of spiritual energy, his consciousness remained clear, allowing him to sense the changes within himself. So, while he was contemplating this state, he decided to use Kefla as his trial stone, helping him better master his current power. Bang! Damn it! I won't lose. Watch me. With a thunderous explosion, Kefla leaped from the rubble, a surge of green energy blazing fiercely. Immediately, she condensed a massive energy ball from her hand and, in a flash, hurled it at Super Goku. The battle between the two reached a fever pitch once again. Chapter 359, The Tournament of Power comes to an end. GT Goku's shocking words. Huh? I absolutely will not lose here, boom. With a roar, Vegeta's eyebrows and hair turned from cyan to deep blue, and his aura became even more dazzling and bright, exerting an even more terrifying pressure than before. What? Hit's eyelids jumped. Having previously suppressed Vegeta with his flash time technique, he now had a foreboding premonition. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. After Vegeta broke through from super blue to deep blue, he and Hit engaged in a fierce battle once again. Finally, after hundreds of rounds of fierce fighting, he successfully eliminated Hit with the immense power gained from breaking through to deep blue. At this point, Kefla was the only competitor from Universe 6 left in the ring. Kakarot, what are you still dawdling about? After eliminating Hit, Vegeta regained his composure, took a few breaths, and immediately rushed to the scene where Super Goku and Kefla were fighting, angrily scolding Super Goku. Meanwhile, observing the changes in Super Goku, he gritted his teeth, a hint of resentment lingering within him. Since the beginning of his battle with Hit, he had been constantly pondering the inner state of mind that GT Goku had spoken of, constantly experimenting. But no matter his efforts, he could not grasp the secret, showing no sign of reaching that state. Consequently, he was initially utterly defeated by Hit's more powerful flash time technique, nearly being eliminated several times. Fortunately, his unwillingness to give up, his obsession with the competition, and his attachment to his family, ultimately enabled him to break through in Super Blue, reaching a deep blue state that even Super Goku had not achieved. This allowed him to turn the tide and defeat the formidable foe, Hit. But even though he was now even stronger than before, he still harbored a deep fear of GT Goku. He knew that even in his deep blue form, he wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent. Perhaps only with Super Goku's initial steps into Ultra Instinct could they possibly defeat him. So now, watching Super Goku still fiercely battling Kefla, he felt extremely anxious. If the opponent continued to expend his energy like this, how would he have the energy to fight GT Goku later? Super Goku, caught up in a fierce battle with Kefla, naturally heard Vegeta's voice. He knew that this was the only battle left in the arena. After defeating Kefla, They would face the strongest opponent of the tournament. Only by defeating the opponent could Universe 7 triumph. In that case, I should also step up my efforts. His gaze grew more determined. It wasn't that he didn't want to defeat Kefla quickly, but rather that he wasn't familiar with the power of Ultra Instinct, causing his attacks to lack power. This fact, in turn, prevented him from completely defeating Kefla. Son Goku, this next move will definitely crush you. Then, Goku placed his hands at his waist in the shape of a calyx, a blue ball of light, representing the Kamehameha wave, appearing in his palms. However, he didn't rush to launch it, instead dodging several times to avoid the torrent of energy emanating from Kefla. Then, he suddenly appeared before her, catching her off guard and fiercely launching the blue ball of light. Boom! Wah! But he quickly calmed down again. He didn't yell at the two, but, uncharacteristically, he praised them. You two have worked hard. Then, with a feigned indifference, he turned to Beerus. Hey, brother. Beerus, likewise, showed no sign of joy at Goku's victory. His expression was cold, and upon hearing Compa's call, he slowly turned. Then, seeing the once serious Compa suddenly give him a playful, clownish expression, lol, the next second, with the activation of the Omni King's power, Compa and the other Universe 6 contestants vanished from Beerus' sight. Now, of the 8 universes competing, only Universe 7 remained. The others had been annihilated by the Omni King's power. Only 5 figures remained on the stage, GT Goku, and Universe 7's Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and number 17. After eliminating Kefla, Goku returned to his normal form, his legs giving way, and he felt the weight of his fall. Dad, are you okay? Luckily, Gohan appeared at his side just in time, swaying him. I'm okay, just out of energy. Super Goku grinned, his face etched with fatigue. The final fierce battle with Kefla had drained his strength. It could even be said that he'd been fighting beyond his limits. His ability to hold on until now was a testament to his incredible willpower. Anyone else would have fainted countless times by now. HMPH. Kakarot, we still have an opponent. Vegeta appeared beside him, folding his arms and snorting. I know, Vegeta, Super Goku chuckled. Can the 4 of us defeat him? Number 17 joined the group, gazing at GT Goku as he advanced towards them. Honestly, it might be a little difficult, but we have to give it a try, right? Haha, Super Goku said, looking up ahead. Snap! Snap! Footsteps approached from afar. GT Goku walked all the way 2.3 meters in front of them, looking at Super Goku with a smile. I didn't expect you to reach this realm so quickly. It's different from mine, but it's pretty close. Although he had explained the state of mindlessness to him in the hope that he could quickly reach this mysterious realm, he had never expected Super Goku to reach it in this match. That's all thanks to your help, Super Goku said with a naive smile. Without GT Goku's advice, he might have been able to enter this realm during the fierce battle with Kefla, due to the tremendous external stimulation. But in that case, he wouldn't be able to maintain a clear mind and would have been forced to rely on his body's instincts. Just like the first breakthrough in the original anime. Now, although it was only his first time to reach this realm, his level of familiarity was as good as his second time in the original story, and he had already begun to master the power within it. By the way, Vegeta, didn't you succeed? Super Goku blinked and suddenly asked a question that hit Vegeta's heart. HMPH. I don't need it. That thing isn't for me, Vegeta said coldly, his eyes twitching. Now, he began to understand why he couldn't reach this state. It required extreme inner calm, something he'd always struggled with due to his volatile nature. So, while the more peaceful Super Goku could reach it, he couldn't. Just then, Gohan, who had remained silent until then, gazed intently at GT Goku and suddenly asked a question. May I ask, in your universe, does Buu, the evil demon who wreaked havoc on the universe, exist? Super Goku, Vegeta, and number 17 all looked at him in surprise, wondering why Gohan had asked so suddenly. GT Goku blinked, equally puzzled. But he didn't ask, only smiling and answering, yes. After hearing the answer, Gohan's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to ask seriously. So what was its final fate? GT Goku touched his chin, recalled for 2 seconds, and replied, that needs to be explained separately. The kind-hearted fat Buu eventually survived and lived with Satan, while the evil Buu was destroyed by me and successfully reincarnated into a child of extraordinary talent. At this point, he paused, his expression a little emotional. "This child is called UUB. He became my disciple at the age of 10 at that time. Without any systematic training, he already possessed extremely powerful strength. It's truly amazing." Later, when Earth encountered a powerful enemy, he and BUU reunited. After hearing GT Goku's answer, Gohan's serious expression softened, and he smiled. "I see. I understand." With that, while Super Goku was bewildered, he suddenly transferred most of his remaining energy to Super Goku. With a weak expression, he said, "Dad, the rest of the battle is up to you." He then looked at the High Priest and declared, "High Priest, I forfeit." Though a little surprised, the High Priest nodded and said, "I understand. I declare Son Gohan of Universe 7 forfeit." With that, Gohan vanished from the ring. No, why did Gohan forfeit? Super Goku, having regained some of his strength, looked less exhausted, but still utterly bewildered. Even if Gohan gave him most of his energy, he could still remain in the ring. His strength would always return. Unlike him, Vegeta and number 17 were lost in thought. HMPH. Kakarot, if you can't see Gohan's intentions, then forget it. Gohan has his reasons, Vegeta scoffed, watching Super Goku's puzzled expression. Number 17 followed suit, saying calmly, "I kind of know what Gohan's thinking, but I'll continue this match." Super Goku glanced from Vegeta to his left, then from number 17 to his right, suddenly realizing he had added another person to his list of pet peeves, the Riddler. Damn it. Can't you just explain things clearly? Across from them, GT Goku was also lost in thought. He instinctively glanced towards the stands, only to see Gohan looking back and nodding with a smile. He then repeated the gesture, then turned back to the three men in front of him and said with a smile, "There are only a few of us left in the ring. Do you want to go in one by one, or all together?" Of course, Vegeta, who always preferred a solo fight, immediately called for a group attack. Super Goku glanced at him in surprise, then turned to GT Goku, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "While I'd love to fight you alone, at a time like this, it's better to go together." Number 17 didn't respond, but the fact that he remained beside Super Goku and Vegeta suggested his decision. "Then come on," he said, receiving the unanimous agreement from all three. GT Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and beckoned them. Unexpectedly, Super Goku and Vegeta shouted in unison, "Use your strongest form. We want to fight you in that form." They were referring to GT Goku's form when he entered his mind state of mindlessness. GT Goku paused for a moment, then returned to normal, smiling softly. "If that's the case, then it's as you wish." His eyes calmed down like the moon reflected in a cold pond. Boom! Simultaneously, a silver aura erupted from his body, enveloping him completely. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta roared, "How!" and instantly transformed into Ultra Blue. Super Goku, unable to activate Ultra Instincts automatically, could only transform into Super Blue. Bang! After transforming, the two men tiptoed and simultaneously attacked GT Goku. From left and right, they hammered at GT Goku with powerful punches and kicks. Although they rarely fought together, their coordination was now seamless. "It seems I can't get involved." As the three of them engaged in a fierce battle, only number 17 remained. Watching Vegeta and Super Goku's seamless coordination, he realized that if he rashly joined in, not only would the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 not equal 3, but would actually be 1 + 1 + 1 less than 2. Helplessly, he opted to observe the battle from the sidelines, waiting for the right moment to intervene. Bang boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Under the combined attack of Vegeta and Super Goku, GT Goku didn't dodge this time. Instead, he steadily blocked both blows with one hand each, steadily blocking their attacks. It seemed as if he were testing their current strength. After countless rounds, Vegeta and Super Goku, unable to gain a victory, tacitly retreated, each unleashing their ultimate attacks. Haha! Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha, two surges of energy, one gold and one blue, erupted from their hands, charging towards GT Goku with immense force. In the process, the two energies suddenly merged, creating a powerful force that was 1 + 1 greater than 2. Seeing this, GT Goku naturally accepted the attack. He placed his hands at his waist and thrust forward. A Kamehameha, far more powerful than Super Goku's, erupted with tremendous momentum, crashing directly into the combined attack. Bang! The moment the two collided, a terrifying wave of energy, discoloring the heavens and earth, erupted, pulverizing the surrounding ruins. Number 17, watching from a distance, was also pushed back by the impact, leaving 2 long streaks on the ground. As the ones battling GT Goku, Super Goku and Vegeta felt even greater pressure. They gritted their teeth, their foreheads bulging with veins, a slightly ferocious look. Haha. Vegeta, use all your strength, no need to nag. I've already used it. Haha. Both men had already raised their auras to their maximum, their energy pouring out like a torrential waterfall, channeling frantically into their attacks. Meanwhile, GT Goku, sensing the increased power of the two, raised his lips slightly, and increased his energy output. Then, all he saw was that the Kamehameha wave, which had just reversed its momentum and advanced slightly, was instantly repelled by the Kamehameha wave, continuing its unstoppable advance. Damn it! I can't hold on any longer. Super Goku and Vegeta's expressions fell. Despite their best efforts to resist, they were no match for the overwhelming force and were soon consumed by it. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, and a cloud of dust rose into the air. When the dust gradually dissipated, Super Goku and Vegeta, now back to normal, lay wounded and weakened on the ground, seemingly unable to fight. But, damn, there's such a huge gap. Vegeta gritted his teeth and pounded the ground lightly in anger. It wasn't that he was deliberately suppressing his strength, but he was simply too weak to do anything. A 10-year-old might have more strength than him right now. Failed. Number 17 looked at the two, unable to fight any longer, and smoothed his hair expressionlessly. If it were a normal universe versus universe situation, he could simply pick up either Vegeta or Super Goku and hide until the match ended. And they would have won the match with their numerical advantage. But now, with only one opponent, their numerical advantage was useless. The High Priest had stated before the match that if GT Goku was still in the ring at the end, whichever universe survived would be eliminated, otherwise they would be considered defeated. So now, he couldn't resort to hiding and had to go all out. He had considered using tricks, like bombing the ring to make GT Goku fall. But Universe 11 had done this before, and it had proven ineffective against the incredibly powerful. Other methods also required a relatively close gap in power between the opponent and himself, otherwise they would be impossible. Now, it seemed he had no other options but to fight head-on. Just as he sighed silently, preparing to launch a desperate attack on GT Goku, Super Goku, who should have been lying powerless on the ground, suddenly moved. Boom! Super Goku, exhausted, somehow stood up again. At the same time, a familiar blue-white aura emanated from him, and the edges of his hair and pupils turned silver. You are truly strong. This is my final battle. Super Goku's gaze was calm and sharp as he spoke slowly to GT Goku. Although he had once again entered this powerful realm, he knew his body wouldn't last much longer. After all, his stamina was already depleted, and he was merely forcing himself to overdraw, only to find a little extra strength to sustain him. Come on, GT Goku said nothing, simply nodding, signaling him to begin. And then, swish. Without number 17 being able to see clearly, Super Goku inexplicably arrived before GT Goku and launched a fierce punch. But GT Goku, whose mastery of the realm far surpassed his, was unassailable. He simply dodged the blow with a simple sidestep. Immediately afterwards, the two engaged in a battle of attack and evasion, invisible to most. Super Goku's fists and kicks swung continuously, each strike precisely targeting GT Goku's weak spots. GT Goku dodged repeatedly, each dodge perfectly avoiding Super Goku's attacks. The two looked like an unrivaled master battling an otherworldly immortal. Though the master's years of martial arts training and fierce, swift attacks were fierce, the immortal's realm had long since transcended the master's, far surpassing him, rendering him powerless. Bang! After countless rounds, after a single evasive move, GT Goku finally gave up, deftly weaving his fist through Super Goku's attack and striking him even faster. In an instant, Super Goku was sent flying. Damn it! Get your act together, Goku. Don't lose to that guy. Beerus, standing in the stands, screamed at the top of his lungs. Behind him, Whis calmly analyzed, although Goku has reached this realm, he hasn't fully mastered it yet. He can't possibly be a match for the other universe Goku. Even if he fully mastered this power now, he'd still be a significant power gap compared to the other universe Goku, and it would be difficult to defeat him. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it, Beerus screamed, covering his ears. He knew this, of course, but he couldn't accept it. He forced himself to ignore it and hold on to a last glimmer of hope. Boom. Super Goku slammed hard into the rebel, his chest heaving violently. After a few seconds, his immense willpower lifted him to his feet and he attacked GT Goku again. But moments later, with a loud bang, he was once again sent flying, buried beneath the rubble. Seeing this, number 17 stopped being a spectator. Seizing the moment when GT Goku was sending Super Goku flying, he silently crept up behind him and, unleashing a powerful attack, attempted to knock him out of the ring. But his movements were impossible to conceal from GT Goku. As this powerful attack blasted towards GT Goku suddenly vanished, reappearing behind number 17. As number 17's pupils constricted, he reached out, grabbed the opponent's arm, and swung him up. After a few turns, he flung number 17 like a flying saucer, sending him flying out of the ring. In the blink of an eye, Universe 7 was decimated again, leaving only Vegeta lying motionless on the ground and Super Goku, buried in the rubble and unaware of his situation. It's almost over. Watching this, GT Goku decided the match was over. He walked over to Vegeta, helped him up, and gave him a sly smile. "Sorry, Vegeta." Just as Vegeta was starting to feel uneasy, he grabbed his arm and threw him away with the same force he had thrown number 17. "You bastard." Kakarot. As Vegeta cursed with shame, Universe 7 was reduced to only Super Goku. At that moment, GT Goku's expression shifted, and he suddenly looked towards Super Goku's burial place. "Oh? This guy has made another breakthrough." Boom. A pillar of silver-white light suddenly shot up from the rubble, its mighty momentum instantly engulfing the entire arena and spreading across the entire realm of nothingness. Within that pillar of light, Super Goku appeared once again. Unlike before, his eyebrows and hair had turned completely silver, giving him a formidable look. Is this possible? In the spectator booth, Beerus's face was filled with excitement. He stared intently at the transformation of Super Goku, then, without turning back, asked Whis, "Has Goku truly reached that level?" Whis smiled and nodded. "Ah, it seems so, Lord Beerus." Neither of them had expected Super Goku to truly reach Ultra Instinct during the match and master this power. It was a miracle for them. In the ring, GT Goku observed Super Goku's transformation with interest and said with a smile, "It looks like you've achieved a preliminary grasp of this power. Let's continue." Since the opponent still had some strength left, he didn't mind another fight. The match still had some time left. With that, he once again entered his inner state of mind. Super Goku said nothing, simply charging at GT Goku with his newfound strength, and in the blink of an eye, they engaged in a fierce battle. Bang boom boom. Bang boom boom boom. The two, like two streaks of silver light, shifted and revolved across the shattered arena, their speed so rapid that only Beerus, Whis, and the Grand Priest could discern them. Of the eliminated competitors, only Gohan, Vegeta, and Frieza could barely keep up, though they couldn't discern their movements. The others, needless to say, were like Satan and the others on the sidelines, bewildered during Cell's match. They could only hear the constant roaring, but could see nothing. Have they all reached this point? Seriously, Krillin strained his gaze for a long moment, but when he still couldn't see the two Gokus, he gave up and laid down. Whether it's the Goku from another universe or the Goku from this one, they've become so powerful we can't even imagine. Tien Shinhan, beside him, sighed with a complex expression. He recalled that 20 or 30 years ago, he had defeated Goku at the Tenkaichi martial arts tournament, but since then, the gap between him and Goku had only widened. Until now, it had grown so large that even his back couldn't be seen. Boom. Just as he sighed, a sudden, loud noise erupted from the ring. At the same moment, Beerus's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it, Tien Shinhan and Krillin instinctively glanced towards the ring, only to see the two Gokus finally appear. Their pupils constricted as they took in their situation. "Goku, are you defeated?" Only one Goku remained standing in the ring. It was clearly GT Goku. In front of him, Super Goku, now black-haired, lay limp on the ground, his chest heaving violently. Huff, huff, huff. Has this reached my limit? Ha, ha. Super Goku, his eyes nearly closed from exhaustion, caught sight of GT Goku and gave a wry smile. Looks like I've lost this match. Even if he pushed himself to the limit and reached ultra perfection, he would still be no match for GT Goku. Therefore, he had been at a disadvantage in the previous battle. It was GT Goku's deliberate attempt to test his current strength, hoping to allow him to familiarize himself with his power, that prevented him from being defeated quickly. allowing him to hold out until now. Now, even if GT Goku had wanted to continue, he could no longer hold out. His already overwhelmed body fiercely resisted any further attack, causing him to fall directly out of his Ultra Instinct state, completely losing his fighting ability. Although you lost, you successfully broke through in this match. As long as you continue to familiarize yourself with this new power, I believe you can become as strong as me. GT Goku crouched down, a smile playing on his face, and offered him his hand. I thought so too, Super Goku grinned, reluctantly raising his hand and shaking it. The next moment, GT Goku gave him a sly smile. Then, next, please come out. Just as Super Goku's smile froze, GT Goku suddenly stood up and, with a flick of his arm, flung Super Goku out of the ring. The next second, bang! Super Goku appeared on the viewing platform of Universe 7, landing in the arms of the crowd. Thank you for your hard work, Goku. Krillin, still having enough stamina, caught him. He looked down at the exhausted Super Goku, his brows softening and a smile spreading. Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and the others gathered around, all giving him a thumbs up. Goku, you did a great job. Thank you, Super Goku grinned. Beerus also stepped forward. Instead of blaming him for his loss, he patted his shoulder and said, with rare affirmation, well, you did a good job. You didn't embarrass me. Hearing you say that, I'm relieved, Lord Beerus. As they exchanged words, a glow appeared on their bodies, the precursor to the Omni King's wiping power. Super Goku's defeat also meant the defeat of Universe 7, which would be annihilated by the Omni King. Just before disappearing, Gohan glanced at GT Goku on the stage. Seeing him nod and smile, he smiled in relief, then vanished along with everyone from Universe 7. With that, Universe 7's viewing platform, like the others, was left with only angels. Whis gazed at the empty surroundings, his expression blank. Oh my. Beerus-sama is gone. This is going to be a bit boring. Suddenly, as if remembering something terrifying, he covered his mouth in fear. Wait? Earth's gone too. Doesn't that mean I won't be able to eat all those delicious foods anymore? As he muttered to himself, GT Goku on the stage looked towards the Omni King's palace. The high priest standing atop the palace also looked at him, then flew into the air and raised his hands. Chile Bacheo Shenlong. I'm going to fire. Boom. A blinding golden light suddenly erupted across the entire realm of the void, forcing GT Goku to cover his eyes. When the light faded, he finally opened them and exclaimed in astonishment, SHHH. What a massive Shenlong! He saw an immense golden dragon, its size far surpassing anything he'd seen before, including the Earth Shenlong and the Purunga on Namek. As he marveled, the high priest who had summoned the Super Shenlong smiled and said, then, Son Goku, please state your wish. Goku's expression straightened, and without hesitation, he replied, my wish is to restore all the universes eliminated in the previous tournament. With a swish, the gods of destruction and the king gods of universes 1, 5, 8, and 12 looked over in astonishment, their faces agape. Note, these 4 universes have reached the required level of civilization and are not required to participate in the tournament of power. What? That's the kind of wish he has, such a great opportunity, and he's actually using it for this, the high priest confirmed with Goku. Are you sure it's this wish? Goku nodded without hesitation. Yes. Without further hesitation, the high priest relayed Goku's wish to the Super Shenlong through the word of God. Upon receiving the wish, the Super Shenlong's eyes blazed red. Roar, a power unimaginable to ordinary humans emanated from it, causing its entire body to radiate with light. The next second, the 8 universes that had been erased from the chaotic space reappeared. Simultaneously, on the viewing platform, previously empty due to the universe's erasure, the Kais, gods of destruction, and contestants from each universe reappeared, gazing around in bewilderment. What's going on? Wasn't I dead? We are alive again. A roar and clamor erupted, shockling nearly every universe at their own resurrection. Only Universe 7 was different. The resurrected Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, and the others all turned their gazes towards GT Goku on the ring, smiles on their faces. He's made that choice. Vegeta, whose strength had been restored by his resurrection, folded his arms across his chest, a smile on his face. He had guessed Gohan's thoughts when he had asked GT Goku those questions in the ring, and had also deduced that this would be GT Goku's wish. Because this alternate universe's Goku, like their own Goku, possessed an incredibly kind heart, and would never sit idly by and watch countless lives across the 8 universes perish. When he triumphed and received the opportunity to wish for the Dragon Balls, he would surely have only one wish: to restore all the destroyed universes. After the angels from their respective universes explained the reason for their resurrection, the resurrected beings from the other universes also understood the reason for their resurrection, and they all cast grateful glances at GT Goku on the ring. Hey, Son Goku in the ring. Although you annoyed me before, from now on, you are the one I admire the most, Badarmalo shouted at the top of his lungs. We too. If you need any help from now on, just come to us, the 3 Bergamo wolves shouted back. Furthermore, many other contestants, regardless of whether they had previously crossed paths with GT Goku, expressed their gratitude. Some of the Kinkai and Gods of Destruction also expressed their thanks. In response to the crowd's gratitude, GT Goku simply waved and said with a grin, I should be the one thanking you. He hadn't originally been here, he had come here to join the match because he was looking for a fight. Therefore, he was deeply grateful to everyone present, especially those he had fought before. At this moment, 2 Omni Kings suddenly flew out from the Omni King Palace and landed in front of him. One of them said, Wukong, since your wish is so selfless, I would like to give you another chance to realize your wish. I will grant it to you. Well, do you have any other wishes? Anything is fine. I can help you realize anything. The High Priest also landed beside him and echoed, Wukong, although the Omni King is a little weaker than the Super Shenlong in granting wishes, he can definitely fulfill all of your wishes. Goku was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect this to happen. Scratching his head, he thought for a few seconds and then asked, any wish is fine. The Omni King nodded and said, yes, anything is fine. At this time, the people on the viewing platform also noticed this situation and couldn't help but discuss it. Lord Omni King actually stepped in personally to help him fulfill his wish. This is truly unprecedented. What's the big deal? His selfless and great character must have moved Lord Omni King to make this decision. Exactly, absolutely. That guy deserves this. So, what do you think he wishes for? Unlimited wealth? Or immortality? No, no, no. I think it's an endless supply of delicious food. Food comes first. Tisk, stop talking nonsense, you foodie. Do you really think everyone else is as obsessed with food as you are? I think he might want to become a god. Think about it, he's so powerful, he surely wouldn't be content to be just a mortal. You seem to have some truth to you. Amidst the speculation and curious gazes of the crowd, GT Goku touched the tip of his nose and uttered a surprising wish. Well, I'm still not satisfied with a previous battle. I'd like to find another opponent. Is that okay? He asked with a grin. The Omni King was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, of course. Who are you looking for? Someone from here. GT Goku nodded and said, yes, I think he's quite powerful here, so I'd love to have a duel with him. The Omni King then continued, oh? Who then? On the viewing platform. That's the wish. Truly another me. Upon hearing GT Goku's wish, Super Goku's eyes lit up, thinking the wish of his alter ego was perfectly suited to his own taste. Must I say, every Goku in every universe is this battle craze? To think he'd wish something like that. Krillin twitched his lips, speechless. He hadn't expected GT Goku to wish like that. But who does he want to fight? He's so strong, who could possibly defeat him? Super Goku glanced around and then poked Beerus. Hey, Lord Beerus, I'm not talking about you, am I? Immediately, without waiting for Beerus to reply, he pinched his chin and muttered, well, although Lord Beerus is very powerful, it seems like Lord Beerus can't beat the other me. Could it be that the other me is Whis? Bang! Beerus punched him in the face and angrily exclaimed, what are you talking about? I'm very powerful, okay, but even so. He muttered to himself, don't choose me, don't choose me. Fight whoever you want. He had a feeling that GT Goku still had a lot of hidden power. Normally, he would have loved to fight such powerful beings whose strength was unknown. But what was this time? Now, the gods of destruction and Kinkais from all universes had gathered, and many of them had conflicts with him, especially Universe 4's Quitla, who was his sworn enemy. If he won the duel, it would be fine, but if he lost, he would be ridiculed by them for the rest of his life. The thought of this scene filled him with dread, and he desperately hoped that the one GT Goku was talking about wasn't him. Meanwhile, several other powerful gods of destruction shared his sentiments, unwilling to let GT Goku choose them. fearing the loss would tarnish their reputations. Only those gods of destruction, aware of their own weakness, waited eagerly for GT Goku to choose them. After all, GT Goku's immense strength was a recognized fact. If he were chosen, becoming the formidable figure he'd described, wouldn't that be a testament to their own strength? But I always think the other me would choose Whis. After all, Whis is truly formidable, Super Goku muttered, rubbing his head. Whis covered his mouth with a smile. Wow, I thought you were praising me, Goku, but, at this point, his smile faded. But your other goal might be even bigger than we imagined. He gazed solemnly at GT Goku in the ring. Now, GT Goku finally spoke his answer. After the Omni King's question, he glanced around at everyone. Then, he fixed his gaze on the High Priest, who no one expected, pointed at him, and said with a grin, "He's the opponent I want to choose. The climax of this volume is about to begin. Everyone, come back after midnight to vote." Chapter 360. Beerus with a fierce look in his eyes. On Earth, in the western capital, the sun was shining brightly, the sky clear and blue. A warm, gentle breeze rustled through Bulma's manor, rustling the lush trees. Birds sang melodiously among the branches, creating a beautiful symphony. Suddenly, a high-pitched cry pierced the clouds, interrupting the enchanting music. Why are there two Gakas? Bulma stared in shock at the two identical Gakas. If she hadn't seen that familiar, innocent smile on their faces, she would have thought the evil Zamasu, wearing Goku's appearance, had been resurrected. After Gohan and the others explained, she finally understood the situation, but she still looked in disbelief. Goku from another universe, participated in the Tournament of Power, and single-handedly defeated everyone and won. By the end, she felt as if she had lost the ability to speak, staring at GT Goku in shock. Such a powerful Goku, too much? After receiving information about Goku's visit from another world, Bulma waved her hand, unleashing her wealth. Soon, a dazzling array of delicacies filled the open space in front of the house, filling the air with a dazzling array of aromas that made everyone's mouths water. Waha! I won't hold back then. The two Gakas, already ravenous, transformed into gluttons, snatching up the delicacies with astonishing speed, stuffing them into their mouths. Damn it! Kakarot! That leg of meat is mine. Seeing his coveted special leg of meat snatched away by Super Goku, Vegeta was furious and rushed forward to fight for it. Super Goku dodged left and right, aggrieved. Vegeta, didn't he take one too? Why didn't you take his? He was referring to GT Goku. Because the leg of meat was special, there were only two of them, and he took one, while GT Goku took the other. Vegeta's mouth twitched, but he didn't respond to the question, simply continuing to fight him for it. You're kidding. That Kakarot's normal strength is so strong. How could he possibly snatch it from him? Besides, he was a guest and had resurrected them, so how could he have the nerve to steal from him? The two men fought fiercely, their bodies enveloped in white smoke. Ultimately, Super Goku unleashed his saliva tactic, biting off a large chunk of the leg, smearing the leg with his saliva. Vegeta was defeated and had to admit defeat. After all, he couldn't possibly eat a leg that Super Goku had already beaten. He wasn't that disgusting. Hey, Goku. Krillin chewed on a large skewer of meat and then approached GT Goku. Unexpectedly, when he called out Goku's name, Super Goku and GT Goku, both still eating, glanced over, their gazes clear. What do you want from me? Seeing this, Krillin's mouth twitched. I'm calling that Goku. Wait. Not you. Since the two Gakas were sitting next to each other, when they saw Krillin pointing at them, they both thought he was pointing at them. So Krillin rubbed his bald head and got a little crazy. You are all Goku. How can I call you to distinguish you? Although they used the other universe Goku to call GT Goku during the game, they couldn't call each other the same now. Hearing his madness, Bulma looked over, thought for 2 seconds and said, why not use serial numbers to distinguish them? The Goku from our universe is called Goku number 1, and the Goku from the other universe is called Goku number 2. Although it's a bit weird, it seems that there is no other way. Krillin smacked his lips and reluctantly accepted Bulma's method. He then looked at GT Goku and asked, number 2 Goku, what's your universe like? Is it the same as ours? GT Goku had heard Bulma's words, so he knew Krillin was asking him. After swallowing his food, he replied, well, a lot of things are the same. For example, Krillin, you're married to number 18, and Bulma is married to Vegeta. It's the same in our universe. If there's a difference, there's one thing. Our universe doesn't have destroyers or angels, and there's only one universe, unlike yours, where there are multiple universes. Krillin and the others listened carefully to GT Goku's words. Upon hearing that his alternate universe self was also married to number 18 and had a daughter, Krillin grinned. As expected, number 18 and I love each other very much. We'll be together no matter which universe we end up in. Hearing this, number 18, not far away, rolled his eyes at him, but a gentle smile curled her lips. GT Goku looked at the two of them with amusement, not mentioning his previous visit to a universe where Krillin had been killed by number 18. In his opinion, Krillin and number 18 deserved to live happily together through life. About 10 minutes into the banquet, two streaks of light descended from the sky and quickly landed on the stage. Their faces were Goten and Trunks. Huh? Two dads? Upon landing, Goten's eyes widened at the sight of two Gakas sitting together. Could it be, Goten, your dad has a twin brother? Trunks, quick-witted, immediately realized this and asked in surprise. Huh? But I've never heard my dad mention that. Goten scratched his head in confusion. Okay, stop guessing, both of you. These two are both Goku, but one is from another universe, Bulma explained. With her explanation, the two little ones finally understood what was going on. This is my dad, and this is my dad too. Goten looked left and right, trying to discern any difference between the two Gakas. But after a long time, he found that they were identical in both demeanor and appearance. He couldn't discern any difference. So he said to Trunks with a grin, "Hey, Trunks, look, I have two dads. One more than you have, Tisk, are you stupid? They're the same person." Okay, Trunks curled his lips, looking at him like he was idiot. Even if he really did have two dads, what good would that be? If he had two dads, then he stole a glance at Vegeta, who was enjoying his meal, and shuddered. That would be a terrifying thing, wouldn't it? Not long after, when Gohan arrived with Chi-Chi also screamed, I have two husbands. Hey, Goku, why do you want to challenge that guy? I heard from Whis and the others that he's incredibly powerful. Halfway through the banquet, Krillin couldn't help but ask GT Goku this question. Before GT Goku could reply, Super Goku spoke up. What's the big deal, Krillin? We Saiyans are naturally warlike people. To be able to fight against powerful masters is something we've always dreamed of, but the person he chose is already incredibly powerful. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Krillin smacked his lips. Meanwhile, Whis approached with a glass of bright red juice, took a sip, and then looked at GT Goku seriously. Goku, from another world, your world doesn't have the Grand Priest, so it's natural that you don't know how powerful he is, but I can tell you right now, the Grand Priest's power is absolutely beyond your imagination. It's safe to say that, aside from the Omni King, he's the undisputed strongest being in our universe. Are you truly determined to fight him? GT Goku finished chewing the last of his delicious meal, laid back with his head in his hands, and smiled faintly. Of course, the other one was right. We Saiyans are naturally warlike people. I came to your universe to spar with powerful masters. My intuition tells me that the Grand Priest you speak of is formidable. I may not be able to defeat him, but that's why he's worthy of my challenge. He gazed at the sapphire blue sky, his gaze lingering, a scene seemingly from just an hour ago. In the realm of nothingness, when GT Goku pointed at the Grand Priest and announced his chosen opponent, the entire realm fell silent for a moment. 2 seconds later, a roar of clamor erupted. What? Did I hear correctly? Who did he say he'd choose as his opponent? He said he'd choose the Grand Priest. Is he crazy? The Kaisen gods of destruction, who had previously been so calm and composed, eagerly discussing who GT Goku would choose as his opponent, were now terrified, their faces trembling. To them, the Grand Priest was the most terrifying being besides the Omni King. His power was unfathomable, far surpassing their own. With a single flick of his finger, he could bring them to ruin. Normally, they would bow down before him, filled with nothing but awe, never daring to challenge him. But now, someone so audacious had spoken out, terrified them to death. Hey, Whis, this guy is too arrogant. How dare he let the Grand Priest be his opponent? Beerus, usually fearless, was now pale with fear, his face covered in sweat, his forehead dripping with sweat. Even though it was GT Goku who said this, and it had nothing to do with him, he still had to remember that Goku. He was just like their universe's Goku. Besides their strength, their personalities were very similar. What if the Grand Priest felt provoked by GT Goku, and after punishing him, he started to dislike their universe as Goku as well, and even disliked him, the god of destruction? What would happen then? Wait. The two Gyakus had similar personalities, so could their universe as Goku also. Just as he was having a terrible premonition, he heard Super Goku beside him excitedly say, "Yes, the Grand Priest is also a very powerful master. Why didn't I think of sparring with him before? Well, I can't even beat Whis right now. I'd better wait until I'm stronger before, Pa." Before he could finish, an exasperated Beerus instantly covered his mouth and roared, "Shut up." Beerus felt like the sky was falling, wailing inwardly, "It's over. This guy has the same idea. What should I do?" A fierce gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he glared at Goku fiercely. Otherwise, he would just kill this guy later. As long as the source of the problem was solved, the problem would naturally disappear. On the ring, seeing such a big reaction from everyone, GT Goku scratched his head and asked, "No? If not, then forget it." After hearing the answer, the Omni King was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, "Of course." Then he looked at the High Priest. "No problem, High Priest." The High Priest nodded slightly and smiled gently. "Of course, no problem," but he glanced around, then looked at GT Goku and said, "But the ring here is already broken and needs to be repaired, and you have experienced many battles before. And your physical strength and energy should have been consumed a lot, so just wait. According to the time on Earth, let's wait for 1 day, and then we will come to compete again. What do you think?" Seeing this, GT Goku smiled happily. He patted his shrunken stomach and said with a grin, "Of course, no problem. I'm hungry too, and I need a good meal." After the two reached an agreement, GT Goku and the rest of Universe 7 were transported back to Earth. They planned to eat and rest for a day before being transported to the realm of the void to spar with the Grand Priest. The same thing happened to the other universes. A few brave souls, despite the horrified expressions of the God of Destruction, King of the Realm, asked to watch this high-level competition, hoping to learn something from it. The Grand Priest nodded in agreement, and told the other universes to return for a day of rest and return to spectate the battle later. However, the gods of destruction were left behind, and under the Grand Priest's orders, they toiled as laborers. Their labor, of course, was to to build, a larger and more sturdy arena than the Grand Priest's. So much for a part-time god. Time returned to the present. After hearing GT Goku's response, Whis sighed softly, knowing he couldn't change his mind. Indeed, he'd long been aware of the Saiyan's bellicosity. Hadn't Super Goku's bellicosity fueled the just-concluded Tournament of Power? While the other universes Goku might appear more mature, that deep-seated warlike streak was undoubtedly still present. It's just that he wasn't as easily carried away by passion as his own. "Then I won't say much. I hope you gained something useful from this battle," Whis said with a faint smile. Thank you. I'm sure you will," GT Goku said with a naive smile. The day passed quickly. The next morning, as soft sunlight enveloped the earth, soothing everything, a refreshed GT Goku, already dressed, went to the courtyard and sat down to do some warm-up exercises. Soon, with the exception of number 18, number 17, Master Roshi, and Frieza, who had returned to the underworld, the other Universe 7 competitors who had participated in the Tournament of Power also gathered in the open space, awaiting something. Not long after, Whis came out, glanced around, and then set his sights on GT Goku. He smiled slightly and said, "The time has come. So, let's set off now." Chapter 361 The final battle begins, and there is no intention in the second level. The realm of nothingness. When GT Goku and his companions returned to this place, they immediately saw, at the center of the realm of nothingness, a magnificent arena, far larger than the previous Tournament of Power. This arena was also shaped like a spinning top, but instead of giant pillars symbolizing the passage of time, it lay flat and smooth. Apparently, the upcoming competition had no time limit. "Wow! What a huge arena!" Super Goku exclaimed upon seeing the immense arena. Then, he exclaimed enviously, "Great! I too want to spar with masters in an arena this size." Just then, the god of work, Beerus, suddenly appeared beside them and slapped Super Goku in the face. "You too. Do you know how long it took me to build this arena?" His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he glared at Super Goku with gritted teeth. "Yesterday, all the gods of destruction spent a full 22 hours here building this arena. The reason it took so long to build was that after each construction, the Grand Priest would test the arena's sturdiness with a single blow. If it wasn't up to standard, they would upgrade and renovate it until the Grand Priest was satisfied. Although the Grand Priest had been the one who had taken him so long to build the arena, he didn't dare to complain, so he could only take his anger out on Goku. After all, Goku and his friends had gone back to Earth yesterday to feast and enjoy themselves, unlike him, who was stuck here working hard, with neither food nor rest. And when Goku arrived, he'd said he wanted an arena just as large, which was a real provocation. Huh? You want one too? You want me to build one like this again? It hurts, Lord Beerus. Goku rubbed his head pitifully. After hearing Beerus's words, GT Goku said sheepishly, I'm sorry you've been so troubled by my situation. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, Whis held out a treat. Beerus-sama, this is your favorite pudding. I brought it to you. With the two's combined soothing gestures, Beerus finally calmed down. Ahem, it's okay. It's just a small matter, nothing to worry about, Beerus said, feigning a nonchalant gesture. Then, turning around, his expression quickly changed the moment he saw the pudding, like a greedy cat at a delicious meal. Pudding. My favorite pudding. Give it to me. Before Whis could even offer it to him, he snatched it up and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. Mmm. Smooth and smooth, that's exactly how it feels, he moaned with satisfaction. And let's not even talk about the incident with GT Goku in Universe 7. Shortly after they arrived at the Realm of Nothingness, spectators from other universes began arriving at the surrounding viewing platforms. Wow! What a massive arena, many of the arriving spectators exclaimed in amazement, especially those participating in the Tournament of Power. The arenas they had previously used in previous tournaments of power were already enormous, and this one was at least 10 times larger. There's only 2 of us, yet it's so much larger than our previous tournaments with so many participants, Gabe from Universe 6 said, a look of amazement and confusion on his face. HMPH. What do you know? Let's not even talk about that Sun Wukong. The High Priest's power far surpasses yours. Even I can't match a single finger of his. With a High Priest's power and noble status, he deserves an arena like this. How can you possibly compete with him? Xiangpa snorted, his arms folded across his chest. Then, upon inadvertently spotting Beerus enjoying Whis' delicious meal with a satisfied look on his face, his eyes widened, and he turned to look at Bardas. Bardas. What's Beerus eating? Give me one too. No, two. Bardas smiled sweetly. No, Lord Xiangpa, have you forgotten you're on a diet? I've been working so hard since yesterday, and I've already lost a lot of weight. I need to regain some energy so I can lose more weight, Xiangpa said righteously. However, Bardas didn't listen to him. He lightly tapped the angel staff in his hand, and a green light instantly shot into him. Then, she smiled and said, But, Master Xiangpa, your weight hasn't changed. Seeing this, Xiangpa knew he had no chance of enjoying his meal. He raged, Damn it, damn it, damn it. I've worked so hard for so long, why haven't I lost any weight? After all the universes had gathered, the High Priest descended from the Omni King's palace and landed on the ring. GT Goku, observing this, also flew into the ring and landed in front of the High Priest. You look well rested, the High Priest said, smiling and greeting him without rushing to get to the point. Yes, after all, I'm sparring with you today. To spar with a formidable opponent like you, I certainly need to be in top shape, GT Goku said, hands on his hips, grinning. Ever since arriving in this world, he had immediately noticed this ordinary-looking, unremarkable man. For in the entire realm of nothingness, he posed the greatest threat to him. As for the Omni King, he honestly didn't sense any danger from him. Perhaps it was his high rank, or perhaps he lacked inherent combat power. In short, if it weren't for the warning from the Shenron within him, he wouldn't have been able to tell that this childlike figure was the supreme ruler of the universe. Furthermore, he possessed the terrifying power to obliterate the universe. Is that so? It's truly my honor? The High Priest wore a gentle smile, acting as an equal, not looking down upon GT Goku due to his extraordinary strength or supreme status among the gods. Then, let's get to the point. After the pleasantries, the High Priest shifted the subject and began to explain the rules of this competition. This time, we have no time limit and the competition continues until either side is defeated. Defeat can be caused by losing the ability to fight or by voluntarily resigning. This arena beneath our feet is merely a landing pad. Falling off the arena doesn't count as defeat. For this reason, flying is no longer prohibited here. In other words, the entire Unreal Realm is a competition venue. So, do you have any questions or anything to add? After hearing the High Priest's explanation, GT Goku pondered for 2 seconds before nodding. No problem, I'll do as you say. The High Priest smiled faintly. Okay, then, let's begin. In the Omni King's Hall. It's about to begin. It's been so long since I've seen the High Priest in action. I'm so excited, the present Omni King of Time and Space said, shaking his arms with anticipation. Yes, but I'm also looking forward to Goku's performance. I hope he can bring us something new. The future Omni King of Time and Space echoed with anticipation. Numerous universes watched the battle from the stage. It's about to begin. This is so exciting. Super Goku's eyes lit up, and he stood up, leaning over the railing, his eyes fixed on the two men in the ring. For him, this was a golden opportunity to witness a battle between powerful warriors. He must watch carefully and attentively, absorbing useful lessons from them so he could improve himself in the future. Get out of the way. Don't block my view, Kakarot. Vegeta pushed him aside, his gaze fixed on the ring with the same intense focus. For him, this battle was also a golden opportunity to learn useful lessons and improve himself. What are you doing, Vegeta? There's still plenty of room, Super Goku muttered in dissatisfaction after being pushed aside, but he didn't push back, instead standing still. After all, the place was so large that anyone could clearly see the entire ring. Hey, Whis, how long do you think this fight will last? 1 second? Half a second, Beerus asked, his arms folded, his face expressionless. Knowing only a tiny fraction of the High Priest's strength, he had already assumed this fight would be a one-hit kill. As for who would instantly kill whom, it would of course be the Grand Priest who would instantly kill GT Goku. Ha 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 ho, Lord Beerus, even if the Grand Priest could do it, he wouldn't, Whis said with a chuckle. He still had no idea how GT Goku had arrived in their world, or how he had convinced the Omni King to join the Tournament of Power. But he knew he must have a background beyond his comprehension. This was evident from the silence they'd heard during their previous exchange. And now, with someone possessing such an extraordinary background, and this fight being facilitated by the Omni King's wish to grant him a wish, even if the Grand Priest could instantly kill GT Goku, he certainly wouldn't do it. Meanwhile, hey, Jiren, what do you think of this fight? Toppo said gravely, his arms folded as he gazed at the two men on the ring. Jiren's large, Kazalan eyes fixed on GT Goku, his brow furrowed slightly. He's very powerful. I think he retained some strength from his fight with us. As for the High Priest, I don't know his strength, so I can't make a judgment. Is that so? Then we'll just have to watch. Toppo said no more. On the ring, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, GT Goku nodded and smiled. Okay. Immediately, his eyes calmed down, like the moon reflected in a cold pond, and he instantly entered a state of mindless concentration. Opposite him, the High Priest remained motionless, his hands clasped behind his back as before, silently observing him. Seeing this, GT Goku remained calm and suddenly vanished from his position. The next moment, he appeared before the High Priest, his fists like dragons, swiftly striking him. What? Such speed! In that instant, everyone in the spectator booth was stunned, many jumping to their feet in shock, their eyes fixed on the orange figure in disbelief. Hey, Kakarot, am I seeing this right? He's even faster than before, isn't he? Vegeta asked subconsciously, his pupils constricting. You're not seeing this right, Vegeta. Super Goku's expression was grave, straining to follow GT Goku's movements in the ring. Originally, during the final moments of the Tournament of Power, their incredible speed had improved, allowing them to better track their opponent's movements, no longer being unable to detect anything at all as they had at the beginning. But now, they found themselves unable to track their opponent's movements again, only able to discern a vague trace of his movements. This phenomenon could only mean that the opponent still retained a strength they were unaware of. Crunch! Beerus gripped the armrest tightly, crushing it once again. He watched GT Goku's movements on the ring, his throat dry as he said, Whis, his speed seems to be comparable to mine. Whis's expression grew serious, and he nodded solemnly, indeed. I didn't expect him to have mastered this realm to this degree. In his opinion, based solely on GT Goku's current speed, he could be sure he possessed strength comparable to Beerus's. Beerus, of course, knew this, which was why he was so shocked. Huh? After a few seconds of shock, Beerus accepted the fact and slowly exhaled. He had expected his opponent's strength to be comparable to his own. In that case, there was nothing to be surprised about. Although his strength is comparable to mine, it would only take the Grand Priest a flick of the wrist for him to defeat him, he began. Everyone around heard his words, but Super Goku and Vegeta reacted most violently. What? His strength is comparable to yours, Beerus-sama. Vegeta whipped his head around, his pupils trembling. Huh? So, Lord Beerus, your true strength is this? Super Goku's face was filled with the excitement of having discovered a secret. Seeing the two's expressions, Beerus's lips twitched, and he roared, so what? You two are still far behind. Don't worry, Lord Beerus, I'll catch up one day. Super Goku chuckled, then turned back to watch the battle in the ring. Vegeta said nothing, but secretly resolved to reach this level of strength before Kakarot. The battle in the ring was unaffected by the shock of the crowd. Even now, GT Goku, who had shocked everyone, continued to attack the Grand Priest. His movements were seamless, each strike imbued with a profound Taoist aura, impeccable. Compared to the thunderous attacks at the Tournament of Power, his attacks seemed almost mundane, almost silent. If it weren't for his speed, which far surpassed common sense, many ordinary observers might have dismissed his attacks as mere flimsy blows. But in reality, each strike held within it an unparalleled, immense force. It was simply that GT Goku's mastery of these powers had reached the pinnacle, giving him the illusion of weakness. What a speed! GT Goku, considered by others to be incredibly fast, was now astonished at his opponent's speed. No matter how perfect his attacks, no matter how fast, he could never reach the edge of the High Priest's clothes. Under his fists, the High Priest slipped like a loach, dodging his blows with ever faster speed, rendering all his attacks in vain. After a few breaths, GT Goku suddenly ceased his attacks and retreated. My feeling was correct. You are truly powerful, he said, looking at the High Priest with a faint smile. Your strength is quite impressive. In our universe, you're already qualified to be a god of destruction, perhaps even one of the highest. The High Priest smiled gently, offering a wave of commercial flattery. Is that so? But my strength goes beyond that. GT Goku smiled and said, I've heard Whis say before that my inner state is very similar to your Ultra Instinct. And it's true. I can see it in my alter ego in this universe. However, the inner state I'm displaying right now is only the initial portion I've developed, and it's also the first level, which I'm least accustomed to. Upon hearing this, the High Priest raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? First level? Is there a second level? GT Goku nodded and said, You're right. My strongest inner state, my most powerful inner state, is the second level. Upon hearing this in the viewing platform, many in Universe 7 were shocked. What? There's a second level to this thing? Vegeta was stunned. Hey, Lord Beerus, does Ultra Instinct have a second level? Super Goku opened his mouth in astonishment and subconsciously asked Beerus. There's no such thing as a second level of Ultra Instinct. It's simply a matter of increasing proficiency, Beerus replied. Like you, Whis and I have both mastered Ultra Instinct. You're the least proficient, and even your appearance changes when you use it, while I'm more proficient, so my appearance remains unchanged. As for Whis, he's even more amazing. He's managed to maintain Ultra Instinct at all times. Do you understand? Beerus glanced at Super Goku. Super Goku nodded thoughtfully. I see. No wonder I couldn't touch Whis when we sparred before. In that case, why does my other self have a second level of mindfulness? He asked. How should I know? Beerus snorted. He was practicing Ultra Instinct, not mindfulness, so how could he possibly know the answer? Seeing this, Whis expressed his own thoughts. The inner state of mind is something you developed yourself. While similar to Ultra Instinct, it's not the same thing. Therefore, whether it has a second or even a third level is beyond your and my knowledge. He smiled faintly and said, So, let's take a closer look at what changes he's talking about with his second level. On the ring, GT Goku let out a soft breath after making those shocking remarks. Immediately afterwards, his hair and eyebrows, which had turned silver, unexpectedly returned to black. Simultaneously, the silver aura lingering around him gradually shifted in color, as if countless hues suddenly appeared, transforming the original silver into tiny individual pieces. This blend of countless colors, as if it contained every color in the world, can be described in one word: chaos. Boom. When GT Goku appeared on the ring in this new form, an indescribable, Overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from him, causing almost everyone's expression to change. What? Beerus's nonchalant expression suddenly turned into one of wide-eyed shock. This was because, at this moment, GT Goku actually gave him an extremely strong sense of threat, just like when he faced Whis at full power long ago. But how could this be possible? Chapter 362, The Strongest Single Being in History. The ultimate warrior who collapses the realm of nothingness. Boom. The overwhelming pressure, like an ordinary person being swept 10,000 meters beneath the sea by an ocean current, like an asteroid facing a star radiating infinite light and heat, like a star facing a black hole, and like a black hole facing the universe, brought unimaginable fear and trepidation to all beings below the level of angels. Even the angels felt as if a heavy rock hung heavy on their hearts, bringing a heavy, oppressive feeling to their faces. At this moment, facing this overwhelming pressure, only the Omni King and the High Priest remained calm, while the four guards surrounding the Omni King also showed some signs of emotion. On the stage, the High Priest observed the changes in GT Goku and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? Is this the second level of the inner mindless realm? It's truly extraordinary. He hadn't expected GT Goku's development of this second level to yield such a significant improvement. Although he hadn't yet fought him in this state, he could already tell that his strength had leaped significantly, from the level of a god of destruction to that of an angel. This was unimaginable for a mortal. Even after countless years, witnessing countless peerless martial arts geniuses whose names have left a lasting impression, he still had to admit that GT Wukong ranked among the top 5. Yes, GT Wukong smiled innocently. His expression was no longer as stern as before, but had returned to his usual self, appearing remarkably natural and friendly. If it weren't for the terrifying pressure emanating from him, constantly reminding others that he was not to be trifled with, his innocent and simple smile would have made everyone think he was a harmless, sunny young man. After rubbing his nose and smiling, he explained, "My previous experience with the first level of the unconscious mind would make me too calm, losing the thrill of battle and preventing me from fully utilizing the power I'd discovered, so, building on this, I developed the second level." After a pause, he continued, "How do I describe this second level? It's hard to describe. It feels like my consciousness and body are both separate and yet not separate." The High Priest looked a little surprised. "Oh? That's a very novel way of saying it," GT Goku smiled. "Isn't it? Haha. I say they're separate because during battle, my body is still in control, and my consciousness isn't involved. I say they're not separate because, at this moment, Super Goku, Vegeta, and the others in the viewing platform held their breath, listening intently to GT Goku's words. They all had a premonition that what GT Goku said next would hold the key to the second level of the unconscious mind. As they listened intently, GT Goku spoke, "It's because both my consciousness and my body can sense the changes in my emotions, and both can feel the excitement, enjoyment, and pleasure of battle. That's why, when I reached the first level of mindless unconsciousness, I needed to maintain absolute calm so my body could react on its own, but when I reached the second level, I only needed to maintain a normal level of calm, not absolute calm. My body is no longer disturbed by emotions. On the contrary, it, like my consciousness, craves the thrill of battle." At this, GT Goku smiled and raised his index finger. "How should I put it? If I could sum it up in one sentence, I think it's, let the body learn to feel emotions, embrace them, and fight with joy." Boom. His words reverberated like thunder in the hearts of Super Goku and Vegeta. Let the body feel emotions? Fight with joy. Vegeta's pupils were blank, and he kept muttering to himself. This method seemed to suit him perfectly. It was because he couldn't achieve ultimate calmness that he couldn't reach Ultra Instinct. And now, wouldn't the second level of the unconscious mind that GT Goku was talking about be the perfect solution to his problem? As long as he could separate his consciousness from his body and teach his body to feel emotions, wouldn't he also be able to master the second level of the unconscious mind? I see. After losing consciousness, his eyes suddenly lit up with an unprecedented light. That damn Ultra Instinct technique be damned. What he wanted to learn was the second level of the unconscious mind. Like him, Super Goku's eyes were filled with excitement, feeling that the unconscious mind was something perfectly suited to him. However, having just mastered Ultra Instinct yesterday, he didn't immediately decide to change his appearance. Instead, he asked Whis, "Hey, Whis, can Ultra Instinct develop this form?" Whis, still absorbed in the amazement of the second level of his mindless state, glanced at Super Goku, paused for 2 seconds, and shook his head. As far as I know, Ultra Instinct can't achieve this level of power, because it requires the user to remain absolutely calm from beginning to end. How could that be? Super Goku frowned. But he quickly relaxed, clapping his fists together. If that's the case, then I'll merge them. I can already separate consciousness and body. I'm not quite there yet, but with more practice, I'll be able to do it. Then, I'll learn to allow my body to feel emotions. That way, I should be able to succeed. I must master it. His eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. Besides him and Vegeta, the most shocked at this moment were the gods of destruction and the angels. The former simply couldn't imagine that a mere mortal could achieve such a feat. You know, many of them still haven't mastered the Ultra Instinct, similar to the first level of Zinli Wei. And now, a mortal has developed a form that's even more advanced, crushing all of them. They were equally astonished that GT Goku could develop such a thing, and after being astonished, they felt a surge of admiration for him for the first time. After all their years as angels, this was the first time they'd seen a mortal reach such a level, and in some ways, surpass them. From now on, GT Goku's existence will be forever etched in their minds, an indelible memory. Perhaps years from now, when they teach the next generation of gods of destruction how to master Ultra Instinct, GT Goku's image will immediately pop up in their minds. Then, with a smile, they'll tell the budding gods of destruction about this exceptionally gifted individual, letting those ambitious, self-proclaimed newcomers know that there are always better people out there. In the face of truly powerful individuals, they become like fleeting stars, their light robbed by the sun. Time returns to the present. After GT Goku finished his words, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit, he gazed at the high priest with a fiery gaze, his lips curled. That's enough. Now let's continue this fight. After all, even after he developed the second level, no one could stand up to him. The high priest before him was undoubtedly the perfect opponent to test his prowess. Swoosh! With a slight nod from the high priest, he tapped his toes and, with far greater speed than before, approached the high priest, hurling his right fist into the air. Bang! The first muffled sound of the battle echoed from the ring. The high priest's left hand remained behind his back, while his right hand had already been deployed, firmly blocking GT Goku's punch with his index finger. I can finally force you to make a move. Seeing this, GT Goku was not surprised but delighted. Although the opponent had blocked his full strength attack with a single finger, the gap seemed like an insurmountable chasm. But remember, all his attacks up to that point had failed to force the opponent to attack. To be able to force the opponent from not needing to attack to having to attack represented a monumental step forward. Bang, 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 bang. With that, he said no more. His fists, like fleeting meteor showers in the universe, launched a fierce attack on the high priest with a force powerful enough to severely injure the god of destruction. Facing the torrent of attacks, the high priest remained composed, his right index finger moving in front of him at the speed of light, steadily absorbing every blow from GT Goku. He looked like a pillar of support amidst the raging waves, unable to falter even a fraction. Hey, Vegeta, can you still see their movements? In the viewing platform, Super Goku held his eyes wide open with his hands, his eyes bulging with bloodshot, unable to see the fight clearly. Beside him, Vegeta's eye twitched, and he said angrily, "Can't see clearly? Can you see clearly?" Hearing this, Super Goku breathed a sigh of relief. You can't see clearly either? That's fine. Vegeta suppressed the urge to punch him and secretly glanced at Beerus and Whis. They were both staring intently at the ring, their eyes moving constantly, as if they could clearly see the fight. After a moment's thought, he couldn't help but ask, Beerus-sama, can you see their movements clearly? Beerus didn't look at him, and replied calmly, of course, you too, you need to practice your eyesight. Vegeta nodded, then turned back, but something felt a little off. As he turned back, Beerus glanced at him and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his persona held up. Beerus had nearly humiliated himself in front of them. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze back to the ring, mentally cursing, how could this freaking Son Goku from another universe be so powerful? I can't even see his moves. On the ring, GT Goku and the Grand Priest flashed around, so fast that only the angels could clearly see them. As for the others, most could only hear a continuous, muffled rumble like thunder, constantly ringing in their ears. After about half a minute, the rumble faded, and GT Goku and the Grand Priest reappeared. This isn't enough. Next, I want to become even stronger. GT Goku stared at the Grand Priest with a burning gaze, his words shocking everyone watching. What? He can get even stronger? The gods of destruction were horrified, their faces filled with disbelief. Being this strong was enough to frighten them, but if he got any stronger, wouldn't he be utterly terrified? Gosh! Can he get any stronger? That's unimaginable, Super Goku couldn't help but exclaim. Beerus jumped up and exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unlike the other two, Whis frowned slightly, thoughtfully saying, sure enough, he can reach that level. Super Goku looked over curiously. What level? Whis glanced at him and said solemnly, do you remember what he said about the second level of his mindless state? He said he only needed to maintain normal composure, not extreme calmness. Think about it, in this situation, how can you Saiyans become stronger? No need for extreme calmness? How can Saiyans become stronger? Super Goku was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Super Saiyan, Vegeta shouted before him. You mean, he can still achieve Super Saiyan in this state? Then his strength, Vegeta, always fearless, couldn't help but feel a little frightened. If he could achieve Super Saiyan in such a strong state, wouldn't his strength skyrocket to a level they couldn't even comprehend? Whis nodded, then shook his head. I think he should be able to become a Super Saiyan in this state, but the increase in strength probably won't be the same as normal. In the ring, after saying that, GT Goku clenched his fists and roared, haha, boom. His roar intensified his aura, and his black hair transformed into the golden color of a Super Saiyan 1. Furthermore, a golden flame like the sun suddenly appeared around the chaotic aura surrounding him, enveloping it and creating an even more oppressive feeling. This is my stronger form, GT Goku said with a curled lip as he felt the increased power within him. After developing the second level of his inner mind state of mind, he naturally solved the problem of not being able to break through to Super Saiyan level 1, which had plagued him at the first level. Although, perhaps because his strength was already too great, the increase in strength from Super Saiyan level was no longer as dramatic as the normal 50-fold increase. It still brought him a significant improvement, allowing his strength to reach a new level. At the same time, he also gave this Super Saiyan, imbued with his inner thoughts, a name, Ultimate Saiyan. Ultimate Saiyan. Upon hearing this name from GT Goku, the Grand Priest chewed on it with interest, then affirmed it. Judging from your current strength, the name is well deserved. Goku rubbed his nose and smiled innocently. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Then his expression straightened, and the fierce fighting spirit in his eyes reappeared. Now, let's continue. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, his body appeared in front of the Grand Priest and swung a punch again. This time, the Grand Priest blocked the blow with his palm instead of his index finger. From this single scene alone, it was clear that the gap between the two was shrinking at a visible speed. GT Goku naturally noticed this, and with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes, he continued his attack without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. The two clashed from the ground to midair, and back again, flickering through thousands of locations in just a few breaths. Throughout this, the High Priest maintained a one-handed stance, steadily blocking every attack from GT Goku with his right hand. He appeared as effortless as ever. Haha. What's this aura? I feel like I'm suffocating. At that moment, on the viewing platform, many of the Tournament of Power contestants' faces flushed red, as if an invisible hand were choking their throats, choking them and threatening to suffocate. Seeing this, the angels, their faces grim and solemn, tapped the ground with their angelic scepters, releasing a vast blue aura that enveloped the viewing platforms of their respective universes, bringing the suffocating contestants back to life. Who? The three Bergamo Wolf brothers greedily gulped down the fresh air. After a few breaths, their flushed complexion cleared, and they felt reborn. After regaining their composure, they stared at GT Goku on the stage with lingering fear, their eyes filled with disbelief. Yesterday, they were fighting someone like this? And they were still so arrogant and conceited in front of him? Gudong, they swallowed their saliva in unison, looking at each other. They all saw fear and excitement in each other's eyes. That's right, excitement. Judging from the current situation, GT Goku had become so powerful that they couldn't comprehend it. But yesterday, they were able to fight him for dozens of rounds. Who else could do that? Who else could? Besides the three of them, Some of those who had fought GT Goku yesterday also noticed this, boasting smugly to their companions, "Yesterday, I was evenly matched with that guy in the ring. If it weren't for the final result, the outcome would have been uncertain. Look, I held my ground against him for a long time yesterday. Now you know how powerful I am." Of course, only a few people could be so shameless. Most who had fought GT Goku lamented that he hadn't used his full strength yesterday, and that the rules of the match didn't allow for killing. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to a pile of pulp. "Hey, Jiren, we didn't deserve to lose," Toppo smiled wryly, his slightest resentment towards GT Goku vanishing. He had initially thought it was his fault for not breaking his principles and using his destructive power, otherwise the outcome might have been different. But now, after clearly feeling the terrifying gap between him and GT Goku, he no longer had such thoughts. After all, even if he had used his destructive power, he would probably be just a slightly stronger bug in front of GT Goku. Jiren replied with a complicated look in his eyes. He had never dreamed that GT Goku would reach such a level of strength, which made him put aside his previous belief that he was invincible among mortals. He also secretly resolved to continue his diligent training. There are always those who surpass you, and his own strength is still far from the top. As everyone marveled at GT Goku's display of strength, a thunderous boom resounded from the arena once again. Bang boom boom. Bang boom boom. GT Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, launched another fierce attack at the Grand Priest. This time, the Grand Priest's expression grew serious, his hands thrust out simultaneously, calmly meeting each of Goku's attacks. The two of them, moving at speeds exceeding the speed of light, flashed across the arena. Wherever they passed, the ground collapsed, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. At this moment, not only the gods of destruction, but even the angels could no longer discern their movements. They could only use the power of the angel scepters to project the arena footage at an extremely low speed, allowing them to see their movements. Super Goku, Vegeta, and the others huddled around Whis, their eyes wide open as they stared at the image projected ahead. "Whis, why didn't you use this ability sooner?" Super Goku couldn't help but complain. He had long lost track of GT Goku and the Grand Priest. Even with his eyes bulging, he could only see the bare ring. As for using his ki to track their movements, there was no way. The Grand Priest emanated a divine aura, imperceptible to mortals. And even with GT Goku, even using his ki, he couldn't keep up with their speed. Simply put, the opponent had already moved dozens or even hundreds of times, yet his key position remained at their initial location. The information lag was unimaginable. "Oh, ho ho, I just remembered that," Whis said, covering his mouth with a smile. He wouldn't admit that he had resorted to this ability because he couldn't clearly capture the battle on the ring. Bang! With a resounding roar, the two men engaged in fierce combat on the ring were separated. Though it was described as a fierce battle, it was actually GT Goku who was the initiator. From beginning to end, the High Priest was merely on the defensive, never once launching an attack. GT Goku understood that the High Priest was deliberately testing his strength. In other words, his current strength wasn't enough to force the opponent to initiate an attack. So, he made a decision. He exhaled softly, and his waist-length blonde hair suddenly shortened and turned back to black. "I have to say, you're the most powerful person I've ever met," he said solemnly to the High Priest after returning to normal. The High Priest smiled faintly and replied, "You're also the strongest human I've met in the last few 100,000 years." "The last few 100,000 years," GT Goku gasped. My goodness, how long had his opponent lived? Hundreds of thousands of years sounded a bit intimidating. But he soon realized there was another meaning to this statement. The other party only said the last few 100,000 years, meaning that before that, there had been humans more powerful than he was now. Upon realizing this, his heart burned, his eyes gleaming brighter. It was truly thrilling to have a human more powerful than him. However, whether that opponent was truly stronger than him was still uncertain. With this thought, he looked at the High Priest, his fighting spirit brimming with anticipation. "Next, I'm going to unleash my full might. Please be careful, this power is truly too immense, far beyond my imagination, and I can't quite control it right now." Upon hearing this, the High Priest raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled faintly. "It's alright, just show it." With his confirmation, GT Goku said no more, crouching slightly, clenching his fists, his gaze becoming incredibly serious. "Haha!" His roar shook the air, and the arena beneath his feet began to tremble. An invisible wave emanated from him, instantly spreading throughout the entire realm of nothingness. Boom! The realm of nothingness was a void, empty except for the arena, the viewing platform, and the Omni King's palace. There were no seasons, no natural disasters. But at this moment, a resounding roar like thunder erupted from nowhere, sending many into a state of panic. What's going on? Where's this sound coming from? Caulifla looked around, unable to discern what was causing the noise. She felt only the occasional thunderclaps, seemingly everywhere, surrounding her ears. Those with keener senses, like Toppo, Jiren, Super Goku, Vegeta, and Beerus, fixed their gazes intently on GT Goku. They sensed that the noises were caused by a change in him. Crackling. As they watched GT Goku's transformation, a spider web of cracks suddenly appeared on the arena beneath his feet. These cracks spread at a visible speed, covering the entire arena in an instant. Immediately thereafter, with a resounding boom, the arena, seemingly remarkably solid until now due to the lack of significant aftermath from the clash between the two, suddenly shattered, like glass hitting the ground, breaking into countless tiny pieces of stone. Then, as if weathered by the passage of time, it crumbled into a mass of dust, gradually vanishing into thin air. Oh no, all the angels realized something, their faces suddenly changing dramatically. They rapidly channeled vast quantities of divine power into their angelic scepters, solidifying the blue protective aura they emitted. The next second, numerous exclamations echoed, What is that? The space is cracking." Many contestants stared in horror at the sudden change outside the blue aura. Suddenly, countless dark, snake-like cracks appeared from nowhere within the seemingly grayish space of the realm of nothingness, enveloping the entire realm of nothingness like a shattering mirror, filling the air with a sense of unease and panic. Inside the Omni King Palace, 4 guards stepped in to protect it. The 2 Omni Kings observed the transformations within the realm of nothingness, each conversing. This space created by the High Priest is about to shatter and collapse. Yes. I didn't expect Goku to possess such formidable power. This space will be useful in the future, and I want to witness their spectacular battle, so we can't let it shatter. Yes. I thought so too. Reaching a consensus, the 2 Omni Kings extended their hands, instantly unleashing a surge of immense power that spread throughout the realm of nothingness, solidifying the space and causing the black cracks to gradually vanish. Meanwhile, the arena, the solid arena that the 12 gods of destruction had painstakingly constructed over a day's work, was reduced to ash. So, it could be said that GT Goku, suspended in midair, had completed his transformation. He had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, but with a slight difference. This was because the magenta fur on his body had become a deeper shade, perhaps a wine red. Furthermore, on his muscular deltoids, between his upper arms and shoulders, an X-shaped mark appeared, each adding an air of dominance. Crack. At this moment, the most striking thing wasn't the changes in his body, but the lightning sparks that slithered around him like tiny snakes, emitting a chilling light. These lightning sparks weren't the usual silver-white, but golden and chaotic colors. Each one held incredible power, and even a simple glance could send a chill through one's heart. Tick. Unbeknownst to him, sweat began to drip from Beerus's forehead, gathering at his chin and dripping onto the ground. But he didn't bother to wipe it away. He stared intently at the lightning sparks surrounding GT Goku, his throat dry. This was because he had a deep feeling that each one of these lightning sparks held the power to annihilate him. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed incessantly from the viewing platforms. It wasn't just the contestants from each universe who were swallowing their breath. At this moment, even the gods of destruction, who had seemed so incredibly powerful to them, seemed reduced to mere ordinary people. Their faces filled with fear, each swallowing their saliva continuously. Oh, how terrifying! Is my other self actually this powerful? Super Goku's forehead was covered in sweat, his expression grave. Whis, no longer as impassive as before, gripped the angel's scepter tightly, his expression equally solemn. He spoke word by word. If you were to appear in the universe in this form, the aura he's unconsciously releasing would be enough to destroy the entire universe. Sorry, it seems I almost destroyed this space. GT Goku, suspended in midair after the arena vanished, said apologetically to the High Priest. Because he couldn't yet fully grasp the terrifying power now emanating from him, some of it had escaped during his power-up, nearly causing the realm of nothingness to collapse. The reason for this overwhelming power was because, for some unknown reason, perhaps the untamed force of Super Saiyan 4 intensified the excitement within his body beneath the second level of his inner mindless realm, unlocking its deeper potential, or perhaps it was the untamed force and the power within the second level of his inner mindless realm that reacted in an unpredictable chemical reaction, merging and unleashing a force far greater than either alone. In short, when he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 while maintaining the second level of his inner mindless realm, his combat power wasn't reduced to a level lower than normal, as with his previous 3 transformations. Instead, it surpassed the normal increase from Super Saiyan 4, granting him unimaginable strength. So powerful that even after years of meticulously studying the nuances of power, he couldn't fully grasp it. After expressing his apology, he shifted the subject, his expression brimming with fighting spirit, his lips curled into a wild, eager grin. "This is all I have. I think it's time you showed me your true strength." Chapter 363, An Epic Showdown. Who wins? Crackling. Sparks of golden light, like the blazing sun, and a mystical chaotic hue of lightning continuously swirled around GT Goku, emitting a thunderous, intimidating sound. The High Priest's expression grew solemn, his perception of his opponent renewed. He observed GT Goku intently for a moment, then slowly nodded, "As you wish, boom." As his words fell, a deep purple aura suddenly erupted from him, accompanied by an unparalleled aura, like that of a high-altitude deity awakening from a long slumber. Simultaneously, his small stature visibly grew, soon reaching the height of a normal male angel like Whis. On the viewing platform, as the High Priest's supreme aura reached them, the gods of destruction felt as if they were icy, their teeth trembling. Is this the High Priest's true strength? It's so terrifying. Xiangpa trembled with fear like a frightened cat, almost curling up. He had been the god of destruction for so many years, and he had never seen the High Priest in this state. The High Priest's usual demeanor already intimidated him, let alone this terrifying full-strength attack. So this is the power the High Priest possesses. It's truly formidable. Super Goku was mesmerized. Although his body was shaking uncontrollably under the pressure of the 2 powerful auras, he didn't care at all. He had discovered the higher peaks of the martial arts path and his future goal. Now that he knew the direction of his future efforts, his body trembled not just from fear and oppression, but more from excitement and excitement. Whis watched the scene with a look of deep emotion, explaining to everyone, "Father, the High Priest normally keeps most of his power sealed because he doesn't need to use it much, and to prevent excessive power from harming the universe. I never imagined that this Son Goku from another universe could force Father to release this power." At this moment, he sincerely admired GT Goku. Because in his memory, his father had only released this power once. And that time, his father faced more than one opponent. He had never expected that the second time in his memory would occur at this time. He had never expected that this time, his father would face only one opponent. A restrained, deep purple aura surrounded the High Priest, imbued with the dignity of a god, inviting a sense of worship. After releasing his power, the High Priest remained largely unchanged, save for his increased height. His appearance only exuded a more distinct divine majesty. Of course, there was one person who completely ignored this majesty, GT Goku, standing across from him. Goku's expression grew increasingly excited as he observed the transformation in the High Priest. "Is this your full power? I'm so excited." His primary goal in coming to this universe was to seek an opponent who could unleash his full might. And now, he'd found it. This meant he could finally engage in a hearty fight. The High Priest nodded slightly, a hint of fighting spirit never before seen on his face. It had been so many years, he'd almost forgotten how many years it had been since he'd used his full power. In the Dragon Ball Xenoverse, aside from the likes of the Omni King, his power was undeniably the strongest, and he had held that position for far too long. The phrase invincibility is so only aptly applied to him. Even when he locked away most of his power, few could stand up to him. Even the gods of destruction, considered by the world to be the most powerful in the universe, or the angels, considered far more powerful by the gods of destruction, were no match for him. Only occasionally, when a prodigious individual, far surpassing ordinary angels, appeared in the universe could he exert even a little strength, but it couldn't force him to unlock his true power. Therefore, for him, the appearance of GT Goku was a rare joy. He was the perfect opponent he had longed for. "Let's enjoy this battle," GT Goku gazed at the high priest with fervent eyes, every cell in his body trembling slightly, as if expressing his excitement. "Okay," the high priest said succinctly, his gaze undisguised with fighting spirit. The next moment, bang! The two fists collided without warning, unleashing unprecedented, terrifying energy like countless supernovas. In an instant, a crackling sound. From the point of impact, extending to the surrounding area of about 100 meters, the boundless space consolidated by the two Omni-Kings shattered like a mirror, revealing a little-known and mysterious realm within. GT Goku and the Grand Priest exchanged a glance, then plunged in without hesitation, leaving the spectators bewildered. Watching the shattered space quickly repair itself, returning to its original state, with no trace of the other dimension visible, Super Goku blinked in bewilderment. "Whis, where did they go?" Whis asked gravely. "They've shattered the inner space of the infinite realm and entered the protective layer of the world." The protective layer, as its name suggests, protects the world, situated between the inner world and the chaotic space containing the infinite realm. Its two functions are to shield the world from the unknown entities of the chaotic space and to protect those within it from falling into the vast, deadly chaos. It is an essential barrier. And now, GT Goku and the Grand Priest had chosen to enter it simultaneously, knowing that the infinite realm could not withstand the battle. Even if the Omni-King fortified it to the utmost, it would still be vulnerable to their shattering. Moreover, there were many spectators in the realm of nothingness. Previously, the angels had used their angel scepters to cast a protective shield, shielding themselves and the others. But when the two of them unleashed their full force, this shield, normally capable of withstanding all attacks, was like fragile glass to them. A single misstep and the aftermath could annihilate it and everyone within. Therefore, to prevent this from happening, GT Goku and the High Priest had chosen to enter the protective layer. This space, far more stable than the inner world, must be able to withstand the intense battle between the two. "Well, what should we do?" "Whis, your video is gone too?" Upon hearing Whis's response, Super Goku glanced at the blank screen projected from the Angel Scepter, scratching his head anxiously. Vegeta also frowned. Because now, it seemed they would never be able to witness the battle between GT Goku and the High Priest again, and not being able to witness such a top-level confrontation was a considerable loss for them. Whis didn't reply, but simply tapped the Angel Scepter again, projecting the screen from the protective layer. The screen was awash in a dazzling array of mysterious lines, reminiscent of a dream or the world's most mysterious place, inspiring boundless awe and reverie. However, missing from this scene were the figures of GT Goku and the High Priest, the two figures everyone had hoped to see. Where are they? Why can't I see them? Super Goku scanned the screen, realizing he didn't see what he was looking for, and couldn't help but ask Whis again. Whis frowned, as if searching through the angel's staff. After a moment, he shook his head gently and said, "Their speed is far beyond the reach of the angel's staff, so I can't project their battle footage." "Huh? How could that be?" Super Goku's face immediately wrinkled in agony upon hearing this answer. It was the most intense battle he had ever witnessed, and yet he couldn't see it all. What a loss. After a moment of dejection, he suddenly realized something and regained his composure. Wasn't it because he wasn't strong enough that he wasn't allowed to observe the battle? If that were the case, he should work harder to improve his own strength instead of complaining. Having realized this, he suddenly looked at Whis. At the same time, Vegeta also looked up at Whis, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. They both shouted in unison, "Whis, please train us now." Bang boom boom. Bang boom boom. At this moment, within a mysterious, little-known protective layer, a titanic duel, etched in history, was taking place. Figures radiating golden and chaotic light, and those radiating purple, flashed back and forth across the vast, vibrant space, clashing with each other. In just a few breaths, countless earth-shattering collisions erupted, resounding like the roar of the universe's creation, shuddering at the mere mention of explosions. "Ha!" GT Goku roared, and with a mighty fist, brimming with immense power, he hurled himself directly at the High Priest. His gaze was fierce, like an unsheathed sword. His imposing, powerful frame was shrouded in breathtaking sparks of lightning, making him appear like the mightiest god of war in the universe. The High Priest, his face filled with battle intent, met the blow without hesitation. Surrounded by a deep purple aura, he resembled both a god and a demon. Every gesture unleashed a terrifying energy that threatened to shatter the universe. Bang! In an instant, the two men's tit-for-tat clash unleashed an unparalleled, terrifying surge of energy, causing ripples in the renowned protective layer of space. Having arrived in this space, Wukong had completely unleashed his full force. After a brief exchange of punches, he instantly shifted his stance, sweeping towards the high priest with a leg as long as it could split the universe. At that moment, the air ripped apart, releasing a piercing shriek. Faced with this ferocious attack, the high priest dodged with a sudden flash. His eyes flashed, and just as Goku's attack missed, he retaliated with a kick. Bang! Goku crossed his arms, blocking the kick, his body sliding back a distance under the immense force. The high priest, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity to press home. With another flash, he was on Goku's head, and with a kick like Pangu splitting the sky, he slammed down on him once more. Bang! A deafening roar followed, and a red figure instantly streaked across in incandescent space. Ha! A low cry echoed, and the red figure finally stopped, stopping in its tracks. Goku felt his hands trembling slightly, but a smile played on his lips. This was the battle he'd been dreaming of all this time. Only a battle like this could make him stronger. The thought flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he placed his hands at his waist and aimed at the high priest charging overhead, instantly unleashing the most powerful Kamehameha wave in history. Kamehameha, swoosh! A blue ball of light streaked through space, eclipsing the surrounding lines of mysterious light, like stars against a bright moon, serving only as a foil. Facing this powerful attack, the high priest placed his hands in front of his chest, clasping them like a ball. Immediately, a purple ball of light appeared in his palms. Immediately, he thrust with both hands, and in the blink of an eye, the purple ball crashed into the blue one, unleashing an astonishing wave of energy. Boom! The two streams of blue and purple energy collided fiercely, like a war god and a demon god wrestling against each other, unleashing an unimaginable and astonishing momentum. Such a devastating explosion of energy could annihilate countless universes. Yet, at this moment, this level of energy, combined with the output of two peerless masters, collided in a clash of forces, resembling the most awe-inspiring duel in the world. After a brief stalemate between the two energies, a sharp glint flashed in Wukong's eyes, and he increased his power, instantly detonating the blue ball of light. Boom! As the two energies exploded in quick succession, the protective layer of space was unable to withstand the pressure, instantly shattering into a black hole-like opening, revealing a chaotic space filled with chaotic gas outside. Seeing this, Wukong curled his lips and pointed a thumb at the chaotic space, his meaning clear. How about we fight there? The high priest raised his lips, and without further words, his actions spoke loud and clear. Whoosh! Seeing the high priest burst into the chaotic space, Wukong followed without hesitation. Boom! Upon entering the chaos dimension, a terrifying, oppressive feeling, like the collapse of a star, instantly descended upon the two. This was one of the reasons the chaos dimension was called death upon entry, as few could withstand such terrifying pressure. But now, the chaos dimension encountered two beings of unparalleled power. Both Wukong and the high priest possessed powers far beyond human imagination. Even if they were caught in a singularity explosion, their bodies would remain unscathed. So, at this moment, this terrifying pressure, powerful enough to crush a normal person into the tiniest particles in the universe, felt like a tickle upon them, completely ineffective. Furthermore, the chaos dimension possessed a second, deadly threat, the pervasive gray, hazy chaotic gas. A single finger-sized wisp possessed the mass of a star. The amount of chaotic gas within their field of vision alone was countless. Bang! As Wukong and the high priest entered the chaos dimension, their eyes met, and they vanished from the spot. The next moment, the two fists collided with a thunderous clashing of energy, sending a tidal wave of energy surging through the surrounding chaotic energy. Bang! 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 Clap! Clap! The two clashed with fists and feet, their figures flashing through the chaotic space at a rapid speed. In a split second, tens of thousands of fierce collisions had already occurred. Wherever they passed, the chaotic energy, once the king of the chaotic space, transformed from a ferocious tiger into a docile cat. Not only did it not dare to attack the two, but it retreated continuously during the fierce battle, leaving a large space around them. Bang! Suddenly, the high priest seized the opportunity and delivered a fierce punch to Wukong's face, sending Wukong flying. But Wukong quickly stopped, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky, and attacked the high priest again. Unfortunately, after countless rounds of fierce fighting, he once again showed a flaw, which the high priest precisely seized upon and sent him flying with another powerful punch. Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes not only unfazed by fear, but also gleaming with an unprecedented brightness. The next moment, he charged forward once more, engaging the high priest in a fierce battle. After an indefinite period of time, as the high priest caught Wukong's whip kick, Wukong's eyes blazed. With a sudden flash of his body, he lunged forward, and before his opponent could react, he delivered a powerful punch to the jaw. Bang! The immense impact sent the high priest flying backwards for a considerable distance. He clutched his chin, a look of astonishment. Was he hit? After all, since the beginning of the battle, Wukong had never suffered a single loss at the hands of Wukong. He had always been the one to land the blows, inflicting damage, while Wukong had never been able to land the blows, causing any harm. But just now, he'd actually been hit? After a moment of surprise, he quickly discerned the clues from the opponent. The lightning sparks that had been swirling around Goku, with such intimidating force, like a special effect, had vanished. Did you see that? Seeing his expression, Goku crossed his arms, a wicked smile curling his lips. The lightning sparks weren't a show of force, but rather a result of his inability to properly control the immense power within him while in this position, causing some of the energy to escape, resulting in the lightning sparks. However, with repeated battles with the high priest, he gradually became familiar with his power, his control improving. Just recently, he had finally mastered it completely, achieving a perfect and seamless control, preventing the power from dissipating, and the lightning sparks vanished. And thanks to this, he was able to unleash his full power, enabling him to break through the high priest's defenses for the first time in their previous encounter and deliver a stunning blow. You are truly a rare martial arts genius. After realizing this, the high priest's lips curled up as he praised Goku once again. Meanwhile, his heart grew increasingly eager and excited. He was truly delighted to be able to fight such an opponent. Bang! After a brief exchange, the two clashed fiercely once again. This time, the battle was even more intense than before, and it was even harder to tell who would ultimately emerge victorious. Because this time, Goku wasn't the only one taking the beating as before, both the men were gaining the upper hand. Bang! As the high priest's fist landed hard on his face, Goku gritted his teeth and withstood the immense force. Then, his expression fierce, his muscles tensed, and he launched a whirlwind kick across the high priest. HMPH, the high priest grunted under the blow, but he held back the excruciating pain. After being knocked back 2 meters by the immense force, the deep purple aura surged again, and he and Goku engaged once again. The two men fought like this: you punch, I kick, you elbow, I knee. Each endured the pain, inflicting heavy blows on the other, each refusing to yield. As the two engaged in fierce battle, the chaotic gas seemed to be terrified, retreating far away, leaving a vast void between them. But in reality, this was due to the overwhelming aftermath of their clash. Each clash unleashed terrifying energy like countless supernovas, the emanating aftermath sweeping across the surroundings like a tidal wave. Faced with these countless aftermaths, the chaotic gas was like a small wooden boat on a raging sea, being pushed uncontrollably into the distance. Their forced movements also caused subtle ripples in the seemingly boundless chaotic space, affecting countless universes. Buzz! In the 7th universe, an invisible wave suddenly descended upon the entire universe, causing it to tremble slightly. On Earth, Chi-Chi, washing clothes by the river, suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet shake and cried out in surprise, Earth! Earthquake! On Namek, the Namekians, planting trees, noticed the planet's tremors and shouted, quick! Go call the Great Elder. In the Ultra Universe, as an invisible wave, transmitted across vast distances, struck the universe, the King of Ultra, observing the cosmos, his expression changed, and he gazed solemnly beyond. What's happening in the Chaos World? Why is there such a commotion? In the future world of Ultra Universe, Gohan, training alone, suddenly stopped and gazed outwards at Earth with a look of uncertainty. Why, it gives me a frightening feeling, boom. As the top powers from each universe noticed the unusual movement outside, within the Chaos Dimension, the untold battle between two supremely powerful beings, transcending all cosmic powers, continued. Kamehameha, after countless exchanges, Goku, his strength drained, raised his aura to its peak, concentrating all his energy into his hands, unleashing the most powerful Kamehameha wave ever. Let's decide the outcome with this one strike, Goku roared. his Kamehameha blast blasting towards the high priest with a mighty force. Ho ha ho ha, good, the high priest laughed heartily, also concentrating all his energy into his hands and unleashing his most powerful attack. Divine Judgment, bang! The two immense energies collided instantly, unleashing the most powerful and earth-shattering explosion ever recorded. Haha, Goku gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging as he blasted his energy to maximum output. Ha ha ha, the high priest, no longer his usual gentle demeanor, now had a slightly ferocious expression, and he also increased his energy output to its maximum. Two powerful bursts of energy unleashed a terrifying surge, pushing the already repelled chaotic gas some distance further. After a stalemate of about half a minute, someone finally gave in, their energy gradually retreating, quickly reaching him. The person with the upper hand, noticing this, immediately detonated their energy. Boom! Suddenly, the most deafening explosion ever recorded echoed throughout the chaotic space. Thanks to the detonator's careful control, the blast was contained to a small area, not significantly impacting the chaotic space. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, a scarred red figure lowered his hands from the shield he had been holding. Haha, it looks like I lost, Wukong laughed heartily, unfazed by the fact he lost. After all, enjoying this battle and improving himself through it were the most important things for him. And he undoubtedly achieved both. The high priest, having expended considerable energy trying to control the blast's range, was breathing heavily. After calming his breath, he looked at Wukong, shook his head, and said sincerely, "No, you didn't lose," he sighed. "I've cultivated for countless years to reach my current strength, but you've achieved this level of power in just a few decades. In that sense, I've already lost to you." Wukong touched the tip of his nose and smiled innocently. "Well, that's not important. What's important is that we enjoyed this fight, didn't we?" The high priest was stunned for a moment, then, with a gesture he had never shown before, burst into laughter. "Ho ha ho ha. You're right. I enjoyed this fight. As the saying goes, a chess player meets a worthy opponent, a general meets a talented player." The appearance of GT Wukong dispelled the loneliness of his endless years of invincibility and brought him a long-awaited moment of true joy. Therefore, he showed such an expression in front of Wukong, because he truly regarded Wukong as an equal, a true rival he had never encountered in countless years. And also a friend. "Hey, let's go back then. I'm so hungry." Wukong patted his shrunken stomach and said with a grin. The high priest nodded and smiled, then said, "Before we go back, I want to change something I said before." Wukong, who was trying to figure out which way to go back, looked at him in surprise. "Huh? What did you say?" The high priest looked him straight in the eye and said slowly and seriously, "You're not the strongest human I've seen in the past few 100,000 years, but you're the strongest I've ever seen in my lifetime." Wukong was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and smiled. "Well, I don't care about that kind of thing. Let's go back quickly. I'm starving now." Chapter 364 to be continued. In the realm of nothingness, Super Goku and Vegeta were training under Whis' guidance. When the two collided at Whis' teasing, clutching their foreheads and berating each other, Krillin glanced at them, then looked up at the spot where GT Goku and the Grand Priest had disappeared. He rubbed his bald head and sighed, "I wonder when they'll finish fighting. It's been so long, ever since GT Goku and the Grand Priest had broken through space and vanished into the realm of nothingness. The spectators had remained there, waiting for their return. Meanwhile, the players from other universes, the gods of destruction, and the King Kais were discussing how long this epic showdown would last. "Hey, let me make this clear, when they return, you absolutely must not ask about their victory or defeat. And absolutely, you must not discuss who won or lost. Do you understand?" Beerus' face suddenly turned serious. He glanced at Krillin, Gohan, and the others, and spoke solemnly. "Huh? Why? I'm curious about who will win," Krillin asked, puzzled. "No reason. I say no, it's no," Beerus glared and shouted. His expression darkened, and he said sinisterly, "If any of you dare discuss it, or ask it directly, I will destroy you." Suddenly, his long-absent god of destruction majesty reappeared, sending a chill through Krillin, Gohan, and the others, recalling their first encounter with Beerus. "We understand, Lord Beerus. We won't ask, nor will we discuss it," Gohan replied solemnly, stepping forward. "Well, that's good." Hearing this, Beerus nodded in satisfaction, his unspoken, imposing aura receding. He hadn't allowed them to ask or discuss anything because he feared angering the high priest. As the saying goes, gods should not be discussed casually, let alone a high priest so high and mighty that even the gods of destruction feared them like a tiger. If the high priest won, it would be fine. But if he lost, their comments and questions would undoubtedly irritate him. While the high priest might not hold a grudge against the mortals, he, as his subordinate, would likely be given a hard time. Soon after, with a whoosh, two figures, emanating a powerful, oppressive aura, suddenly appeared above the realm of nothingness. Instantly, everyone, startled by the immense pressure, looked up. Yes, it's the high priest and that Son Goku. They're back, many Tournament of Power contestants exclaimed in surprise, their eyes gleaming as they examined the two, trying to discern the victor from their appearance. Unfortunately, after GT Goku and the high priest concluded their battle, the high priest used angelic power to restore their tattered clothing and heal all their injuries, leaving them looking just as they did before the fight. So, no matter how they looked, they couldn't discern a single clue. After realizing they couldn't tell, they fell silent. No one whispered about who had won, let alone directly questioned the outcome. This was because, just as Beerus had warned Gohan and the others, they had all received stern warnings from their own gods of destruction or King Kais. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. But then, a loud voice suddenly boomed, resounding through the stillness. Hey! My other self, and the Grand Priest, who won? Swish! In an instant, everyone looked in the direction of the voice, their gazes fixed on this audacious individual. Is this guy so stubborn? So it's him? No wonder, they muttered inwardly. But one person's face paled with shock, his teeth clenched in anger. Damn it! How could I have forgotten this most reckless guy? Beerus, staring at Super Goku for asking that question, felt like slapping himself. Why had he forgotten to warn the very person he should have warned? Without a second thought, he instantly darted in front of Goku, grasped his head, and bowed to the High Priest. Excuse me, High Priest. This guy just loves asking questions. Also his mouth shut when I get back. Cold sweat dripped down his face, fearing Goku's words might displease the High Priest. The High Priest stared at the two men before him, then glanced at the others who, though not asking questions, showed clear interest in the outcome. He shook his head and smiled. Why shouldn't you ask? Beside him, GT Goku gave a naive smile. Yes, I lost this battle. The High Priest is truly formidable. Boom. Everyone was shocked by these words. The High Priest won? Of course, as the most powerful being in the universe, it was perfectly natural for the High Priest to win. How could they have ever imagined GT Goku could win? Just as they quickly came to terms with this, the High Priest dropped another bombshell. That being said, I only managed to win by relying on years of accumulated experience. He paused, looked at the crowd, and chuckled. If we fought again now, I'd probably be the loser. Remember, GT Goku initially struggled to control his inner power, wasting much of it in the early and middle stages of the battle. But now, GT Goku has perfected his mastery of this power. This means that if they were to fight again, GT Goku would have even more energy left in the final round, making the outcome truly uncertain. Boom. The High Priest's words instantly sent shockwaves through everyone. Especially the gods of destruction, who knew the High Priest's power well, were horrified. How could it be possible? How could the High Priest say such a thing? Shocked, they instinctively glanced at GT Goku. Seeing his cheerful smile, they made a solemn decision. They must treat this person with the utmost courtesy from now on. Never offend him. On Earth, at Bulma's Manor, after bidding farewell to the High Priest, GT Goku returned with the rest of Universe 7. This is delicious. Starving, GT Goku devoured the delicious food before him, occasionally letting out gasps of admiration. After finishing his special steak, he scanned the dazzling array of delicacies before him. Seeing something he liked, he reached out to grab it. But just then, a hand from the opposite side reached out and simultaneously grabbed the dish. Huh? GT Goku was startled. Looking up, he saw that the person who had grabbed the dish was none other than Beerus. Seeing someone else grab the dish he'd been so excited about, Beerus gave the other person a death glare. HMPH. Who dares to steal from me, he thought to himself. But when he saw the owner of the hand, his expression suddenly froze. Without moving his head, his eyes darted to the other side. After confirming that it was indeed Super Goku over there, and that the person before him was indeed GT Goku, He immediately let go of his hand and forced a smile. "Ah, sorry. I didn't know you wanted to enjoy it. Please enjoy." Unexpectedly, GT Goku also let go of his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay. If you want it, you can have it. I've had it many times before." No. I suddenly don't feel like eating it now." You eat. Beerus waved his hands frantically. Then, as if to verify his words, he immediately stood up, pinched his chin, and walked away, muttering to himself, Let me see, where's the thing I want to eat, huh?" GT Goku blinked in confusion as he watched Beerus walk away, confused by Beerus's sudden change of heart. Soon, he stopped dwelling on it and took the delicacy to savor it carefully. At that moment, a figure calmly sat down beside him, completely unlike Beerus's profound awe of GT Goku. "Hey, Goku, you're truly amazing." Having cultivated your strength to that level, it was none other than Krillin. He gazed at the azure sky with a look of deep emotion, thinking how he'd been so worried about him yesterday, trying to dissuade him from fighting, only to be taught a lesson today. It was said they'd fought beyond the pale, a fact he couldn't imagine. "Hey, Krillin, if you keep training, you can get even stronger," Goku said with a grin as he ate. "Well, no matter how much I train, I can't compare to you guys," Krillin chuckled self-deprecatingly. As an Earthling, he was proud of his current strength. But against the naturally bellicose Saiyans, he was far inferior. He saw that clearly. After broaching the subject, he changed the subject, his expression curious. "By the way, Wukong, I heard you say before that you came to our universe just to fight a powerful opponent. Now that you're done, what are your plans?" Wukong chewed his food a few times, swallowed it, and looked into the distance with a faint smile, his expression filled with anticipation. "Of course, I'll continue traveling, continue to grow stronger, and continue to spar with powerful masters. I'm really looking forward to seeing more scenery." The story of this book ends here, but Wukong's journey is not over yet. New scenery, new characters, and new stories await him. And along the way, he will continue to break through himself and reach higher peaks. He will glimpse new realms and new martial arts landscapes, and continue to grow stronger endlessly. Yoshi. "See you later," Wukong said with a smile, raising his sword. Closing remarks. "Congratulations on finishing it. How are you?" As I typed the last word, for some reason, I didn't feel as down as I did at the end of the Naruto volume. Maybe I've gotten used to the feeling of separation. For me, the Naruto volume is the one I poured the most emotion into. It's packed with daily life and a slower pace. I can honestly say I had a blast writing it, often smiling when I came across interesting passages. However, it also has its drawbacks, the slower pace and lack of excitement. Goku's presence is somewhat diminished by the heavy focus on his disciples, a criticism many readers have leveled off. This is unavoidable, as GT Goku is inherently invincible in Naruto. If we'd just written a steady flow, it would have been over in just a few chapters. Then there's the topic of him teaching his apprentice, but there's not much to write about. After all, Goku's teachings are known to be very simple and crude. Beyond the basics, he just practices sparring with his apprentice, making it difficult to write about them in a sophisticated way. Therefore, the apprentice's improvement is primarily reflected in their battles with others. Back to the daily grind. GT Goku has matured considerably. While his heart remains pure, he's not always childish. Therefore, the daily descriptions focus more on Naruto and the others, which results in Goku's lack of presence. If I were writing about a young Goku, I imagine I could have written a lot more about his daily life, though, in Naruto, I did include some Goku-centric moments, like the eating contest, but judging by the subscription data, it seems readers weren't very interested. Well, Naruto was the most challenging volume one wrote, but it's also the one I feel is the most heartwarming and vivid. While the book's performance was hampered by its slow pace and length, I still don't regret writing it. Why do I say it collapsed? The first subscription for this book was 800. Normally, it is expected to be a good work, and at least 2,000 subscriptions can be obtained. However, since Goku left Konoha and began to travel around the ninja world, subscriptions have been declining. Of course, there is also the reason that the author updates less frequently. Because it was his first time writing a book, many things were written rather awkwardly, resulting in a minimum subscription of 4,000 subscriptions every day. Next, let's talk about One Piece. Because of the Naruto volume, the author of One Piece worked hard to increase Goku's presence, improve the pace, and increase the sense of excitement. As a result, the presence was there, and the writing went smoothly, but after the pace was accelerated, the author found that he could not write some of them. Because the pace was accelerated, it meant that some details were described in a glimpse, and the characters changed very quickly. The author felt very empty when writing, and was also afraid that some readers who had not read One Piece would not understand the content, so it was very uncomfortable to write. So much so that by the time I got to the middle of the story, I felt increasingly lost. By the end, I was only okay with the early encounter with Sabo, helping Nami fight Arlong, and the subsequent original plot for the Kingdom of North. The rest of the storyline wasn't entirely satisfactory. For example, the final chapter on the Red Earth continent, where the old Saint Grimm is defeated, was particularly enjoyable. The rest felt choppy and lacked something. Ultimately, One Piece felt like a mixed bag of excitement and character development. Some things I'd wanted to include never materialized, like saving Shirahoshi on Fishman Island, meeting the Fur Tribe on Zoo, and discussing the full moon transformation with him. Then there's the world of Odd. Since the series had been back in shape after a 2-month hiatus following One Piece, the writing flowed smoothly, revisiting the warmth of the Naruto series. Because I'm so familiar with Dragon Ball, the scenes like Gohan's personal growth, his near-death encounter with his father, and Chikai's reunion with Goku felt like they'd always been there in my mind, allowing me to unleash them almost without thinking. It felt like squatting down and then my cum just plopped out, and then there was the final chapter, where Chi-Chi and Goku's farewell, which I suddenly remembered as I was turning off the lights one night while going to sleep. It felt like it was happening in real life, so I jumped up in excitement and quickly wrote it down on my memo. At that moment, I thought, this is it. No other ending could ever compare. Of course, while I'm generally satisfied with this volume, it does have its flaws. The original villain. Originally, this scene wasn't there. Originally, after resurrecting the Z fighters and teaching them how to become stronger, Goku would have pretty much ended there. But when writing about the resurrection, I suddenly remembered that Goku from the original world had disappeared, and I had to find a way to cover it up. So, I ended up coming up with this original plot. How would I describe it? The powerful, oppressive feeling I was aiming for from the villain wasn't well captured, which made the villain feel a bit hollow, and the thrill I was aiming for wasn't quite there. Then there's the Ultraman world. There's actually quite a lot I could write about Ultraman, but my Ultraman experience is limited, so I couldn't go into much. Of course, if I really wanted to write more, there are ways to do it. For example, I could start with the beginning of Tiga, which would allow me to write a lot more. That was my original idea, teaching Diggo to fight small monsters, and then resolving some of the tragedy and heartbreak along the way. However, that wouldn't have made it easy to connect to the Land of Light, and Goku's rise to power would have been difficult to write about. It's a good thing I didn't write it that way, because statistically, the Land of Light storyline has attracted significantly more readers than the Tiga storyline. We don't know why. Is it possible that fewer people have read Tiga than the Land of Light? Then there's Prince of Tennis, a world the author finds fascinating, but most readers aren't interested, even completely skeptical. Whenever I think of everyone's bewildered expressions when I wrote about Goku's journey to the Prince of Tennis world, I can't help but smile. I feel a certain pleasure in teasing everyone. Of course, there's a saying that when you gain something, you often lose something. The author gained pleasure, but also lost subscriptions. Only a few hundred people read this volume, almost to the point where I stopped updating for 2 months to start over. Sad, ahoha, so be it, the author thought. If it were earlier, the author definitely wouldn't have written such a risky world, hoping for a boost in sales. But by then, sales were unlikely to improve. So why bother? Of course, I just write for my own pleasure. Plus, Goku's increased power could be put to good use, so it was even more important to write about it. Finally, Dragon Ball Super. This volume had a single purpose, to show off. Let Goku impress and shock everyone, filling the previously missing excitement. So, simply beating Jiren wasn't enough, the author felt. He'd considered taking on an angel like the god of destruction or Whis, but the author frowned. Damn it, if they were going to show off to the fullest, why not take on the invincible High Priest? Sure, the High Priest was powerful, but couldn't he be defeated? So, in the end, Goku and the High Priest fought fiercely. But when it came to the outcome, perhaps the author's rationality took over, Or perhaps he just happened to take a day off due to illness, and the passion was interrupted. Ultimately, Goku didn't defeat the High Priest, but rather narrowly lost. Partly because he felt Goku's victory was a bit exaggerated, and partly because he felt a narrow defeat would be better for Goku. So, this is the plot of this volume. Of course, there are some downsides. Some readers might find it difficult to accept Goku's rapid rise in power. After all, the previous volumes didn't clearly explain how much Goku had grown, leaving everyone to imagine his progress based on the passage of time. This, in turn, may have contributed to a significant drop in subscriptions during the final battle with the Grand Priest. Overall, this book is still within the author's satisfaction. While it has its flaws, it's the author's first completed novel, and like a child, flaws are automatically overlooked. I'm grateful for my perseverance. There were times during the writing process when I felt stuck and tired of writing. Many authors give up for this reason. Their ideas get stuck, they don't know where to start, and then they become mentally bored, and then they think about taking a break, only to find themselves even more frustrated after that, a vicious cycle. So, I think I'm quite impressive that I was able to overcome this mental boredom and persevere, a small compliment to myself. Of course, this also couldn't have been possible without your support. Without it, I might not have made it this far, so I have to thank you all. Awesome. Then, the author actually considered writing about other worlds, like Digimon, Pacific Rim, and Chinese Paladin. But Digimon, on second thought, didn't quite fit the current Goku. A younger Goku, or one in his 20s, would be better. As for Pacific Rim and Chinese Paladin, well, I learned a lesson when writing about Ultraman. It's hard to translate anime characters into the real world. Of course, that's not to say I absolutely can't write about them. It's just that the performance of this book has plateaued and is even getting worse. It's just not very interesting to write about them. If the author had more money, they could write for fun, but if the author's main motivation is to make a living, then that's not the way to go. So, let's just end with Dragon Ball Super. Goku's next journey will be up to everyone's imagination, or perhaps, if the author has more money and wants to write again, then we can write about Goku's next story. Oh, and by the way, some people might be interested in the author's next book. It hasn't been decided yet. But the author thinks it's likely to be another story about a Dragon Ball character traveling through the universe. Whether it will be or not depends on whether the editor agrees to sign it. I don't know if anyone has read this far, as the previous part was quite long-winded. As for the new book, it shouldn't be released until next month. If you're interested in the next book, don't unsubscribe from it yet. I'll post a notification here when the time comes. Finally, thank you again to all the readers who subscribed, tipped, voted, and expressed their support for this book. Thank you all for your support. Without your support, this book wouldn't be what it is today. If possible, we'll see you on the next book. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.